something, because look, as we all are meteorologists here, we study these storms. We go through many years. I mean, you've got a lot more experience than I do with covering these storms, and we research a lot into the past. Have you ever seen a storm across the entire Louisiana coastline this intense doing this?
No, no. Simple answer is no. And when I got up this morning, Zach, I started looking at the data, and you start seeing some of these surge values into Lake Charles. Oh man, just got chills. I did cover Rita, even though I was working here in Baton Rouge in 2005. We stayed at L'Auberge. We rode it out at L'Auberge, and we covered Rita. And there was some water that impacted parts of the city, but it wasn't, wasn't all that bad. Obviously, it was much worse down in the Cameron Parish. So to see these projections today, it's been gut-wrenching to think about it. And I have friends in Lake Charles. I have lots of friends here in Baton Rouge that have family from Lake Charles staying with them today, tonight, and just wishing for the best. I'm sure you guys have talked about it. The one thing I've been telling some of our people here is if we could get the track maybe a little bit east of Lake Charles, that could help out the city a little bit. It's going to be devastating for the coast no matter what.
Yeah, right.
So now we try to hope for a little better news for the city at least.
Right, and our viewers we have viewers in Jennings and over in that area, so if that track does shift a little east, then you got to worry about the Mermentau River Basin, which runs along the eastern portion of our viewing area. So not to belittle you guys over there in the Jennings area, but that's what that track shift difference can mean. It could be a slight bit of maybe not quite as severe conditions when it comes to the surge, maybe in the city, but then it would shift a little more to the east. And it's all going to come down to those last-minute jogs that the storm is doing. We've already seen that just with the last few frames of the radar, or actually the track. I'll see if I can put that back up to show just how these little wobbles that this storm makes at the very last moment are not something that you really can predict. It always typically seems to happen right before the storm makes landfall. Why is that? Why do we see these little last-minute jogs? Is there any kind of science behind that, or is it just something about the land interaction?
Yeah,
maybe?
I don't know if there's too much about the science at landfall, but the analogy we always give, it's called these trochoidal wobbles, and I never say the word right, but it's like spinning the top. If you spin a top on a table, it's going to spin, but it's going to wobble as it spins, right? Mm-hmm. You've got this angular momentum within the hurricane. It's the same thing there. You have these continuous wobbles. As you look at that loop you're playing back right now, it's wobbling the whole way along. Mm-hmm. But if you look over a long term, you can see a pretty steady motion to the northwest. But to your point, those wobbles may not mean that much when it's out over the Gulf a little farther, but as you get closer to landfall, then the small wobbles do make a bigger difference.
True, yeah, you're not really as concerned about those little wobbles way out in the central Gulf. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I think it may be. Maybe it's just that we put a little more focus on that as it gets closer to land, because those impacts can be so significant, with that last-minute shift. But right now, it looks like it's going to be moving in pretty close to where the projections put it. Winds at 150 miles per hour. Pressure, like Zach mentioned earlier, is still dropping at 940. So, there's a possibility this thing could try to attain maybe Category 5 strength here before it makes landfall. With the strength that we're seeing of the storm now. It's just something we'll have to watch for. But like we mentioned, it's not going to make a whole lot of difference with the damage that's going to occur, whether this is technically a strong Category 4 or does attain that Category 5 status.
Ben, one thing I want to mention, you should talk about the track.
Yes.
We need to tip our caps to the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah.
I mean, think back to yesterday. Everybody was screaming about west, 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 and all these models. Euro's into Texas. Why aren't they moving the track west? What did the National Hurricane Center do? They kept it steady state, kind of stuck to what they have and some of the consensus aids that they use. And in the end, their track is going to be awfully good in terms of the landfall location. That's why we've got to believe in the experts. I know, especially when you're in the path of these things, sometimes it's hard to. You're on edge, and it's kind of hard to believe what you're seeing sometimes. But in the end, they've really done an excellent job on the track.
Not to mention Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center, very familiar with Louisiana, with his time at the National Weather Service office in the Slidell area. So I'm sure that this storm probably hits a little close to home for him, being very familiar with our coastline and knowing that the impacts are going to be so severe for our area. Because I was talking a little bit earlier too about the storm surge, and you can add a little bit to this, but our particular portion of the Gulf, Southwest Louisiana, one of the most susceptible to storm surge flooding as far as other parts of the Gulf.
Yeah, there's a couple of things going on, and really all along the Louisiana coast, we have a shallow continental shelf. So the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, the bottom of the ocean, if you will. Whereas if you go to the east coast of the United States and you stand out on the beach and you get away from the beach out on a boat, or if you walk out, that shelf drops off pretty quickly. Well, we know with a shallow continental shelf like we have here along the northern Gulf Coast, that allows surge to build up more than if you have that sharp drop off. So that's one thing. Then as you look at Cameron Parish in particular, and parts of Vermilion, so we look at that map you have up, that concave shape that we have right there,
Yeah.
that just allows, and there's a number of spots along Louisiana coast, and then on top of all that, I can remember being in Lake Charles 20 years ago. We talked about it then, but the Calcasieu ship channel that serves as a funnel, you know.
Yeah,
and
it's a direct link.
That funnels it right up into Lake Charles. So there are a number of factors, no doubt.
Yeah, and you know, you think about all the things that have been going on since Rita, all this coastal restoration they've been trying to do with efforts and breakwater and things like that off the Cameron coast. Will that be essentially erased with something like this coming ashore? I mean, it's pretty much going to set us back for the efforts we've been trying to, you know, shore up for this protection of our coastline. When you have a storm of this magnitude coming in, I can only imagine that that's going to really set us back a long time, you know, with that type of a surge and water rise.
So something I'm sure you guys have talked about, but that I talked a little bit about yesterday and on social media. I looked it up. Cameron Parish has had, up until now, 4 major hurricane landfalls on record back to 1850. So this will be the 5th. That appears just about to be a certainty right now. So if you do the math, that'll be, up until now, we had 4 major hurricane landfalls in 170 years, so about 1 every 40 years. But now here we are, 2 in 15 years when you consider Rita. And you're right, so that could erase some of the progress that was made. You know, we look at places here in southeast Louisiana like Grand Isle where the battle is just constant and nonstop. And it's often frustrating to watch because you know there's
every one
this
of these
battle.
storms, you
Yep.
know, they just destroy our work.
Right.
Well, yeah, and I don't know how many people in Lake Charles got to see it, but Cristobal earlier in the summer, which was minimal. Zach, you know this very well, being in New Orleans. But they have this burrito levee in Grand Isle, and Cristobal, which wasn't a terribly strong storm, did significant damage to this burrito levee in Grand Isle. So,
And it destroys it in about a day, and it takes months
Right.
to get it back to normal.
Exactly.
And that's the fight that we're always fighting. And this is going to just devastate the entire coastline. And, you know, Cameron Parish, there's a lot of marsh, and this is just going to erase a lot of that marsh. And so that makes us even more susceptible going forward.
the other thing you always think about with these things too is as people go through these, it gets harder for people to come back to these hurricane-prone,
Yes.
Yeah.
storm surge prone zones, and you lose some of your communities, you lose some of the culture that's been there for so long. And this is I can tell you, with my dad, he flooded in Metairie for Katrina, not nearly as bad as a lot of people, but he's never really been the same after that. These storms, they hit him so much harder. He's so much more anxious every time one comes. It's a lot to deal with. So I'm thinking and hoping for the best for everybody there in Southwest Louisiana.
I mean, you have 3 meteorologists standing up here, and I think we're all looking at that screen at the same time because it's almost mesmerizing because you realize what's about to happen. While most of the general public might not exactly know, but the past few days when we had a Category 1, we were like, okay, well, maybe it'll get to a Category 2, Category 3. We got the track forecast perfect.
Right.
But the intensity forecast, we always talk about that. We struggle with that. We'll continue to struggle with that. And this one was, I wouldn't say it was off because we started preaching major hurricane, and we always say a category higher, prepare for a
Right.
category higher, and
Right.
here we are, Cat 4.
And there were some models that show it, but it's hard to forecast something this intense, this strong.
Yeah.
Because rarely you're going to have a consensus that is going to get that strong. So it's right to play it a little conservative in forecasting the intensity. Unfortunately, we're ended up on the high end and near the extreme end of what was being shown even a day or so ago.
Yeah, you talk about that, you know, that culture and things that were erased after Rita. It seems like it was still being, you know, rebuilt even to this day. Places like Holly Beach and things that were just wiped off the map. Of course, Holly Beach rebuilt a lot of the homes higher after Rita. Holly Beach was a strip of shantytown homes, you know, before Rita hit. They were on ground level, so all that was wiped off. But I think what people don't realize is, and they may be thinking, well, we built our houses higher, but when you're talking about a storm surge at this height, you're not considering things like the wave action that goes on top of this storm surge, and that's what you're not going to be protected against that. So you can't just be looking at a number like 10 feet, 15 feet, and think that's just going to be a quiet, 15 feet of water. I mean, this is not just like water that's going to be gradually rising. This is not like a flood you see like a river flood. This is completely different when you're talking about storm surge.
Very violent, and that's a great point, Ben, because we talk about surge values, and then you get waves, breaking waves on top of that surge that can reach even higher levels and obviously do much more considerable damage.
Yeah, so that's what you have to consider.
And you're seeing, images from Lake Charles right now, and you could see some sun still out there at times, and it's amazing how tranquil it is along the coast right now. But I can tell you right now in Cameron Parish, those conditions are quickly going downhill. Now, it does look like there's some emergency vehicles along the Calcasieu River Bridge right there. I'm not sure what they're doing, but still the roadways are clear. If you are one of those last few that want to get out, Go west. Go towards Houston. You will get out of the way of the storm a lot faster if you go west than going east. If you go east, those bands are going to get you by the time you get to Lafayette, and you don't want to be driving when you start to get tropical storm force gusts. So go west if you're trying to get out of Lake Charles.
All right, we're going to go now to KPLC's Ryan Street, KPLC's Jillian Quarter. We're going to see if we've got that ready for you. We're going to pull it up here as soon as it's available to us. And she's live now. Go, Jillian.
Wednesday night, this would be a bustling intersection, Ryan Street at Preon Lake Road. And right now you can see just one vehicle behind me. Very few cars on the road here in Lake Charles, which the sheriff says is a good sign. Maybe that means more people actually heeded those warnings and evacuated this area. We hope that that's the case. If not, we hope that you're safe at home. So again, Ryan Street at Preon Lake Road, and it's a ghost town. It truly is. Very few cars on the road. All the businesses seem to be closed down, boarded up. They're heeding that warning for sure. We're going to go on a little walking tour here. Billy Navarre, right? This is their used car lot, normally full of vehicles. They did move most of those. We still see 2 vehicles sitting out there, but most closed or moved out of the way at this time. Again, all the businesses in this area. A few cars, there's a truck passing by now, a few cars still on the road, but a lot of people seem to have heeded that warning. Some people want to ride it out, want to try to ride it out. We'll see what happens there. But the sheriff's still warning people that if they can get out, to get out. It's 7 o'clock now, though. That curfew is in place right now, 7 o'clock. So soon, if you're out on the roads here, someone might be stopping you and checking to see what you're doing out and about. Because again, 7 o'clock, it is starting to get dark. The winds are really picking up here. We felt it just on the interstate earlier. You could really feel the wind starting to pick up. We've got our camera locked down pretty sturdy because things are really moving around here, and also a few raindrops coming in too. It's been relatively dry since late this afternoon. No rain, just a little bit of wind here and there. In fact, it was deceivingly calm. It almost seemed like a normal afternoon here in Lake Charles, but things you can tell are taking a turn. The clouds kind of moving around a little bit more, that wind speed picking up for sure. And again, no one out here on Ryan Street here in Lake Charles. Of course, many of the businesses, they all look like this, boarded up, sandbags as well. Really heeding that warning, trying to keep their businesses, their property safe. So we really hope that you're all taking that warning as well, and that at this point, 7 o'clock, it is too late to get out of town. That weather is going to be coming in and pretty quickly. It's going to be getting dark very quickly here. So we want to make sure that you're at a safe place, whatever that safe place is, high and dry. Find that safe place now, and we hope that you can stick it out here. But again, a ghost town all through Lake Charles. That's what we've noticed by riding around today. So we hope that those people have found their safe place and are staying safe for sure and staying off the roads. Again, 7 o'clock, the curfew is officially in action. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And that was Jillian Quarter reporting live from Lake Charles. She was on Ryan Street showing us some really tranquil conditions all across southwest Louisiana, except along the coast. Right now it is very quiet. There's really not much going on. You have the last few minutes. Like I said, things are going to quickly go downhill, probably coinciding with sunset. The winds are going to pick up, and the heavy rain bands are going to increase across the area. Let me bring in one of my favorite people, and Teresa Schmidt. We worked together. It was about 4 or 5 years ago. But Teresa is here with me right now. We're in Baton Rouge. We're with our sister station, WAFB in Baton Rouge. And Teresa, take it away.
Thank you. And so right now, we have Ryan Buryak on the phone. He and his family are not in Cameron right now, but Ryan is the state representative in Cameron Parish, and before that, he was the Cameron Parish administrator. So he grew up there, and we're going to get his thoughts on this situation right now. First of all, Ryan, how are you holding up?
Well, Mr. Risa, I think it's been an interesting week. Each storm brings its own new and unique set of issues. Laura had represented nothing different when you also consider Marco's potential impact. I think I would be remiss if I didn't first commend our residents, businesses, local appointed and elected officials who have just been as informed and engaging with the public as they possibly could be throughout this ordeal. So I want to say thank you to all of them.
Okay, so Ryan, I know that there were many lessons learned after Hurricane Rita, and I know that some of those were used to build bigger, stronger structures. Tell me what your thoughts are about that, and I know some of them managed to survive when Hurricane Ike hit in 2008, and if you have any thoughts at all on, how they're going to do in this particular storm, whether you expect some of them to go ahead and manage to withstand this.
Well, of course, we hope those mitigation features come to fruition. And we receive those benefits to have a lasting and resilient community. I think we did see some markers between the reconstruction period immediately following Rita, prior to the landfall of Ike. And so my hope is that those mitigation features that were put in place actually help the resiliency of our area, of our coastal livelihoods. And so, Mr. Reese, I'm the eternal optimist, and I just, I can't think that some of those measures didn't work. So I'm still holding out that we could still have some resemblance of what we knew once before.
Well, I know that Cameron Parish population never came back up to what it was before Hurricane Rita. I mean, how many fewer people live there now, and what do you think is going to happen after this as far as perhaps people, avoiding the coast because of this potential danger?
I think we do have some difficult days and weeks ahead. The recovery period is not going to be easy. It will most certainly be trying and cumbersome. But I think if there were any group of people that could pull themselves through this, it would be our friends and families in Southwest Louisiana.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, is there anyone still in Cameron Parish?
I can't comment on that, Mr. Reese. I don't really have any up-to-date information, and I would hate to comment on something without having all the facts in front of me.
What are your plans immediately following this storm?
I think we have to engage our state and federal officials. I think that from a local perspective, we have tried to prioritize what our immediate steps would be across a couple parishes, as I do represent Vermilion Parish also. So working with the police juries in both of those parishes, all of our mayors in our local municipalities, getting an understanding of what their immediate needs are, what their long-term goals are, and then trying to articulate those in a manner that gets support from Baton Rouge, and D.C.
I mean, how resilient are they? Do you think they will go back and try to start over?
You know, I think every family has to make tough decisions on their own, albeit emotional, physical, financial. I think that most certainly home is home for all of us. I certainly hope that my three daughters can see the same Cameron that I enjoyed, and that helped raise me as best as that community could. Same thing for our coastal communities there in Vermilion, from Gate on Abbeville and L Point South. So, I think we have to take some time, allow those individuals to determine what's best for their family, and we'll go from there.
Well, you know, I think I'm right when I say, isn't Cameron Parish the largest parish geographically, and then I guess has the fewest number of residents? I mean, for people who have never been there, tell me what you consider so special about Cameron Parish.
Well, I think that my great grandfather thought it was the best place on earth. He didn't want to be anywhere else. He had lived through Audrey. He lived through Rita, and he went back. And I think there's something in the fabric of our people that can't be taught and can't be learned. It's there from birth, and it stays with us, good Lord willing, until we take our last breath. And so that place provides bountiful resources to all of it. They always said if you starve in Cameron, it's just because you were too lazy to eat. And so I think that's very true.
Yeah, is that, you know, what it is? I mean, the shrimp, the wildlife, all of the fish, the recreation, all of those things make it such a special place. Well, we're certainly all thinking about all of you who live in Cameron Parish and praying for the best and hoping that everybody will come through this, and just take care and let us know as soon as you start finding out, you know, what the storm has done.
Yes, ma'am.
God bless.
And good evening, Southwest Louisiana. Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton here now. Myself and Meteorologist Jacob Durham both made the drive over from the Lake Charles area, obviously evacuating our television station. Again, as I told you when we left, that I wanted you to take this as a sign of how serious this problem really is for Southwest Louisiana. Unfortunately, though, at this point, it's really too late to be doing this now in Southwest Louisiana. So let's talk about the storm itself. You can see Hurricane Laura here getting much closer to landfall. In fact, only located not too far off the coastline. The official 7 o'clock advisory now has winds of, let's clear that off real quick. There we go. Winds right now of 150 miles per hour. The air pressure continuing to fall down to 940 millibars. And those of you wondering about the Category 5 question, we only have 7 more miles per hour to go, and it could become Category 5, and that is definitely not out of the question. I know you heard both Zach, Ben, and Steve Caparata talking about the Category 5 issue a little while ago, about the number of storms that have done so in the past. and certainly would be noteworthy, but to be honest, even a strong Category 4 is very noteworthy as well to notice that that strong of a storm has gone through. And let's switch over to, there's a look at some of the warnings that are in effect. Obviously, hurricane warning is in effect for all of southwest Louisiana, so please keep that in mind. We'll pull up the radar though real quick, and I want to do this real quick. And now we can do that. We'll pull up the radar. That's the track. Again, landfall probably near the vicinity of midnight tonight, likely as that strong Category 4 hurricane. There's not a lot of time left for this storm to strengthen, though certainly a little window of time left. There's a look at the radar across southwest Louisiana, and pretty active going on to our here where we are located in Baton Rouge. You can see some pretty active storms going on over on the very edge. That's the outer band, but let's kind of zoom in a bit closer on the radar, and you can see some of the storms that are a bit farther south. We'll start here, kind of a radar tour, if you will, from near Lake Charles over to near Jennings and Crowley. You can see some of the rain there. That's light, but remember, anytime that it is raining, the wind is likely to be pushed down toward the ground, so do expect the wind to pick up when it begins raining across the area. Where you see the more yellow colors on the map, that indicates definitely some of the heavier rain that is around, and certainly you can see some of that around the Lake Arthur vicinity and all the way over into the Abbeville vicinity. We'll slide a little bit farther south yet, and we will see you can see some of the rain there near the immediate coastline. And let's slide over toward the Cameron vicinity real quick, and then we're going to go to Matt Houston here in just a minute, who is in Lake Charles. There you can see some of the rain that is in the Cameron vicinity, and please remember, things are going to continue to deteriorate throughout the night tonight. Things are going to get progressively worse with time this evening. And as I said, one of our reporters, Matt Houston, is in Lake Charles. He's actually at L'Auberge Casino. And Matt, take it away and tell us how things are going.
Guys, still very calm outside the Calcasieu River here in Lake Charles, but the wind has certainly picked up. In fact, when it really blows strong, we're in the parking garage at the L'Auberge Casino. When the wind really blows strong, it kind of makes a little whistling noise. It goes from one end into the other, and that's probably the eeriest sound you can hear because nothing else is going on at the moment. It's very quiet. The wind is blowing. You could see across the water on the river some of the stacks and flaring going on at one of the many plants in the area. Those flames blowing almost sideways as Hurricane Laura bears down on Lake Charles. Of course, you've got river water flowing much faster than it was a few hours ago when we got here, and treetops moving much quicker and a little more dramatically than they were a few hours ago. The wildlife around, birds flying and just getting away, just like most of the people have up until this point. I-210 and I-10 both very slow, no traffic on either one of them at the moment. In fact, I see one car on 210 and one on 10, which has pretty much been the case each of the time we've come to you from this spot over the last 4 hours. Things are just quiet, and everything around us, including us, waiting for them to get bad, waiting for the weather to get darker and for those clouds to really start to get lower and move faster as Hurricane Laura nears Lake Charles, coming up under the Gulf, smashing the coast and then working its way northwest into our area. And of course, we expect things to get pretty hairy overnight. We're expecting lots of rain, lots of wind, and potentially some damage. We're about 20 feet up where we are off the ground, off the Calcasieu River, inside the casino garage here. So we're not going to get wet from any potential flooding, but we do expect to see somewhat of a storm surge on the river as it kind of flows in and out in the area, and we'll be watching that and bring that to you. We've got some landmarks that we're looking at right now, and our eyes are on some posts of wood to see and show you exactly how high the water will get and where it's at tomorrow once this thing has moved all the way through our area. So we're going to keep our eyes on that as well as the treetops, and we'll watch for any sorts of wind damage, but we're going to stay here in this garage overnight and come to you as often as we can, give you an idea of what the conditions are like as they happen, as Hurricane Laura moves in and kind of blows through our area. Of course, we are expecting lots of damage tomorrow, and that will be really the lion's share of our work tomorrow, is scoping out what the area looks like should that storm be as bad as we expect and fear that it will be. But again, at the moment, blowing a little bit faster, a little bit stronger through Calcasieu Parish and up from the coast. but no rain. We haven't seen any rain since 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon. We got about an hour and a half of really strong, heavy rain beginning at 1 o'clock from that first band of the hurricane as it moved its way through. But since then, nothing. It was very humid for the last probably 2 hours, and then here between 7 and 8, it has started to kind of calm down a little bit and cool off. Again, another sign that things are moving in, and we expect that those temperatures will drop even more, and that is perhaps the only positive sign for us out here. And the only blessing in this weather is that the temperature is a little bit cooler because the humidity is gone now as that storm blows in. But everything else calm. It's almost like the wildlife is waiting for something to happen, waiting for that storm, waiting to move like most of the people already have. And that's certainly a good sign. We hope that most people are out of here. We'll be here inside LaBerge for the remainder of the evening. For now, we're going to send it back to you guys in studio.
Matt, and that really sounds familiar, Wade, as
Absolutely.
he's talking about how it's just very hot and humid, not much rain.
That heavy air feeling, yeah, for sure. Yeah, the very heavy air feeling, definitely, that's something we all know about for sure.
Right, exactly. And we're about, 6 hours?
I'd say about 6
hours
hours.
or so before landfall. Things are going to be quickly deteriorating, I would imagine.
Yeah, they definitely are. Yeah, things are going to go downhill with time for the rest of the night, so please plan to stay in your safest place where you're at and stay there for the rest of the night tonight.
Right. It could get scary. You know, it brings back memories of Hurricane Rita around this time, about 6 hours before landfall, and we were getting phone calls from people who had made that decision, unfortunately, to stay and ride out the storm.
Yeah.
It is too late, as Calcasieu Sheriff Tony Mancuso has said. It's too late now.
It's absolutely too late to think about getting on the road. Even though there's not a lot of traffic, you don't want to get out there and risk having a flat tire, having a wreck, and being stuck on the road, because trust me, that's the last place you want to be during hurricane force winds is on the road.
Now, what's interesting about Laura, Hurricane Rita was pretty much a wind event. This is going to be a wind and water event, right?
It's going to be both, yeah. It's absolutely going to be both. There will be a wind issue, there will be a storm surge issue as well. And so keep that in mind. It's a twofold problem.
All right. We have got Governor John Bell Edwards on the line right now. Governor, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us. As we're about maybe 6 or so hours away from landfall, what are your thoughts? How is Louisiana dealing with Hurricane Laura?
Well, you know, my thoughts are about the appeal that we made to people to evacuate, and of course now either they have or they haven't. But every time we got a new briefing on the storm, its intensity, its strength had increased, and so we're here on just a few hours ahead of the landfall of a historic storm in terms of just the potential that it has to be catastrophic. It's going to be a very strong Category 4 hurricane, sustained winds of 150 miles per hour at landfall, gusts of 180 miles per hour. And when the National Weather Service used the term today that it would have a storm surge that was unsurvivable, I mean, that's a real gut punch. So I do hope and pray people adequately prepared, heeded the directions they were given, and for the most part evacuated. So that's what my thoughts are tonight. I'm certainly praying for the people of Louisiana. And then tomorrow, when the sun comes up, we're going to see exactly how bad it was. And then I'm quite certain as soon as the conditions will allow us, we're going to be doing a lot of search and rescue across the parishes of southwest Louisiana. But this is a very, very serious storm. Quite frankly, one that most people alive in southwest Louisiana have never experienced. They're looking back to Hurricane Audrey in 1957 as the storm that most closely matches it in terms of the forecasted strength and intensity, the storm surge, the wind. And so anyway, it's gonna be a rough night for us, and then it's going to be a nasty storm until it leaves the state sometime tomorrow night as it exits up north of Shreveport and goes into Arkansas. So we've got a lot going on, and no shortage of prayers that we need to be making. And I want to thank you all for making sure that you're keeping people informed, even when you can't be in Lake Charles at KPLC studios. You know, you've relocated to Baton Rouge in order to make sure that you can get them the information that they need. So I appreciate y'all too, Cynthia.
What is going to happen as far as getting ground troops in there, so to speak, boots on the ground tomorrow, as far as assessing the damage?
Yeah, well, that's going to happen just as soon as it is possible to do so. Not just assessing the damage, but active search and rescue. We have the National Guard. I activated the entire National Guard for Louisiana. That happens very, very rarely. We have Wildlife and Fisheries. We have the State Fire Marshal's Office. We've got teams that are coming in from Tennessee and elsewhere, all focused on search and rescue because we want to be able to save lives to the maximum extent possible. So that's what will happen tomorrow. The damage assessments, quite frankly, they can wait a little longer. We got to be about saving lives tomorrow. Looking at and seeing if there are any additional nursing homes or maybe hospitals that have to be evacuated. We're going to be leaning forward to get that done. You know, it's going to be weather dependent on when we can safely get in there. But we are positioned tonight when it got dark. We're positioned so that we can get into the Lake Charles area, and it's not just Lake Charles. It's Cameron, it's Vermilion, it's Iberia, it's Jeff Davis, it's St. Mary, you know, Acadia. We're going to be all over that region tomorrow to try to save lives to the maximum extent possible, get people out and to a shelter and ultimately into a hotel room. And I do want to remind everybody that we're doing this under a COVID environment where we have this public health emergency. We still have an awful lot of COVID in Louisiana. And there's probably not more COVID anywhere in the state than there is in the Lake Charles area, based on positivity rates of tests that we've been seeing over the last couple of weeks. So we have to be mindful of that too. So there's no shortage of challenges, but Cynthia, my commitment is you will see, as soon as it is safe to do so, you're going to see a lot of folks on the ground doing search and rescue, trying to make sure that we're responding to the needs of the people of Louisiana.
All right, Governor John Bell Edwards, that certainly gives us a lot of reassurance. We want to thank you, and please, I know you're praying for the people of Southwest Louisiana. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Cynthia. Appreciate you.
All right, Governor. There you heard it, the governor assuring the people of Southwest Louisiana that there will be people on the ground the minute this thing dies down. We're talking about something that's going to be in the front door and out the back door perhaps in 12 hours. And they will have people not just merely to assess damage, but actually search and rescue. This is a very important part of any hurricane. Okay, Wade, you have something that you want to disseminate to the people about this hurricane? I'm looking at it,
Right.
and how far off are we? Are we like about 6 hours
I'd
away?
say 6 or less, probably less than 6, as it's going to make it'll make landfall, we'll say, in the vicinity of midnight, maybe an hour or two earlier, but it's somewhere in that vicinity, an hour or two later.
And isn't that the scariest thing?
Oh, at night.
It's always, and unfortunately, it seems like that's how it happens each time. You know,
it's-
with
it's-
Reed, it was like about 2:30 in the
was,
morning,
yep.
in the dark of the night, and once again, that's when this is going to make landfall.
It is, yeah, and you know the sun's getting close to setting. We had a live picture a minute ago from. Do we still have that? Of actually from Cameron, the hurricane track. Okay, we saw it a minute ago during the governor. I like to throw things at people.
Throw them a curve
Okay,
here, huh?
so there's one from Port Arthur, Texas. You can see a camera shot there. Again, the sun getting very close to setting. Should be in within the hour, and obviously.
And people of Port Arthur are definitely going to feel the effects of this.
Yeah,
this is a big storm.
It is absolutely a big storm. They will definitely feel the effects. It's going to be windy for sure over there. Of course, they're inside of a protection levee, at least part of Lake Port Arthur is, but definitely going to feel the effects of that for sure. And there's obviously still people. We see people actually driving up at the moment. So And you know, I heard you talking to the governor. You know, both you and I both drove over here at the same time. You were following me here to Baton Rouge, and it was interesting to see the number of electrical trucks, power trucks that were heading west along Interstate 10.
Military vehicles.
And we saw National Guard as well. So there's already being things are being deployed, putting in place. Looks like already. So
Right.
hopefully that will help the cleanup and recovery. But we know from our experience with Rita, that's going to be a long-term thing. You know.
And you know, one of the reasons why we always tell people to get out if you can, you know, it's definitely to save lives, but it's such a long, arduous task after the storm.
Absolutely, yeah, because
No power, no water, and we don't know how long this is going to last.
yeah, and there probably won't be any stores to go buy things you need. And there's that shot, Cynthia, that I
That's what
saw a
you're
minute ago.
asking for.
That's actually in Cameron. That's just east there of the town of Cameron.
Look at all that
The
water
courthouse
already.
would kind of be in the background there. The new Cameron Parish School Board office would be kind of behind our camera. And yeah, you can definitely see water is already covering Highway 82 there. It's not very deep at the moment, but remember, that's only going to get worse with time.
We saw an interesting story from Matt Houston last night, who's down in Cameron Parish, and he was doing a story with some of the people who own camps along Holly Beach, and they were talking about the fact that Holly Beach is pretty much a new Holly Beach. Every structure that you see there, it was not there because Hurricane Rita wiped out everything on Holly Beach.
Yeah, there was nothing left but the foundations and a few pilings here and there.
Are
really.
you fearful that it's going to be the same thing again, over again?
Unfortunately, I think it'll be a very similar scene, I'm afraid. Yeah, the elevated structures, sure, were elevated, but unfortunately, we're dealing with 15 to 20 foot surge, and most of those are either at that height or maybe even less. And remember, there's waves on top of that, Cynthia, so you're going to have wave action pounding those buildings, and water being pounded like that is just like a wrecking ball. The weight of water is just powerful, the power that water has. So unfortunately, I'm afraid we are going to end up seeing a similar scene to what we saw after Rita.
Hopefully we won't have any fatalities. We were lucky.
hoping,
we were
yes.
very lucky with Rita. And I think we can attribute a lot of that to the fact that 3 weeks prior, we
Katrina.
had just experienced Hurricane Katrina. And I
Absolutely.
think that put a fear and an admonition in people that they got out of harm's way.
Absolutely.
And hopefully people did the same this time around.
I'm sure hoping, and you know, that's why I'd been stressing the last 2 days that this storm could strengthen. It could do a rapid intensification. You may remember Monday and Tuesday, and I will admit, I had some folks on Facebook giving me a little pushback on that idea, thinking that, well, that's way more than what the official forecast is saying. And unfortunately, you know, in the Gulf, a lot of storms do this, where they rapidly intensify. And it's not something models handle sometimes, but it was one of those that was always in my mind of being worried about of a rapid intensification. Of course, I never would have anticipated bordering on Category 5, but a rapid intensification nonetheless.
It's a knocking on the door.
Definitely
at
happening,
Cat 5.
and it won't be. It's not far from that category, unfortunately. And you know, whether or not it does, it's only a matter for the history books, because the result's going to be the same. If we were to increase that
Cat
7
4,
miles,
Cat 5, it's not that much different.
7
You're gonna
miles
still
different,
have
absolutely,
a
yeah.
lot of damage and
Absolutely.
destruction.
Most definitely.
You know, I was listening to you and Jacob earlier when you were warning people and trying to get them out, because that was that last window of opportunity. And you mentioned how, you know, you're never trying to make people afraid. You're never
Right.
trying to over sensationalize. But I just got to throw this in. I have done this for
Yeah.
39
Right.
years. And I have never been in a situation where it got so dire, the potential for death and destruction, that management decided that we needed to hit the road. We, as
A station,
meteorologists,
yeah.
reporters, anchors, I've done this 39 years, and we've never had to do that, not even with Rita. Well, with Rita, we did leave our facilities at 320 Division Street, and we went to St. Patrick Hospital's higher ground, fifth floor of St. Pat's. The fact that our management decided that we needed to do this, I don't know what more can let people know how serious this
Yeah,
is.
and you know, I tried to say that even this afternoon before we left, that, you know, if you were needing a sign, hopefully that was the sign you needed. If we,
If we're
and
leaving.
me and all of us, if we're deciding we need to go, then, you know, that's a good sign that it's not safe to be really anywhere, especially south of I-10. Now, there's a lot of folks north of I-10 I know as well. You won't have the surge problem north of I-10 in most places, but there's still the chance the wind is going to be still very major. The storm isn't going to just hit the coast and then just fall apart magically. So folks in Beauregard, Verne, and Allen Parish, you're not you're not safe from this. Please don't think that you're 50, 60, 70 miles, depending on where you are north
This
of the
thing
Gulf.
is going to go quite far inland,
Absolutely, yeah. They'll feel hurricane conditions all the way to Shreveport. You know, it may begin to weaken below hurricane status once it gets north of there, but that far north will feel hurricane force winds. So again, don't just think because you're in Vernon, Beauregard, or Allen that you're magically safe from this. That's not the case. So it's going to be very windy overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, unfortunately.
Okay, for the most part, when we were leaving Lake Charles, it kind of looked like a ghost town.
It did.
Even last night after the 10 o'clock news, as I made that trek south of town, it was pretty much a ghost town. But you know there are still going to be some people who decided to ride out this storm.
There are.
Do you have any words for those people who are there? Because they can't go anywhere now.
Yep.
What do you tell them?
You know, I'll repeat the same thing that I did earlier this afternoon when I was on TV trying to make that point clear, but please treat this as if it was a tornado. You know, when we have severe weather, we tell you go to an interior room. Think the same thing for this. But when conditions deteriorate to the point that it sounds really bad outside, you'll know what I'm talking about. Later tonight, you'll want to get to a safe place, but please do that now. Please don't wait until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning and think about that. Do it now. So what you want to do, find an interior room, preferably bathroom, closet, something like that. Think of something without windows and as many walls between you and the outside of your home as possible. And we're looking at the picture there of the I-10 bridge in Lake Charles. You can see there appears to be a wreck there on the, that would be the eastbound lanes that's heading toward Lake Charles. Actually, it's heading toward Westlake, sorry, on the westbound side. You can see the going on there. But for us, again, find that interior room, bathroom, closet, without windows. Take a mattress with you if you have, preferably a smaller one, small as twin or full, something like that. But even if it's king,
Something that you can use for protection.
you want to put it over you is what you would do. This would be during the height. This isn't something you have to do now, but have it in there already. So that way you've got another layer of protection. If you have a bicycle helmet, take that and put that on as well. You want to do that because that would give you another layer of protection should the building you're in fall while you were in it. One other thing to keep in mind, I've urged people, make sure you have snacks in there. You want some bottled water and snacks because you're going to be in there for a few hours. This isn't a tornado where it's 10, 15 minutes and you're done. Also want to think about keeping your phone charged. Take an extension cord in there. That way you can continue to watch our live stream on our First Alert weather app. And finally, I would encourage you to take a hammer or crowbar. And I know this may sound morbid, but think if the building collapses around you, you may need a way to kind of pick your way out.
Need some of those tools
it's
to
kind
be
of
able to break through.
I have one with me. I had it in the truck. I was going to bring it into the station with me in case we were even in that situation.
Yeah,
that's
always
how
be
serious.
prepared.
That's how serious I am about that. So.
All right. Well, Wayne, we're going to toss it down to Cinnamon Cornell, who has the OEP director from Cameron Parish on the line, Danny Laverne. Cinnamon?
Thank you, Cynthia. All right, Danny, we're on the phone with you. This is Danny Laverne. He is the Cameron Parish OEP. Danny, now you were just telling me that you were on the phone with the sheriff and with the police jurors. Can you just tell me what that conversation was like?
Now we're trying to get a game plan about after the event takes place and how we're going to deal with the aftermath and get our plans in action and try to get a timeline on what needs to be done.
Now, Danny, again, you're in Cameron Parish where there was a mandatory evacuation. I was told earlier by your assistant director, Ashley, that there was roughly at least over 100 people that remained in the parish. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, and that's very sad to say. This process started with a voluntary evacuation on the lower part, and we made it mandatory lower Cameron Parish, and we made it all the entire parish. we exhausted all resources to try to get everyone to get out the parish. Social media, sheriff's office that went door to door. The ones that refused to leave, we took down names and addresses and contact information. We use social media. We even use elected officials to get on a personal webpage to enhance the message to the people. And I'm very sad about the fact that the people refuse to leave. That's a lot. Chances are somebody's not going to survive this. And the ones that stayed behind are in the communities that are most in the most deadly zone. Hackberry and Big Lake. We had two or three down in Johnson Bayou. This doesn't make any sense to me. So it's very sad. We're going to come into some very somber days and weeks to come. I'm very heartbroken over this.
Now, Danny, I know you being in your parish and obviously being in a close-knit community, as we're getting closer to that hour for landfall, Ashley mentioned you'll have about 150 people there that refuse to leave. I mean, at this hour, what would you say to those residents that are listening right now and are preparing for this landfall?
Now, one good thing I knew, probably about 20 has changed their mind about midday and they left. But some of them just want to weather it out. I mean, some's going to survive, no doubt. And they'll have stories to tell, but the ones that didn't make it, and their families will have stories to tell. It's very sad.
And Danny, I'm here with Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton. He has a quick question for you, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Danny, how's it going?
Hey, good. I'm tired.
I hear you. Me too. Hey, I heard you telling Cinnamon here that there were folks that are staying. Do you know, are they in, some of the elevated structures that have been built since Rita and thinking that they're safe because of that? Or do you have any idea on that?
And some is not. I hate to say that some is an RV camper. They're not going to survive.
No.
And the ones that they got a better chance, the one that elevated and, they compared to Rita, and I'm like, this storm, it doesn't compare to those two, except that it's going to be greater.
Yeah.
It's something we've never seen, and you just can't convince them. It's very heartbreaking.
And Danny, I know Ashley mentioned that, y'all are on standby for when after this storm hits to have search and rescue, sent out to people. Is there roughly a time that y'all are ready to send people out after this storm hits?
Well, we're trying to look at the forecast to see when the weather condition will be, safe to go out, and we try to tell them that it could be 72 hours, even longer, before we can make it to if they need any help. We experienced that in Ike and in Rita, that people refused to leave and had to do search and rescue. And, they all have regrets, but then you get a different generation that thinks they can beat the storm. But with the water, you have to use watercraft to get down there, because the water's going to stay at least till high Friday and into Saturday. We'd have to use some type of high water vehicles and watercraft. So, and then when the winds die down, but we're not going to risk our lives for people that made bad decisions.
Yes, sir. And Danny, let me ask you, where are you and the rest of your team riding out this storm this evening?
Well, right now, the Cameron Parish Sheriff's Office, they bunkered down in Allen Parish in Oakdale, and me and Ashton, and we're right here in Lake Charles.
And Danny, before we hang up, is there just anything else that I didn't ask that you just really wanted to communicate right now?
Yeah, one more plea. They got a short window to leave, especially the ones on the north side of the parish. Get out, please. Just get in your vehicle and just keep on driving. You still got about an hour before the rains will come, and you can still drive in those tropical force winds, but please find better shelter.
Hey, Danny, one more question for maybe somebody at Johnson Bayou or Holly Beach that maybe wants to decide now. Is the Ellender Bridge open to traffic?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, it's open. Ellender shouldn't be closed. Then you got the Kelso Bayou Bridge also.
Right.
But I hadn't got any word that anything was closed.
Okay.
The only bridge that is closed on the Grand Lake is the Grand Lake Pontoon Bridge, but the Black Bayou Bridge is still open, and that's the designated evacuation route.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I thought that was the case, but because we have a live picture out of Cameron, just right there near the school board office is where it's at, and there's already water on the road there, but it looks like it would be passable if someone wanted to try and get out.
Exactly, yeah, because it really higher than that. It was on some high tide days because I seen the video just about 15 minutes ago. Yes, it's all passable at this time. Yes, it is.
Well, Danny, we appreciate you. We appreciate your time. We know you're very busy. Please stay in contact with us. We want to keep your residents informed as much as we can throughout the night. So please just stay in contact with us, and thank you again.
Thank you very much for the outreach.
Yes, sir. All righty. Be safe.
All right, good night.
Again, that was Danny Laverne. He is the director for Cameron Parish OEP. Just mentioning how there is at least 100 residents in Cameron Parish that refuse to leave. We're praying for them. We are hoping that they're listening right now and staying with our coverage. If your power does go out, if you don't have service, just remember that we do have our 7 News app, our weather app as well. Those are definitely some resources you want to have. We are going to toss over right now to Rania. She has Billy Vincent on the phone.
Thank you, Cinnamon. I'm speaking with Billy Vincent, who's the Community Relations Manager for Acadian Ambulance here. The ambulances, if I'm correct, Mr. Vincent, are still running.
Yes, we still have ambulances out. Once the wind speed would go above 50 miles an hour, we would shut down operations until it would be safe to resume those operations again.
And sir, is there a specific time, or how are you monitoring the wind speeds?
We keep up with the weather through the National Weather Service and as well as the state office and our local OSEP offices in the individual areas to make sure that we have accurate information for all areas that we are currently providing services.
And sir, will you be sending ambulances to all of the coverage area? I know we are seeing wind speeds and weather pickup in Cameron Parish. Are we still sending ambulances to all of the 5 parishes?
Yes, we still have coverage in all parishes around Calcasieu, with Calcasieu, Cameron, Beauregard, Jeff Davis, and Allen, and we still have services in all the surrounding parishes around there. We're still fully functional in every area that we cover.
And sir, all of the emergency rooms, of course, are open as well.
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, all emergency rooms are still open and are still running with their normal services. Obviously, as things change, that would be updated and that would be made public as well.
Sir, after the storm and after, I guess, the 50 miles per hour winds pass, how soon do you guys get on the road?
Oh, immediately. As soon as we're given the green light, we start responding to any calls that may have come in that we could not take care of during that time frame and start taking care of those at the exact moment we're allowed back on the road.
And sir, in terms of power outages, what's the best way to contact you?
So the best way is to always call 911, and they will make sure to get the appropriate resources en route to you, because sometimes an emergency just isn't us. We may need other resources to get to where you're at, and 911 has the ability to multi-dispatch all needs to you at once.
And sir, are we expecting a delay due to the inclement weather? Are there more ambulances out?
Oh no, if needed, we have resources that we can pull from the state to augment any response that we may have, so we don't see any shortfall in any assets or needs that we may have to respond to this event.
Sir, how does the pandemic really alter your guys' emergency procedures? I know for some of the emergency rooms, you have to still wear a mask if you'd like to go in.
Yes, so we still make sure that we wear the appropriate PPE for any call that we may have, and as well as responding to any facility that may require a certain level of PPE. And then if we're doing evacuations and we have COVID patients, we make sure we have the appropriate PPE for us to transport those patients.
And sir, you also mentioned that there are sometimes due to the power, there are certain, for example, medical devices that could run also out of power. Do we communicate that to you?
Yeah, so if someone is dependent upon electricity for medical devices or something like that, and they lose power, they need to contact 911 immediately so that we can make sure that we get them the appropriate resources to get them picked up and relocated to a location where they'll be able to use those medical devices again.
And sir, again, with the weather, it's just the wind that affects you guys, correct?
Well, yeah, obviously the only other thing that would affect us would be flooding of roads, and we would have to, if there was no other way around another route, then we would get with the local emergency rescue services to provide us with a rescue mission to get to the individual to provide the care needed.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there anything I missed you'd like to add?
There's nothing that I can think of. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We have Jillian Quarter next in Lake Charles on Ryan Street.
Hey guys, here in Lake Charles at the lakefront, you can see that the rain is really starting to come down. It's starting to rain all over Lake Charles. We've been driving around a bit and those winds are picking up too. We're out here at the lakefront. This is a popular fishing spot for those that aren't familiar with it. Right here, just below the seawall. You walk down a few steps. This is where normally people are fishing, and you can see the water is lapping up over the edge. I've got a light here. I don't know if you can see that very well at all, but water already lapping up over the edge here. And of course, this isn't a greatly uncommon thing to see in downtown Lake Charles whenever we have some heavy rains, but this obviously water pushing in because of this storm, and this is expected to get a whole lot higher, far over my head in this particular position. In fact, 9 to 13 foot storm surge from ground level on the street. So really something to look out for. Again, water already coming up over this area here at the lakefront in downtown Lake Charles. Not a lot of people on the roads. It's always good to see, especially now. It's after 7 o'clock. That's when that curfew set by the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff. We talked to Tony Mancuso earlier. We're in fact embedding with them. We're going to be staying with the sheriff's office all night tonight, seeing this thing through. And he was pleasantly surprised that more people did evacuate today. He yesterday was very nervous that a lot of people were not heeding that warning, were not getting out when they had the chance. And today he saw a lot more people this morning getting out, getting on Interstate 10, heading north, heading east, heading west, wherever they were going. They were getting to safer ground than being here in Lake Charles. So that's really good to see. Again, very few people out on the roads. We have still seen some traffic, some people here and there who are going to be riding this thing out. Hopefully they're finding a safe spot tonight, because again, this still would be the calm before the storm. It's just drizzling right now. The wind picking up here and there, gust of wind, water lapping over this, but imagine this a whole lot higher and a whole lot higher over the road too. So it's something definitely to keep in mind. Be safe if you're out on the roads, because the rain is starting to come down, which means water is pooling on some of those roads that usually collect water. And if you're from this area, you know which ones those are. Ryan Street, Kirkman Common, East School Street, you know which of those roads are going to hold
going up, no doubt about it. That water level is going to rise, and it's likely to begin rising very rapidly. And of course, the power is still on as well, so as long as there's power, we'll be able to judge that water depth, I think. But unfortunately, as we all know, the power is going to go out at some point in this storm, so we will lose probably being able to see much of anything with that. But
and you know, when you look at that water rising so quickly, that's why it's so disheartening to hear what Danny Laverne had to say about, you know,
the folks still there.
100 people over there decided to ride out the storm.
Yeah.
And you know, sometimes it's just that Cajun way. You know, we feel that we're resilient and, you know, we can survive through anything. But it's really unfortunate that people decided to stay.
Yeah, really anywhere in Cameron Parish, to be honest, but especially at the coast. That's the one that's the most disconcerting to me, that someone would think it's okay. This strong. If this was a Category 2 or 3 storm, you might, and I stress might, be okay in that, but this is not a Category 2 or 3 storm, as we know.
And storm surge is the most dangerous aspect of a hurricane as far as death.
Right, yeah. Storm surge is the one that's the biggest killer, because a lot of people get trapped in their home. You know, if you stayed in your house and then the water starts rising, you don't have anywhere to go. So you have to start going up. You get into an attic maybe or something, and then, you know, if you get to that point and it keeps coming up, what do you do? And that's the problem with storm surge. That's why I've tried to stress, you know, for the last 2 days that this was going to be worse than Rita. So use that as a judge. And unfortunately, yeah, surge is the biggest issue. Wind is a problem too. I don't want to make too much light that it's just wind, because, you know, when we're talking the amount of wind that we're dealing with, that still can cause catastrophic damage to homes, and maybe not just the wind itself, but it can cause trees to fall. And, you know, during Rita, that seemed to be what caused, I'd say, a lot of damage for sure. Were trees that fell.
Dominant force.
That was the dominant force. But this storm is stronger than Rita. And here we will have trees that cause damage, yes. But because we're up to 150 mile per hour winds, we're into the level now where you're potentially destroying homes just with the wind, with nothing else involved, not a tree, not a tornado in a storm. It's the pure wind that could destroy. Because think about this, if the wind gets into your home, it has to get out somewhere. So if it breaks a window or knocks a door down, that wind gets pushed in, and it's kind of like a balloon. You know, you blow up a balloon and you keep blowing it up and eventually it pops. Well, that's what's going to happen to a building, your home or whatever. Once the wind gets in, it's got to get out, and usually that's through the roof, and that's what usually forces a roof off. Maybe if you're lucky, it's another window on the other side of the house.
In my situation for Hurricane Rita, I had the fortunate situation. At the time, I didn't think it was fortunate. I was devastated.
Right.
But it totally blew my front door off. Double doors that were deadbolt.
Right.
Just blew it off the hinge, and from what you guys explained to me, that was kind of a good thing, because that wind, that it needed to go somewhere.
It needed to go somewhere. So yeah, let's do kind of a little recap here, Cynthia. We are at the top of the hour, or just after it now. If we want to pull up our weather graphic system in just a second. At first, you are looking at the I-10 bridge. You can see what's going on there. There still appears to be a wreck or something going on there. There has the right lane block that's heading toward the Westlake vicinity from Lake Charles. But there's the latest advisory. Of course, Hurricane Center updates things every hour as a storm like this makes landfall. And you can see winds now sustained at 150 miles per hour. That part's not different. The part that is different, notice that last line, the air pressure continuing to fall, now down to 937 millibars. And I'm going to put this into play over here real quick. And there you go. You can actually see the storm as it's making its progress, getting closer and closer to land. That eye still very well defined. I don't see any great signs of any problems that are going to cause this to weaken quickly. And of course, that window of opportunity is growing short. But the fact that that air pressure is now down to 937 millibars is concerning. That means this is still a strengthening storm right up until landfall. And that just means, yeah, 150 now. That still leaves open that window of opportunity for this to potentially become a Category 5 hurricane before it makes landfall. And, you know, Cynthia and I were talking a minute ago, you know, really it doesn't matter if it does that or not, because the 7 miles per hour difference to go from where it's at now to Category 5 really doesn't matter at all. To see the difference between that is not going to change anything at all. The damage is going to be the same, storm surge will be the same. The only thing that would be different if it were to go to Category 5 would be the history book notation, that this would be interesting in the fact that Category 5s are relatively rare, and to have one make landfall would give a note in the history book, if you will. So please don't think that, well, if it makes it, that makes it even worse. Sure, it is a little stronger, but very little difference between where we are now and where we are at Category 5. If this had another 12 hours offshore, I would be even more concerned that it could continue its strengthening progress right up until landfall. But thankfully, we are about 6 hours or so. In fact, Jacob Durham is here as well, and he did a little math a minute ago. It's about 80 miles or so offshore at roughly 15 miles per hour. That's about 5 hours from making landfall. So here we are at 8 o'clock, so that would put us at about 1 a.m. or so. That's still pretty close to right on time with what we have been telling you the last couple of days. You can kind of see at the bottom of your screen the line. It's definitely making more of that northward motion now than what it was earlier. Earlier, it was making that northwestward motion, but late this afternoon, it definitely made this more northward jog, and it's likely to continue moving north. But you remember, I know I was on still at the KPLC studio around 2 o'clock and told you these little rain beginning to fall in Lake Charles, but we'll head offshore and show you what's going on there. You can see the eye. Let's do the math again on that, Jacob, and kind of show folks from Cameron to the coastline to the eye. You can see now about 76 miles or so. That is still roughly about 5 hours. Just shy of that is how long before that will make landfall. But let's do the width of the eye again, and you'll notice we did this earlier, and it was 40, I know, the first time I asked you to do it. Then we were down to 30, and now we're down to about 25 or less.
Yeah, it's still decreasing in its size, which is just kind of adding to the fact that this storm is strengthening. It's got a more concentric eye around, so that is definitely allowing this storm to strengthen, hence the reason our pressure is now down to 937 millibars.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be shocked if those winds do go up, but like you said, it's not going to make a difference 10 miles per hour here or there. You're not going to be able to tell that difference.
No, not at all. And let's actually measure from right over here near the Rockefeller, which is, of course, the parish line between Cameron and Vermilion offshore to where the eye is. I know that's a shorter distance, and you can see the edge of the eye only about 50 miles or so offshore. And of course, remember that area that is shaded in that dark red coloration right near the top of the eye, that is where the worst weather is located. That's the strongest weather. That's the strongest winds that are located there. So we still got a little time before things are going to really go downhill. Things are going to get worse with time in Cameron. It'll be a kind of a gradual process at first, and then things rapidly get worse exponentially with time. It's just going to be a very quick thing once we get, I'd say, in another 3 hours or so, probably, say closer to 11 o'clock maybe, for those in Cameron. For those few of you that have stayed in Cameron, things probably aren't going to change much in the next 1 to 2 hours at least, and then definitely getting worse much more rapidly with time as we head later on tonight. So that's kind of the reset of things. I've been watching the Hurricane Hunter plane. They're out there as well. Actually, 2 different planes are out there surveying the storm. They'll continue to do so as long as this storm is over water. Once it's over land, they will stop doing that since we don't need their services once it's over land. We'll have some of the land-based reporting stations to help as long as they stay up with power. But once again, the dangerous Hurricane Laura getting closer and closer to landfall and likely to make a landfall sometime later on tonight. Again, likely sometime just after midnight across southwest Louisiana. So I'm going to bring in our reporter, Ashley Joseph, and she has Vinton Mayor Kenneth Stinson on the phone. So come on in, Ashley, and let's hear from Mayor Stinson.
Yes, so Mayor Stinson, thank you so much for joining us. First, just tell me where's your location right now.
I'm actually in City Hall in Benton.
So you're riding out the storm. Kind of give us an update. Tell us what are the conditions looking like as Laura closes in on the Benton area.
About between 4 and 5 o'clock, we had one of those squall bands come through, and it dumped a pretty good amount of rain. I'd say probably a half to 3/4 of an inch in a pretty short period of time. But since then, we haven't really had anything but just some sprinkles. In fact, the sun came out, and there was a rainbow. It was really one of the prettiest rainbows I'd ever seen. But we know the worst is coming, but right now it's just we have a light sprinkle outside. I just walked outside before you called me.
Gotcha. Now, of course, we've been preparing and keeping the public informed on all of the preparations leading up to Laura. Kind of tell us what did those preparations look like in the Benton area? Were there shelters set up? Did you guys provide resources for people to get out of there in time?
Well, the parish did, Calcasieu Parish did, and we were very grateful for that. They came out with buses and picked those people up that wanted to leave, took them to Burton, and then they were, taken from there to other shelters. We didn't offer any shelters here because of the situation that we were in. We were urging people to leave. Yesterday, the news wasn't quite so bad, so a lot of people were deciding to stay, but when things kind of started ramping up and the storm looked like it was going to, intensify, a lot of people did leave. I would say we probably 50% of the people stayed, 50% left. I'm just guessing right now. Our police department did reach out on Facebook and ask those that stayed to contact them and let them know, so in the morning when we go out, we can go be checking on them and making sure they're okay.
For sure. Have you guys had, what's it been like call-wise? Have you guys gotten any calls within these last few hours here from residents who may have stayed, maybe thinking they made the wrong decision? Kind of, have you guys performed any search and rescue efforts at this time?
No, ma'am, we have not. Our police department, our fire department are both manned very well for this situation that we're in. They've been out and around. They have come in and started parking at things because, as you know, when the wind reaches about 40 miles an hour, they're going to hunker down so that, they're not injured or whatever. So when the time does arrive that they have to do any kind of rescues or go find people or help people, they'll be able to.
For sure. With the projections of the damage and the strong force winds that Laura could bring to this area, kind of talk to me. I want to talk to you now a little bit about storms in the past. Southwest Louisiana is no stranger to storm activity. Kind of talk to me a little bit about your biggest concerns concerning Laura and kind of what was some of the recovery efforts due from the last hurricane or the last major storm that we saw in Vinton. Kind of talk to me about what are you most concerned with given with this storm?
Well, Rita, I guess, was the last major storm in 2005, and this storm is following pretty much the same path and a lot of the same characteristics. We do our own electric here in Benton, so really electricity is my biggest concern. We're going to have a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down, that we're going to have to get out there and get the roads cleared and get the power back up. In Rita, we were out about 2 weeks on power, so I'm hoping it won't be that, but we don't know right now until we see how this thing comes through. Also, water. We just want to make sure there'll be damages and water will be coming out of broken pipes. So we want to get out in the morning and shut those off and make sure that we keep our potable water supply up and running. Other than that, it's just the safety of the citizens also. Those that stayed, we want to get out and make sure they're all okay. and make sure there's no injuries or anything else.
For sure. Any last words for those residents that that did stay, Mayor Stinton? Kind of take us into the atmosphere right now. You are one of those who are planning to ride out the storm. Kind of tell me what's your state of mind right now?
Well, I'm not going to mince words. It's scary. With the increase in the speed and all that, I'm concerned. I'm concerned for our community. I'm concerned for those people that stay. I ask the people to just stay in their house, stay in the center room with no windows. Just do the best you can and know that our people will be here. But during those times, we're not going to be able to get out and help them. We're not going to be able to put our people at risk to come out and help them. But as soon as the weather permits, our fire department, our police department, our public works will be out, and we will be doing everything we can to help our citizens.
Again, thank you so much, Mayor Stinson, for taking the time out to speak to us. If you don't mind, we'll definitely want to keep you on standby and check in with you later on just to see what the conditions are looking like there in Vinton. Thank you.
I doubt there's going to be any sleeping tonight, so call anytime.
Thank you. And now we'll turn it back over to Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton.
Yeah, and continuing to watch the latest radar picture here with respect to Hurricane Laura. It's been a long couple of days. I was almost going to say tropical storm, Cynthia, but Hurricane Laura, and somebody correct me if I say a wrong name too, because it's been a long couple of days.
Certainly understand.
Yeah, we've both been there, haven't we? But yeah, you can see the radar picture here, and let's do another tour. We'll start here. Let's show those couple of rain bands that are moving through Lake Charles first. Meteorologist Jacob Durham is here helping out as well. Of course, earlier you saw Ben Terry and meteorologist Zach Fradella. We appreciate his help from our sister station, WVUE in New Orleans. Really appreciate having the help. And of course, we really appreciate all the folks here at WAFB being so hospitable to us to allow us to come over and take over part of their newsroom. But there's the rain. You can see some very light. Good news, it is just light rain, but it is rain nonetheless all the way along I-10 from Orange to Lake Charles to Jennings and all the way over to Lafayette. But I know it looks light. You might be saying, well, that's nothing. Well, still, even if it's light rain, it still can push stronger winds from a little higher up down to the ground level. But as you can see, coming up from the bottom, let's move a little farther south there, and you can see the kind of more yellow colorations coming into the southeast corner of Cameron Parish, the southwest portion of Vermilion Parish. That's a little bit heavier rain, and that's where the wind is going to be even stronger yet. That's probably where the strongest weather is at this moment, is there in the southeast corner of Cameron Parish. So places like the Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge over to all the way over to near Grand Chenier, and things are going to begin to go downhill even around the Grand Chenier area very soon as well, and you can see that as well. And of course, if we widen back out and kind of go offshore, you'll notice that the stronger storms, there's some stronger storms. Actually, can you stop the loop there real quick, Jacob? And actually, you can see some of those heavier bands, the darker colorations there. Let's kind of measure those if you don't mind, Jacob. And we'll actually show how far those are off the coastline as far as the distance is concerned. Keep going, over to your right. There you go. Nope. That one, there we go. See, those are only about 10 miles off the coast. Now, they're going to keep moving in a westerly direction, but they're getting closer and closer, and we begin to see those darker reflectivities, as we call it here in meteorology, those darker colors on the map of the radar. That's where you have the stronger rain, the stronger wind is going on in those specific storms. So when those begin to move ashore, expect it to get very gusty. Winds could gust over 40, 50 miles per hour as far as with those specific storms. And of course, it'll only get worse. You can see at the very bottom of the screen, that really dark red, that's the eye wall, that's the northern eye wall. That's where you're going to have the really, really, really bad weather. And again, that's not too far off the immediate coastline either. There you go. You can see you might measure it from the bottom up, and it might do that a little bit better, Jacob. There's a banner in the way, and there you can see. I'll estimate at about 50 miles offshore is how far that's offshore. And Cynthia, I know you have someone on the phone.
Yes, I do. I have my compadre, John Bridges.
Yes.
John, what do you have for us?
Well, good evening, Cynthia and Wade. I'm in Sulphur. I just popped in to check on the house real quick here in the neighborhood, and I'm about to head back to the Sulphur Police Department. KPLC Assistant News Director Rhonda Kitchens is also stationed there with me.
So you guys are going to be embedded with the police there?
Right. They are at City Hall, and there's a crew of Public Works employees as well as police, fire, marshal's office gathered there. They're ready. They're answering calls now, but whenever the situation gets to where the winds are too high, they won't be able to go out. They'll just have to stay there until the next morning. They're planning to hit out on the road as soon as the storm clears and see what needs to be done.
So you've checked on your home, everything is okay. What's going through your mind? You know, those of us who were able to, hightail it on the interstate and make it here to Baton Rouge out of harm's way. What are you thinking right now, John?
There's a lot of things going through my mind. First and foremost, I see all the people that have either for whatever reason are still here. And myself included, but I'm in a special area where they will take care of me. But I really fear for those that are in their homes by themselves and who maybe have never gone through something like this before. It's scary. I've heard several people talking about being in a home during a storm like Rita. There's a lot of noises. It's pitch dark. Especially, I've heard of several people who are by themselves. And that concerns me, and so I go. That's first and foremost in my mind. The second is that, my goodness, we just did this with Rita, wasn't it last year? No, 15 years ago. So,
yeah, it doesn't seem that long, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And I'm trying to remember. A lot of people are doing the same thing, trying to remember what worked, what didn't work back then, and try to learn from those experiences in helping us deal with what we're dealing with tonight.
Yeah, well, we're about 6 hours away from landfall. John, you guys be safe over there. I know you're going to be embedded with the police department there, and they're going to take good care of you, but please stay out of harm's way.
We sure will, and I just wish the best for everyone who's listening, who's still here in the area, and we'll be with you all night. KPLC will be with you all night, so we'll be your friend.
All right, stay in touch for us. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Cynthia. Good night.
Thanks. Good night. Be safe. I tell you what, it's incredible. It's incredible hearing about it from Cameron Parish.
It is.
From Danny, about people who decided to stay, and now John tells us the same thing in his neighborhood in Sulphur. And we can only hope the best for them.
Yeah, that's all we can do at this point. Yeah, because it's too late. Yeah, it's really too late to really think of getting on the road because the biggest problem would if you tried to get on the road. I know you might be seeing that radar picture and thinking, well, boy, it sure isn't raining a whole lot. Maybe it would be okay. In a normal sense, yes, you might. But my fear at this point is if anything goes wrong. You have a flat tire. You run out of gas because finding gas is a problem. You and I ran into that. You wanted to stop for some fuel, and you went to 2 stations that did not, and then finally the third did.
Finally, third time's a charm.
And this is over here. That was just outside of Baton Rouge along US 190. So I know it's a problem in Lake Charles. I know I tried last night and had to go to probably a dozen stations to find gas. So that's a problem. And wrecks. There could be a wreck that could cause problems too.
I've got a phenomenon that I want to ask you about as I watch that. Of course, this is a big storm.
It is.
And we're talking about Southwest Louisiana. But people in Lafayette, I know there are a lot of people in Lafayette who decided that they weren't going to leave.
Yeah.
Are they going to get the brunt of this storm, or are they going to get a lot of it?
They're going to feel a lot of it. And I know some friends that went to Lafayette to ride it out, which is better because the storm surge isn't going to be as much of a problem. So from that sense, you're okay. But yeah, you're still, Lafayette's there. If you kind of move down, that would be about right there on the screen. And yeah, you're still going to feel at least very strong tropical storm force winds, maybe even near hurricane force winds, especially gusts. Gusts to hurricane force are still going to happen in Lafayette. It's just we won't be talking about these triple-digit wind speeds that most of our viewing area is going to see, but certainly yes. And of course, anytime you talk about winds tropical storm force or so, that's enough to cause power outages potentially. So, that's another problem to think about. So those of you in Lafayette, I would expect there could be power outages, probably more sporadic than Southwest Louisiana.
All right, we're going to check in with Lindsay Thompson, who has Gregory Hennigan on the phone, and Gregory is with the Golden Nugget.
Hey, Gregory, can you hear me? All right. Well, first, I just want to ask you what kind of things you're getting prepared for the impact of the storm at the Golden Nugget.
So we've basically removed any object that can be turned into a flying projectile, so to make sure that none of our windows are broken. We've also boarded up many of our doors on property and sandbagged as well to try to keep out any storm surge. So we feel that we're pretty ready.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of damages are y'all concerned about? Y'all are close to the water over there. Are y'all concerned about the storm surges or the wind, or what's the most concern you have right now?
Really, the storm surge is our biggest concern. So we're sitting about 12 feet above sea level. Some of the maps that we've seen have indicated that the surge may exceed that. So that's our biggest worry, because water just does a tremendous amount of damage.
And are there any plans for guests in those lower rooms in case of flooding? What are y'all's emergency protocols in that aspect?
Yes, so we've set up laundry carts in our ballroom filled with blankets as well as water. So if there's any danger, if any guest has a window blown out or their rooms start to experience storm surge, we'll get them to the ballroom and they can ride out the rest of the storm there.
And do you believe the Golden Nugget is a sound building enough to sustain a Category 4 hurricane?
I believe so. It's pretty well fortified. It's being the newest building, it was built to the greatest standards. But once you have that storm surge, once water can get in, it's tough to fight a surge anytime.
Mm-hmm. And can you just tell us what you're seeing right now, since you are in the path of the hurricane? What you're seeing right now and what your main concerns are for yourself?
So right now, when we look outside, it's still relatively calm. We really aren't, it's breezy, but with very little rain, and we aren't seeing much at all. But obviously as the night progresses, we expect to see a lot worse. So we'll be up, we'll be ready to help guests, and we've got a pretty good team here. So we hope for the best.
All right, and I just want to thank you for speaking with us today, and you stay safe, all right?
You as well. Stay safe as well.
All right, now I'm going to toss it back to Cynthia.
All right, and we've got some information from DOTD. We just found out that the Interstate 10 westbound has been shut down from the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge to the Texas state line. Once again, I-10 westbound has been shut down from the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge to the Texas state line.
Yeah, absolutely, Cynthia. You can understand why this storm is increasing in intensity and is still moving up from the south, and it's going to be affecting areas right along I-10 heading westbound. It's not safe to get out and travel. We've been telling people it's already too late to evacuate, and this just goes ahead and kind of adds to what we've been saying as they have shut down the westbound lane. I guess eastbound is still open, but we are still going to continue to track these heavier rain bands moving in from the south as Laura does approach the coastline once again about 5 hours away from landfall. So we're definitely going to be tracking very strong winds moving through Cameron Parish. Now you can see those heavier rain bands making their way through our region, and only the worst still to come as the eye wall begins to make its way towards southwest Louisiana towards the Cameron Parish coastline. If we kind of take a look a little bit closer into Cameron Parish, you can take a little bit a closer look, and you can see some of those heavier rain pockets moving through the Grand Chenier region, pushing back up into Cameron Parish as well. And as Wade alluded to just a minute ago, some of those heavier rain bands, those dark oranges as well as those reds indicating some of the stronger storms, they're moving onshore, and this is all pushing all that water onshore as well. We took a look at the Cameron coastline just a little bit ago in downtown Cameron, right there near the motel, the gas station that is along Highway 82, that has been since covered with water.
It's been rising quickly.
And it's been rising quickly. As you mentioned, we've been watching it here live, and that is continuing to show just the power of these winds pushing all that surge in, and it's only going to get worse as we head through the overnight hours. So you might be dealing with tropical storm force winds in Cameron now, but give it another hour or two and we're probably going to be dealing with more of those hurricane force winds.
Conditions going down. When we saw Jillian earlier in Lake Charles, and just quiet and peaceful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hardly any rain, but those looks can be deceiving.
Exactly. That's the thing. We've been looking in Lake Charles and kind of talking to people, and the guy we just interviewed from the Golden Nugget, he said that it was, calm and peaceful out there. And so don't let your guard down if you're still in Lake Charles. I want you to go ahead and know that we are expecting hurricane conditions, and we're going to be seeing that coming up relatively shortly. Right now, we're still expecting a 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock landfall with this system, so it's something we're going to have to continue to watch. But yeah, I know we talked about a couple people still left in Johnson Bayou towards Holly Beach. If you're there, you need to be in the interior part of your house right now and hunkering down.
All right, we're going to have Cinnamon Cornell come on with us because she's going to talk to somebody who's got some information about shelters in Beauregard Parish, right?
Correct, Cynthia. I'm on the phone with Deputy Greenman out of Beauregard Parish with Homeland Security. Now, Deputy, you gave me a call because you said you had some important information in regards to available shelters. We are live here with plenty of residents watching. Please let us know what they need to know in regards to shelters in Beauregard Parish.
Yes, ma'am. We have currently reached our capacity at the Pinewood Elementary Shelter here in DeRidder, and had to open up a secondary shelter at the First Pentecostal Church here in DeRidder, which is located at 120 Malone Street. That shelter is also starting to reach capacity, and we will be shutting that shelter down within an hour. I would advise the citizens, if you have not evacuated yet, then you need to go ahead and start taking shelter in place now. Time is definitely running out.
Yes, sir. Now, do you have a time frame of when that second shelter that you mentioned will be shutting down?
Again, we are starting to reach that capacity, so probably within an hour.
Now, the two shelters that you've mentioned, how many people were y'all able to take into that first shelter that you mentioned? It's at capacity. How many people are there?
75. We're trying to stick with the guidelines for the CDC recommendation because of the COVID situation.
And that second shelter, when it's at capacity, how many people will be there?
75 as well.
So 75 at both shelters. Now, as you mentioned, in the height of this storm, while we are going through this right now, we also have to be aware of COVID-19, of the pandemic. What has that been like with just navigating that along with the storm?
We have officers at these shelters, and we're trying to maintain that social distancing. We haven't had any issues at this time with that. Everything's been running real smooth. Most of our people who are sheltering in place, or sheltering at these shelters, they're elderly, and like I said, they're really doing a great job doing the job out there and keeping that social distance.
And Deputy, the people that are coming to these shelters, obviously, here within the next several hours, the storm is going to be making landfall. How long do you expect the people to remain at these shelters?
We are going to hold them until the wind starts receding below 45. We are going to reach out to GOSEP and try to get them out of here because we're expecting quite a bit of damage within our parish, and trying to get state to assist us with that.
Now let me ask you this, when that second shelter reaches capacity here pretty soon, do you have any recommendations for anyone that might not be able to make it to that shelter and are seeking another shelter? Do you have any advice for those?
No, ma'am, I do not have any advice for them yet because we do not have any other shelters. The secondary shelter was our last step that we can take. I just want to tell everybody that go ahead and start taking shelter in place now.
Yes, sir. And is there any other important information at this time that you think the residents of Beauregard Parish need to know?
No, ma'am, not at this time. Just pray for all of us.
Yes, sir. We'll do. Thank you, Deputy Greenman. I really appreciate it. And if there's any further updates, please just let us know.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alrighty, sir. Be safe. Bye-bye. Again, that was Deputy Greenman out of Beauregard Parish just talking about very important information in regards to shelters out there. He is reminding people that that secondary shelter will reach full capacity here very quickly. They're taking 75 people total at that secondary location. So if you are in need of a shelter, please, please, please go there.
All right, thanks a lot, Cinnamon. Appreciate the coverage on that one, and good to hear that information as well. There's a look at the radar one more time, and you can see those rain bands continuing to move closer and closer to the coastline. Some heavier rain, which again, we're not concerned about the amount of rain as much here, but remember, when you see the heavier rain showing up, that's an indication of where the stronger winds are occurring. So again, I cannot stress enough, things are going to go downhill at a slow pace initially, and then at a very rapid rate, things will go downhill in Cameron Parish. And again, if you're watching us in Cameron Parish, you're one of those that have decided to stay, it's just too late to think about leaving at this point. If you're north of there, there's a very minuscule window left, maybe if you really wanted to do it. But at this point, I think it's worth saying you need to plan on staying in wherever you're at. Find that safest spot in your home. And I can't stress this enough. Maybe if you just started watching this, what I recommend is treating this as if it was the tornado idea. The most center point of your home, wherever you can get, usually a bathroom or closet would be even better, but sometimes those are not in the middle of your home. I realize that, but you may want to sacrifice having a window versus not if it's the smallest part of your home. And the idea here is a small room, if the roof comes off, the walls usually collapse when the roof comes off of a home, the walls are unstable and they'll fall. So if you're in a small room like your bathroom and the walls were to fall, odds are they're going to hit other things besides you in it, meaning they may hit the other wall on the other side. It may hit some of the bathroom appliances like the tub, especially if you have a cast iron tub. Remember, even a steel tub. Remember, that's another layer of protection in there. And of course, there's pipes in the wall, which doesn't provide a lot of protection, but it adds maybe a minuscule amount of strength to the walls. But again, it's the idea that if the walls fall, they could hit each other instead of fully collapsing on you. Any children out there that have witnessed my school talks in the past, we go over this a lot when we talk about tornado safety. So again, this is kind of just a huge tornado is a good way to look at this, because the strength of this is really stronger than most of our tornadoes that we would experience. But again, an interior room in your home, go there. A bicycle helmet, something like that if you have one, put one on. That just provides another layer of protection. If you are in your home and things fall, there could be debris flying. If you have that helmet on, it protects your head somewhat. And take that mattress with you. If you can get a mattress in there with you into the bathroom or whatever room you choose to ride this out in, the idea of the mattress is it provides another layer of protection, something that would protect if things are falling or being blown around inside your home. And I also want to stress, please make sure you have a phone charger, because you want to have this. You want to keep your phone charged, because that's your kind of link to the outside world. You'll be able to watch us right here on KPLC on our First Alert weather app, our news app as well. So make sure you have that on your phone now. We will be simulcasting over on some of our FM radio partners as well, as long as those facilities stay up and running, which obviously we have no control over. The weather is going to dictate that more, but we will be over on the Town Square Media Group and Gator 995 and all of their group later on tonight, and probably even at this moment. I haven't heard from my friend Mike Swallow, but I'm going to assume if not, we're going to be on there very soon as well as far as information. And if you do go to that safe room, one more thing. Take a hammer or crowbar or anything like that you might have, if you have one. And the reason why, in case things do fall in on you, it would give you a way to maybe help pull or pry things out of your way. Because realize that we've talked to all the local officials. We talked to Sheriff Tony Mancuso. We've talked to all the other officials in other parishes. And remember, they're not going to send help to you until the wind subsides enough that it's safe to get their folks out there. So you're not going to be able to call 911 and say, hey, my house is collapsed around me, I need help. They're going to tell you, unfortunately, that you're going to have to wait. So, that's why having that ability, maybe if you needed to move things, you could. And again, I realize everyone may not have that, but even if you don't, maybe if you have something in your home that could work as a crowbar, which would be kind of like a levering device, you know, any sort of, you know, maybe a big lamp that has on a post or something like that to help. And you got some info.
Okay, I've got some information. We want to do a little correction here. We told you that Interstate 10 westbound was closed. We're just getting information that is incorrect information. They have not closed down that portion of the interstate, and that's good news, I guess, you know, for those people who might still be out there
Right.
trying to get out. So that information about Interstate 10 westbound being closed, that is incorrect. I-10 is still open east and westbound.
At least for now.
Yeah.
And I've heard some behind the scenes info that may be coming though.
Right,
so
but not
so we
just
will
yet.
keep you posted. I know there was a wreck there a little earlier. I think that might be where the confusion happened, is there was a wreck there, or at least something. There were some emergency vehicles on the road there, I know. So
When you were talking about the tornadoes, that's very interesting because that is a very prevalent part of hurricanes.
yeah, the individual tornadoes too. Sure, those happen inside of storms as well. And you know, when we talk severe weather, you've been here, you know, to see these too. When we see a cold front or something in the fall or spring, you know, we usually can pinpoint tornadoes a little bit better. Unfortunately, because it's a tropical system, we're not going to be able to pinpoint. And besides, I want you to be in your safe place anyway when this hurricane's coming ashore. So there's really not a need to really pinpoint them too much anyway, because
you know what's going to happen.
yeah, but they do cause the damage sometimes. You know, you can see those. I remember after Rita, there's a few spots that I remember south of town, not too far from the airport, where there was a swath of pine trees that were just blown over or snapped, and that was more than likely a tornado that went through that vicinity, not too far from your house actually. And those happen. They definitely happen in hurricanes, and each hurricane is different anyway. But each hurricane, some have more tornadoes than others. Mostly they're on the right side, but even that's not always the case. This storm looks like it has more of its weather on the east side. There's definitely less rain on the west side, but that doesn't mean that there's no wind. It just means there's less rain. You may remember this picture after Rita was near shore. Remember the southern half didn't have any rain at all.
Yes.
It almost looked like a half a hurricane, and there was something wrong. Well, it was just the dry air that was getting pulled into Rita kind of made all the rain disappear. It was a weird look. But just because there's no wind does not mean, or no rain does not mean there's no wind. The wind is still there. It is still an area of low pressure. The wind is spread out over the entire storm. It's not just in one spot. And you may be wondering why the radar looks like it does. You may say, well, hey, it looks like that thing you're describing, Wade, that there's only a half of this hurricane eye. Well, most of that is because the radar itself is, of course, based in Lake Charles. This one is the Lake Charles National Weather Service radar at the airport. So it is based there, and it's seeing the top half or northern half of the storm much better. The southern half is still much farther away, and the radar beam has to go through the entire storm to see here. Now, I might argue there may be some hints of some dry air trying to be pulled in too, but I think more of this is just the radar dynamics at play, that it's farther away and it just makes it look like it's not raining, or that this eye wall is only a half of an eye wall. We'll see when it gets closer to land, but even if it was just a half of an eye wall, that's still a very, very, very dangerous half of an eye wall to get through.
I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself.
That's okay.
Because, you know, the hurricane has not even made landfall. But I would like for you to address the situation that happens many times after a hurricane. For example, after Rita. Rita, of course, impacted southwest Louisiana. We had a direct hit, devastation. The southeastern part or south central part of Louisiana was not affected. But the day after
the surge,
the folks had to evacuate.
Yeah.
They thought they had made it through the storm because they were not supposed to be affected by Hurricane Rita, and they weren't because we took the brunt of it.
Right.
But the day after, they were packing up and having to leave. Address that.
yeah, and it's kind of part of the way the storm works. You know, the Gulf's being pushed toward the coast, and it's more packed closer to where the winds are the strongest near the storm. But once the storm moves inland, you've got this kind of swath there at the very bottom of your screen that's pushing up. Now, it's not as strong, but it's still strong enough that you get that surge. And some of that comes down to just the way our coastline works, because it's such a very shallow coast anyway, even across the entire state. So it doesn't take much to push that water
And to
into
swell
that
all
area.
those tributaries.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. So that's kind of where we stand as far as the radar is concerned on hurricane Laura. There you can see, once again, the close-up view of the radar, and you can see the center of circulation getting closer and closer. Let's do a quick measurement on that, if you don't mind, Jacob, while you're right there.
While Jacob's getting that, I'm going to do a correction to the correction. You're right. We initially said that I-10 westbound was closed, and we were told that was not correct. Now we've got a correction saying I-10 westbound will be closed right now. So it's happening now. I-10 westbound from the Atchafalaya Basin Bridge to the Texas state line. So I-10 westbound is closing right now.
Yeah, and not surprising to see that, because they just don't want folks on the road at this point, and it's going to get much more dangerous with time tonight as the wind begins to pick up. They don't want folks out there on the roadway. I asked Jacob to do a quick measurement on that, and you can see now we're down to 67 miles or so from the coastline of Cameron, or from Cameron itself to offshore. We're still moving at, what was our speed? We're still at 16 miles per hour. So it's hard to talk and do two things at one time. So 67 divided by 16.
15, sorry. But give or take, yeah.
So roughly, like I said, it helps when the phone cooperates, about 4.5 hours or so from landfall. So we'll continue to watch that. There'll be another update coming in about 15 minutes from the National Hurricane Center as far as the track and, more importantly, or not the track, but the wind speed and the air pressure, and we'll see how that is. We're going to turn it over to reporter Teresa Schmidt. Teresa?
I had received a phone call from somebody in the Lake Charles area who had already evacuated to a safe place and was concerned because one of their family members was still at work in one of the industries. And so I contacted Jim Rock, who is the director of the Lake Area Industry Alliance, just to talk to him a little bit about how this works and who has to work, and are people forced to work, and are people in danger, and that sort of thing. And so, first of all, he told me that he believes at this point that all of the plants have shut down and secured their facilities, and that they are ready to ride out the storm. Now, some of the plants don't have to have anybody there holding things down, but others have employees inside, and they call them the ride-out crew. And apparently they have to be there in order to, monitor things like the levels in tanks and that sort of thing. And so they have to have, I guess you'd call it a skeleton crew, kind of monitoring everything continuously, and making sure that everything is safe, and also making sure that ultimately when the storm passes that they can start up again. Now, of course, employee safety is very important for this ride-out crew, these people who have to be there to keep things running. He says that the people who are members of the ride-out crew are in buildings that have been rated for hurricane force winds, and of course they have food and supplies. But he says that that only involves a very few employees. We also talked a little bit about, what happens when the hurricane hits these facilities. I mean, we've all been horrified to see what it does to some of our homes and other structures. Well, he says that all of these petrochemical plants and the oil refineries have been designed to withstand hurricane force winds. And so these plants, after the storm passes, these plants should be there and standing ready to start up once the storm has passed. Now, I remember Harvey in Houston, and there were a lot of people who were upset about leaks and spills and that sort of thing. And so I asked him, do they think that we're going to have this kind of problem after this storm passes? He admits that whether that is a problem in our area will depend on the severity of the storm. In other words, on the wind speed and the storm surge. Damage is always a concern when they try to restart these plants, but he says what they do is they send in storm inspectors and anyway, they try to make sure it's safe, and if there are any repairs that need to be made, they do that before they attempt to start them up. So, back to you.
And we'll address this real quick. There is a tornado warning that was issued and thank you, Teresa. We will address, there's a quick tornado warning, but as I've told you, we expect these to continue off and on through the rest of the night tonight. And because hopefully you're already in your safe place anyway, since the weather is deteriorating, and we're not going to spend a ton of time tracking individual tornadoes like we would in a normal severe weather event, because you already need to be in your safe shelter anyway. So, but just a heads up, there is a tornado warning that is in effect for the southeast corner of Cameron Parish. That's for an individual thunderstorm or likely a little tornado that could be in those bands, but I expect more of these as these bands come ashore, moving inland from the Gulf of Mexico. It's very common to see tornadoes happen. They're usually very quick, short-lived tornadoes, or what we call spin-up tornadoes, but they definitely do happen. So again, just a heads up, that is happening. The southwest corner of Vermilion, southeast corner of Cameron Parish. There is a tornado warning in effect, but all of the weather will continue to deteriorate through the rest of the night tonight. Happening in Cameron now, and it will only get worse with time across southwest Louisiana. So keep that in mind, that things are going to continue to get worse. Let's pull up the track one more time, and we'll talk. Once again, I'm expecting an update sometime in the next 10 minutes or so from the National Hurricane Center. You'll see it because it'll change. It'll say advisory 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock. And it'll be interesting to see if there's a change in that pressure, which is now down to 937 millibars. Remember, the lower that number goes, the higher the wind speed. It's what we call an inverse relationship. So lower the air pressure, stronger the hurricane gets. And the reverse is true. We'll watch for that later on tonight. Once it moves inland, we will see the air pressure gradually increase, though we won't have as good a measurement of it once it's inland, because we can't fly the hurricane plane over land, because the way they measure that's with a device called a drop sonde. It's a tube. It's about this long that they launch out of the bottom of the plane, and then it has a parachute and it comes down to the ground. Well, obviously, for I hope obvious reasons, we don't do that over land because we don't want potential flying debris added to a hurricane. So they do not fly over the land areas. But there's the track again. It'll make landfall sometime in the vicinity of midnight. As we get a little closer, we might be able to start trying to do a little bit more direct math and maybe pin down a little bit more precise time. But remember, the exact time is really not important, because even at 20 miles wide, that's still a very large eye. As far as most hurricanes are concerned, it's smaller than it was earlier, but that's still an incredible eye size. That means you're going to be in that eye for potentially an hour, because it's moving at about 15, 16 miles per hour. So if you happen to be in the path where you get the eye, it could be an hour to almost 2 hours as far as in the eye if you were in the direct middle part of the eye. So we have reporter Rania Kaur. She's joining us now, and I'll let you take it over.
Thanks, Wade. I actually have Fire Chief Keith Murray from Lake Charles Fire Department on the line here. Fire Chief Murray, mind just telling me about the kinds of calls you have been receiving tonight?
Actually, so far it's been very slight. We've made a few down power lines, a couple of trees on fire, a few wrecks on the interstate, but as the night's gone on, it's kind of trailed off. We're just, our department is hunkering down and going to wait through the storm. Most people aren't aware, but we've made it in PSAs clear that whenever the winds get to 40 miles an hour, all public safety is going to stop running, and we're going to remain not running until the winds drop below that. So as we get closer and closer to the landfall, when the winds finally get to 40 miles an hour, we're going to stop running. But at this point in time, nothing really exciting has happened.
And sir, if you don't mind, will you be assisting with rescues here tonight?
Say that again?
Will you be assisting with rescues here tonight?
Tonight, there won't be any rescues if the winds are between over 40 miles an hour. Nobody's going out to do anything.
But tomorrow or after the winds?
Yes, whenever the winds drop below 40 miles an hour, public safety will start running again. And during that time, oh yes, Lake Charles Fire will have probably a lot to do with whatever rescues that have to be done. We don't really have a clue yet how much or what kind, but whatever they are, we're ready to do it.
And sir, have you been receiving calls from evacuees and or those that are mostly sheltered in place?
Actually, no one's making those kind of calls yet because the weather's not that bad. But during the day, we helped give people rides so they could evacuate, and the rest of them that are shelter in place, we've heard really nothing of it because the weather's really hasn't been that bad yet.
And sir, after the weather does pass through, are you expecting to see a lot of those power line fires or those house fires? And of course, many people have left. So will you guys be, I guess, putting out these fires as you see them, or how is it going to go?
Well, during the time whenever the winds are over 40 miles an hour until they drop below, we're not responding at all. But after that, Lake Charles Fire will be going out. And I've been here for almost 32 years, and I've been through quite a few hurricanes. So if we since I can't be a gypsy and tell you exactly what's going to happen, I can tell you that that what happens is there is usually always lots of down power lines and that type of thing, and lots of lightning type strikes and a lot of people stranded, and we just respond to all those we can. Usually it's very overwhelming. Sometimes we have to call for help, to come and get us, but some of the outside agencies that may be available, we do that through our local OEP. But yeah, we're going to stay out there and we're going to work and try to keep everyone as safe as possible and try to get everything back to normal as quickly as possible.
And sir, what advice do you have for people that are coming back and seeing those downed power lines? Should they call and report them?
Well, what happens is when people have those down power lines, whenever on a sunny day, a lot of times the truck will stay there with the line until someone comes and does it. Well, since it's going to, sometimes the energy workers are going to be actually working virtually for weeks. We will go out. We will assess how dangerous it is. We will flag it off. So if you see a down power line that has yellow flagging tape all around it, stay away from it. That means that it's live, but we couldn't leave a fire truck sitting there for days virtually waiting for someone to come and do something with it. We communicate with energy, let them know where it's at. We flag it off for the public to know that it's not safe to be around, and then just stay away from it.
And sir, if people contact you guys for help, what are you telling them right now?
Right now, we're still responding. It's not over 40 miles an hour yet. So what happens is during that time, if you're listening to the news and when you hear that the winds are at 40 miles an hour, public safety, if you call 911, 911 is going to tell you, hey, we're going to take your run, but no one's going to make it until the winds drop below 40 miles an hour. That's a standard policy across the board with Calcasieu 911 and all of the public agencies. That's not just us by far.
Thank you so much, Chief Murray. Is there anything I missed you'd like to add?
I would just like to tell people, just have faith. Lake Charles is a durable place. Lake Charles Fire, Lake Charles Police and Sheriff Department are there to help you, and we're going to do everything that we can to get through this. And I know that as a community, we're going to do the best we can, and we're going to be stronger than ever.
Thank you so much, Chief Murray. I'm going to toss it here back to Wade Hampton.
All right, thanks, Rania, and I'm good. Here's the latest information from the National Hurricane Center. This is the 9 o'clock update. Again, remember, we get these now every single hour from the Hurricane Center right up until this makes landfall. Advisory time, 9 o'clock. Thankfully, this is a little good news. Nothing has changed with this advisory, so that's a positive. Maybe we have stopped this strengthening process that has been underway really in the last 24 to 36 hours. This really started early yesterday morning when this became a hurricane and then rapidly intensified over the last 24 hours. The air pressure still 937 millibars, winds still at 150 miles per hour. Still bad news, but at least we're not getting any worse. Moving toward the north-northwest, still at around 15 miles per hour. Now, there will be a full update within the hour coming up at 10 o'clock from the Hurricane Center. That will update the track information, but as I've said, I do not expect anything major to change with this. It's going to make landfall in a couple of hours from now, and that's not going to change at this point. The only thing that would change maybe some of the issues once it gets north of here, but to be honest, we're not that concerned about that for us. Now, for those of you that maybe have evacuated elsewhere, let's take a quick look, kind of advance that, if you will, Jacob, real quick, kind of push this out in time, because I know folks have evacuated across a lot of area. And we kind of talked about this. Cynthia asked me a minute ago. Obviously, Lafayette. I expect the Lafayette area to experience conditions for sure. Here where we are located in Baton Rouge, we're still out on the edge with some rain bands. Yes, there's sporadic tornado warnings occurring in those. But farther inland yet, notice that's still up around Shreveport tomorrow afternoon, as quickly strengthening. I know it looks weird to go from a 4 to a tropical storm, but meaning it's likely to maybe begin to go from hurricane to tropical storm right there near the Shreveport area. But bottom line, if you're in North Louisiana, it's still going to be very windy starting probably early tomorrow morning before daylight, getting worse through the day. And as you can see at the very top of the screen, that continues even farther north, and there you go. I think you can pull it now. There you go. And you can see even across Arkansas by the time we head late Thursday into Friday. So I know some folks that went into Arkansas for the evacuation. Of course, you're much safer there than you were here because there's no surge potential, but there will be some lingering effects, and at some point it will become non-tropical as it crosses the Mississippi River out of Missouri, maybe across the Bluegrass State into Kentucky, and maybe even back out into the Atlantic Ocean somewhere near the D.C. vicinity. And by that point, there's probably not going to be much left to, at that point, probably tropical depression Laura. But bottom line, just wanted to show you real quick that the storm will continue north, but it will be rapidly weakening as it pushes farther and farther inland. And once again, there's the radar picture, and you can see definitely approaching the coast, should get closer and closer with time. And Cynthia, do you have something?
You know what, Wade? One of the amazing things about it, even before a hurricane actually makes landfall, you're already getting the questions from people who have evacuated about, well, when will we be able to return?
Right.
It is too early to tell you that. There's no way we can tell you that because we don't even know what the situation is going to be.
We don't know what we're going to return to.
We don't know what we're going to return to. We're going to have to assess things. For one, you're probably going to have widespread power outages. Perhaps, you know, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it could be weeks without power. And the question is, do you want to return to a situation where you're dealing with just extensive heat, no air conditioning? And I remember with Rita, it looked like a war zone.
It did, absolutely.
In Lake Charles.
And even those I know a lot of folks have, you know, their home generators. Those became popular after Rita because of Rita. You know, if you have one of those, you might be thinking, well, I'm going to be set with that. Well, yes, you might. But the question then is, what state is even your home in? Because we have to think even in that extreme.
Do you have amenities? There are people who had generators, but there were no stores. There was no place to get gasoline. There was no place to get groceries. So I'm telling folks already, because I've already been getting questions from people wanting to know, you know, when this is all over tomorrow morning, how soon can we return home? It is too early to tell.
Yeah, and I'll add something else to that, Cynthia. You know, even if you want to ignore all those problems, the other problem may be that there's still going to be storm surge flooding in places tomorrow, and it's going to take a while. We heard from Danny Laverne in Cameron Parish a little earlier this evening saying that, you know, it may take them a couple of days for that water to drop. I know after Rita it did. It took days because the water's got to funnel back down through a smaller inlet. The hurricane pushed it over land, but it can't push itself back over the same landmass. So it has to trickle out the little tributaries that go to the Gulf. So it's going to take longer. I expect maybe even along Interstate 10, there could be places that are flooded. One that comes to the top of my mind would be in the Bayou Den area where the interstate crosses over Bayou Den there, where they're working on the interstate in Sulphur. That area could be flooded and maybe flooded fairly deep. So those of you that thinking maybe I can get back first thing tomorrow morning. I've got a friend that actually needs to be back for reasons, but may have problems. And I already warned him that you may have to at least plan to go around that if you must get back, that there could be problems.
And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but if things are really damaged and destroyed, the utter devastation that we had 15 years ago, we had that situation where you weren't even allowed back into Calcasieu Parish for quite a while. You know, state police, actually DOTD, shut down any entry into Calcasieu Parish. You were not allowed to return into Calcasieu Parish. And, you know, just judging from how it looks like this storm is going to be, if we're going to have that kind of devastation, the same thing may be in effect again.
It very well could.
Where they will not even allow people to re-enter Calcasieu Parish. So let's just take it 1 hour at a time.
Yeah, let's focus on the now part, and then we'll get to that in the probably tomorrow in the after effect. I know
Yes.
you have something too.
All right, I've got Matt Felder. He's the Director of Communications at Lake Charles Memorial Hospital, and Lindsay Thompson is going to talk to him.
Hey, Matt. First, I just want to ask you, what are y'all's plans and what are y'all doing to prepare for the hurricane as it gets closer?
Well, the preparation for this hurricane began, earlier this week with ordering extra supplies, getting all that in from the Houston area as far as food supplies, anything medical supplies we could possibly think of. Right now, as we get closer to landfall, we're going around the building, trying to secure all exits, all doors, that type of thing. Anywhere where we could see maybe water, could possibly come in if it got real high. This is a very formidable building. It survived Rita. Parts of it have been here since the 50s and the 80s and that type of thing. So it has seen its fair share of storms. And now the staff is hunkered down, ready for the storm and keeping an eye on our patients.
And speaking of patients, how have y'all moved the patients around? You mentioned consolidating in one campus. Can you just describe what y'all have been doing to move patients around to get ready for the storm?
Well, the earlier beginning of the week, Monday and Tuesday, we tried to discharge all those that were deemed, able to be discharged. We do have two other campuses on the south part of town, the Archer Institute and Lake Charles Memorial Hospital for Women. And as we saw the threat for storm surge increasing out in that area, we were sheltering in place, but, little this afternoon, we saw that storm surge threat just becoming a little too high for comfort. So we moved patients from Memorial Hospital for Women, mainly women that just delivered today or yesterday, and babies that still needed some medical care. We moved those over here to our main campus. So all patients are at one centralized location with doctors, nurses, technicians, and all the medical equipment and everybody that they need to take care of them.
Mm-hmm. And what are your plans in case of major flooding with the storm surge predictions being so high? What are your plans to, are you going to move patients around again just in case the flooding does reach the hospital?
Well, no patients are on the ground floor, and it's the way this facility is set up. So no patients are on the ground floor, so we don't have to worry about that. The only people that we'd have to worry about is really staff that is on the ground floor, and we would just move up to the second floor. We don't anticipate it, getting any higher than that for sure. The way this building is situated in the part of town, this building is situated. So everybody, all the patients will be where they are, as anticipating the storm coming in. So no plans right now to move anybody around unless something really changes, but everybody is out of at least storm surge height.
Mm-hmm. And with coronavirus restrictions in place, a lot of family members are not able to see their loved ones, and those have probably evacuated. How can you tell me a little bit about how the families of patients are staying in contact with their loved ones right now in the hospital?
Well, the family can contact, the most likely know what unit their family members are on, and they can call that unit. I think we still have operator services at this time, so they can call and check on them, and the nursing staff that are taking care of those patients do know who to contact. That's something we've been dealing with since March, really, with not a whole lot of visitors coming into the facility, and so that's something we've kind of fine-tuned and over the course of the past 6 months is really keeping in touch with family members because they can't be here, and this is really no different. So we're in contact with those family members, and the people specifically assigned to those patients are keeping in contact, or the family can contact the unit that those patients are on.
Mm-hmm. And what right now is your biggest worry with the storm? Is there anything that could potentially happen to the hospitals to create strong damage? What is your biggest worry right now?
We would just be worried about, windows blowing out. During Rita, our atrium area lost some windows, but, nobody is in that area now. We've secured it. Nobody's going in there. Certainly no patients are in that area where there's a lot of windows. We do have generators that turn on as soon as we lose power from electrical lines, and so we hope that transfer, we anticipate that transfer to generator power to be immediate and to keep us through this storm. So that as long as our generators kick on and everything's good to go, we should just be able to care for our patients as we would have electricity just like anything else.
I just want to thank you for joining us today, Matt, and I wish you the best and stay safe tonight, all right?
We appreciate it. We appreciate everybody's thoughts and prayers for Memorial and the Lake Charles community, and y'all stay safe as well.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to toss it back over to Wade.
All right, thanks a lot, Lindsay. And overall, still watching Hurricane Laura getting closer and closer. Jacob's got the distance kind of there measured on the screen now, about 60 or so miles just off the coastline of Cameron Parish. Things are going to really begin to go downhill. You can see those darker colors there on the map. In fact, if you want to zoom in closer to southeast Cameron Parish, you can see that the darker, the red or magenta colors that are showing up there, that is where the winds are likely beginning to really increase. And that's not even the worst of the hurricane. I want to make that clear. It's just wherever you have heavy rain, that pushes the wind from higher up into the atmosphere down toward the ground. And in a tropical system, that means I would suspect winds there probably now 40 to 50 miles per hour, maybe even higher, especially gusts at times. In these tropical rain bands, you can always get very intense bursts of wind. I know even early today, around noon or so, I left my house for the last time and was heading up Enterprise Boulevard when it was raining in Lake Charles, and it was interesting just watching the tree action and the wind really whipping in some of those rain bands. And again, that was just a couple of showers. It wasn't anything all that prolific. And again, there is a tornado warning still in effect for the southeast corner of Cameron Parish, and Jacob's trying to click there on the map to show us some of the wind speeds. You can see the radar showing 50 to 60 outside of that warning. You may have to turn the warning layer off on that one, Jacob. We do apologize. We're dealing with a lot of new technology that's a little new to us. We kind of were thrown into this situation, and we appreciate the folks here again at WAFB for helping us out. We are using a weather computer that's not ours. Everyone, I'm sure you out there have little shortcuts you may have on your own PCs and whatnot. Well, same idea even with our weather system. We have little shortcuts in the way you do things, and it's always interesting trying to figure that out. But there we go, and you can see the wind velocity once again. Jacob trying to be able to plot, and you can see that the wind velocity there is still not wanting to cooperate for him. But I would estimate there anywhere where you see that green now, probably 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are certainly possible, especially being pushed down to the ground. Of course, the velocity from the radar is just that. It's where the radar beam's at, which doesn't represent necessarily the ground. But when we have those heavier rain bands, I'd say, yeah, it's definitely possible that there could be some gusts upwards of near 70 miles per hour. There's one at 73 there close to Rockefeller. So again, those could definitely be pushed to the ground, and please remember that it's only going to get worse as we go through the rest of the night tonight. And we'll continue tracking all that for you. Again, we're not going to focus too much on individual tornado warnings. Normally, you would see us doing that, but because, again, you need to already be in your safe place, I'm not going to focus on those too much. The only way maybe would be if there's a tornado warning well displaced where the worst of the weather's going on, but so far that doesn't seem to be much of an issue locally. It's more of an issue east of here, but things, as I said, will continue to go downhill fairly rapidly through the night tonight, and certainly we'll continue monitoring that for you as well as those conditions continue to get worse. And again, I just want to keep reiterating, please make sure you know where you're going to go in your home when things really do get bad later on tonight. You need to have that plan in place. You don't want to be running around while the winds are gusting to 100 miles per hour outside and be trying to figure out what you're doing. It's too late then. So do it now. Think about that. Hopefully you already did that even yesterday when I gave you this advice, or earlier today when we gave you the advice to find out where you would be going. And I will mention I did get a text message from Buddy Russ, who's over on Gator 99.5. He told me that we are now simulcasting on all of their radio stations as well, and will remain on those at least as long as either our television signal stays up and or their radio signal stays up, or any other links that are involved in that equation. But that's another way in case you lose, maybe you lose your your cell phone service. You know, that's certainly a possibility when power begins to fail. We may lose some cell networks in some places, which means you may lose your ability to watch us on our KPLC First Alert weather app, for example. But if you have an actual radio, and I mean the literal radio, not the app, because remember, you need something beyond the app, because if you have an app, you could watch it on our First Alert weather app. But find an actual radio, and you would be able to listen to that on the radio. Again, one of those would be Gator 99.5. That probably has the widest coverage, but also on 107 Jams, 92.9 The Lake, and 92.1 FM. So again, another way that we're trying to be here at your service to keep you updated with the latest information across Southwest Louisiana, trying to be on as many platforms as possible. That way, if you lose one, maybe you have the other. And of course, we're on television as well, the actual TV signal. But I do want to stress, I suspect that part may end up going out at some point, just because there's a lot of pieces involved in that. And especially if you're watching us on a cable system, remember, they may lose power at the cable company and or have line issues, and the cable system may lose service. So if so, then you would lose your TV. If you're watching us with an antenna over the air, you're more than likely to going to keep our signal for a little bit longer. But of course, then the actual power issue comes back into play. If you lose power, all of that is a moot point. So speaking of power, and since I'm holding it in my hand again, please keep your cell phones charged throughout this duration. Leave them on the charge now. And if you have one of those extra power banks, you know, I know a lot of people have those, the little skinny power bank that looks like kind of like the third of a size of a phone or something. You have one of those rechargeable battery packs. Keep it handy and keep it charged as well, because you can always plug the phone in to keep your phone charged, because as I said, we're going to be on the app, and that's a perfect way to stay up to date with us. We're going to be watching that and keeping you posted. And if you're looking at our Facebook page, I will stress we're busy on television, so please follow us here on the app and whatnot. If something happens to our signal and we know that we're not, we'll definitely try to update Facebook with more information. But I have a feeling to that point, you're not going to be able to see that anyway, because it means the cell network has probably gone out. Let's go back to the radar real quick there, Jacob, and kind of show you what's going on one more time to give a quick update here on things. We're at 9:16 here on this Wednesday night in Southwest Louisiana. Of course, we're in South Central Louisiana over in the Baton Rouge area, but this Wednesday, August the 26th, and you can see the hurricane getting closer and closer to land. No, I don't expect any at least appreciable changes that are going to happen to this forecast, unfortunately. I know a lot of people ask me, you know, hey, do you expect a last minute this or a last minute that, and I really wish I could tell you that answer was yes, but I just don't foresee anything that causes a last minute change of any kind to this situation. There may be some very minor differences by the time between now and when it gets to landfall, but those are going to be so minor that it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. This is going to be a very major hurricane. And now we're under, looks like, the 60-mile threshold. Let's, can you pull that up just a little bit? The banner is kind of covering that information up. There we go, right there. And you can see we're about 60 or so miles from Cameron to the center of that eye. And certainly getting closer and closer to landfall. And you can see some of those bands even now approaching the Cameron vicinity. Some of those heavier rain bands getting closer. I mentioned over around Rockefeller you could see some of those bands, but even into Cameron proper, beginning to see those as well. And they'll begin to spread west with time. Let's put that into motion, make it do a loop there real quick. And you'll see those bands as they pinwheel or kind of rotate around the center of circulation of Hurricane Laura. Those will ride right along the coastline. As Laura moves farther north, all of them will be pushed north. And I even see some lighter rain beginning to move across the Lake Charles vicinity as well. And things are going to begin to go downhill as that light rain transitions to more moderate rain and eventually to heavier rain within the next couple of hours as those rain bands move from south to north. As they gradually lift farther north, expect conditions to begin to go downhill. It's not going to be worst case scenario just yet. This is just going to be probably some gusty winds, yes, 20, 30, maybe beginning to gust upwards of near tropical storm force at times. But then things really get bad later tonight. For Lake Charles, Jennings, I think the worst weather would be well after midnight. At the coastline, it would be near or probably just before midnight when things really get bad for those of you in places like Johnson Bayou, to Holly Beach, Cameron, Grand Chenier. That's those of you there are going to feel the worst conditions first. Now, there may be very subtle differences on what those worst conditions are, depending on precisely where the landfall happens. But if you were watching earlier today before we left Lake Charles, I told you then that it really did not matter where the precise landfall point was, because as wide as this storm was, whether you're to just the left or just to the right, you still get impacts from the hurricane. It's just a matter of maybe slightly less on the left side or west side versus slightly worse on the east side of the landfall of where the eye goes. But again, rain is beginning to fall across the Lake Charles vicinity. So we got Cynthia Arcedo here as well, and we have, I'll let you handle that.
I'm going to find a microphone real quick, and I'm going to
I'm going to get Cynthia mic in just a second. There, it's right behind you, Liz. It's been a long day. It has been a long day already.
Until I can get a microphone.
But yeah, we're going to continue talking to several folks.
All right, folks, you know how it is. You've done this before. It's live TV, and we're here covering the hurricane. Julie Mesh, one of my cohorts at KPLC, but she's behind in Lake Charles, so we left you behind, Julie, but you're going to let us know what things are looking like right about now.
Yeah, sure. I'm hunkered down at my mom's house at the moment. We are off of Common Street and College Street, which is, I can hear Interstate 210 from here. So we're very close to 210. And right now, it's the wind is very calm. We've got a few sprinkles happening. It's just really quiet, the quiet before the storm. So
is Mom okay? Mom is okay? She's not nervous?
Mom's okay. Yeah, she got tired earlier, so I gave her night meds, and she's sound asleep. And I guess unless the roof blows off, she'll sleep through the whole thing, which is what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
Want the roof to blow off,
oh, God forbid, God forbid. Julie, you knew that you were going to be staying with your mom, I presume. What kind of preparations did y'all make?
Well, I made preparations several months ago for the pandemic and for any hurricane that happened. So I bought lots of non-perishable foods. Every time I went to the grocery store, I brought bottled water and gallons of water. I've got lots of cans of tuna fish. I've got plenty of food. So we can probably stay here for a month if we needed to.
That is
without having to have any intervention. Yeah.
And you know what? And that's smart.
Providing that, the structure that we in stays sound. And if things get bad, I guess we'll try and retreat to the cars if I can get my mom into the car. But yeah, so I think that we have all the preparations we need. My brother has set us up with a generator. So should we lose electricity, we'll turn the generator on and we'll be able to have some kind of electricity and contact with the outside world. So that'll be great.
Julie, let me ask you this. What kind of structure are y'all in? You're not in a mobile home, I would imagine.
No, we're not. The home that I'm in right now was built about 60 years ago by my dad.
Those were tough. Those were well-made buildings.
Yeah, it unfortunately has the asbestos siding on it, so I don't think it's coming out anytime soon. It's a pier house, though. The road that we're on is pretty elevated, so I do not think that we'll get any of the floodwaters in the house. So I think at the moment we are, I'm just kind of praying for, it's just the luck of the tornado, the high winds, it's going to happen. I know that's going to happen. We're all secure in the middle room. It's got no windows. It is in the center of the house. So I've got every blanket in there. I have every cushion that I can find. I have, I'm going to shut all the doors. I've got the deadbolts on the house. you know. So when it starts getting bad,
you
we're
know
gonna
all
hunker down in there.
all the precautionary measures to take. That's for sure. I know you were with us 15 years ago at St. Patrick Hospital, right?
Yes, I was.
So you
That was,
remember
trip.
that. You remember the horrendous sounds of the winds blowing from Hurricane Rita, and you know those touch and go moments where we thought the roof was coming off the building and everybody's grabbing for a mattress. So you know how to prepare yourself. You know how to get into that inner room and just have all of those cushion things available. And you know, when you talked about going into the inner area of the house, it kind of brought back memories for me when I was a kid growing up in St. Mary Parish. I always tell people my hometown was to Louisiana what Cameron is to Lake Charles, and we had a couple of rough moments where we got caught because they thought the storm was going elsewhere and at the last minute had to change. And I know what it's like for Dad to get us all together and huddled up in the middle of the room. So that's what you guys are going to be prepared to do.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I took advice of others, and inside the room I have an axe. I've got several hammers in case for some reason the structure comes down on us. We can try and, or I can try and get us out.
You've been listening to Wade Hampton, haven't
where
you?
I am. So if they can get to us after the storm, you know, I think I've done everything that I possibly can to weather it out here.
All right, but right now it's still quiet.
Yeah, it's still quiet. I just had a very small gust of wind. But
How about rain?
I'm walking around right now, and trees are nowhere near the house, so that's good. That's one reason why we stayed, is we don't have a tree that's imminent to fall on the home.
Okay.
There are trees down the road, and I'm quite sure that, you know, once this is all over, we're kind of stuck. We live on a dead-end street, so once the trees fall at the beginning of the road, I'm pretty sure we're stuck here for a while. But nothing, unless, you know, a tornado or something picks up something and throws it on us. I think we're okay with anything falling on us.
All right. Well, Julie Mesh, I certainly appreciate you taking the time out to chat with us tonight. We are praying for the best for you and your mom. Stay safe and Godspeed. And we will talk to you in the morning. I have faith in that. Thank you so much for being with us.
Give me a call. I'll answer if we still have a cell service.
All right. Thanks, Julie.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Julie. It's always nice to hear from some of our coworkers and friends there that are still in Lake Charles. I've been getting text messages from friends of mine as well that have stayed, and I've got a couple. We may even talk to a few of those later on tonight. I've got a few of those lined up. Greg, we will probably talk to those a little later tonight when things get really bad. I've got a couple that we may talk to, and if any of you are out there that have decided to stay, feel free to message me on Facebook, on my Facebook page, and at least please keep us updated, because we at least want to hear those firsthand information, firsthand reports of what's going on where you live, especially as it relates to, I sure hope you're not going to be telling me about surge issues, but at least maybe wind issues, because if you're telling me about surge, that means you probably have stayed in a spot that is not so safe. But if you want to message me, and maybe we can, maybe we chat on here on TV, but definitely I've got a few of those lined up. At least we'll like to hear those information, might relay that here on TV. Once again, there's the radar, and again, still tracking Hurricane Laura that is getting closer and closer to landfall. As Julie said, it was raining very lightly, I believe I heard her say, but very light rain. But certainly some bands are getting closer to the northern part of Cameron Parish and into the southern Calcasieu. You can see right there along the Calcasieu-Cameron Parish line, there are some yellow coloration showing up. That's still fairly light rain, yes, but it's heavier than what's going on to the north. And again, it's only going to get worse with time. And anywhere in these rain bands, the wind may briefly gust. I did hear Julie say that there were some gusts that happened briefly while she was even talking, that and that definitely will continue to be the case through the rest of the night tonight, that those winds will gust at times. It may almost look like there's no wind at all, and then it's right back. That is until the worst of the storm gets there, and then it's just going to be, it'll sound like a solid wall of just wind. It's just going to be incredible to hear, and I hope most of you out there are in that safest location that you can be. and just plan to stay there until it's over. I know the temptation, and since I know there are folks that are out there, the temptation may end up being to and there is a new tornado warning that was issued there for Cameron Parish. I see that, but once again, you need to be in the safe place anyway. So a new tornado warning was issued for portions of Cameron Parish, specifically looks like the Grand Chenier area, seeing a tornado. But my point, if the temptation may be later tonight, when the eye passes over, to go outside during the eye and look at things or whatever, go look to see. Trust me, I get it. It would be super cool. I hate to say that, but it really would be. I've heard the stories of what it's like in an eye. Please resist that temptation if at all possible, because it can go from calm to right back to 150 mile per hour winds almost immediately once the southern end of that eye wall comes right back over you. So the only good news, this is a relatively large eye. At least we're not talking about a very pinpoint sized eye, but still, I would urge you to resist that temptation. Just take solace that you're getting a little time without the wind, and be prepared for the second half, because a lot of times the second half of the hurricane can be worse than the first half, or at least it seems that way. And also, one thing to remember, those of you that are there still in southwest Louisiana, the wind is going to be from, let's use Cameron, and I don't see you right off the screen, so about 28 miles as far as the width of that eye. Those of you, let's say Cameron, Calcasieu Parish for sure, the wind direction is going to be easterly right now, and probably staying easterly through most of the hurricane. Then the eye will pass over, and remember, the winds are going to turn 180 degrees, and they'll be out of a westerly direction once the second half of the eye, or the other eye wall, moves across the area. So be prepared to maybe hear different sounds, that you may end up hearing the wind sound like one thing when it's that more easterly direction, and then it's going to shift. And also be prepared for different damage to happen. A good example of that in your home, maybe you have a tree on one side of the house versus the other. Maybe there's only one side where you have a tree. Part of that time, the wind's going to be blowing away from your home, pushing said tree away. On the second half, it could potentially push same tree toward your house. So just remember, there's a 180 degree shift in wind directions if the eye passes over your location. Now, there's going to be some of you that are not going to see the eye at all. That happened to us in Lake Charles during Rita. We never got into the eye. The eye of Rita passed over the very western portions of Calcasieu Parish over into Orange County, Texas. So where we, Cynthia and I, she's right here, we're stationed at the Christus St. Patrick Hospital, we never got into the eye. It was just the hurricane eye wall the entire time. That's honestly the worst case scenario, because you take a pounding not only at the beginning of the eye wall, but all the way through the side of it and then the back side, and you deal with shifting wind direction the whole time. You deal with easterly, then southerly, then southeasterly, or southeasterly, then to southwesterly winds throughout that entire time. So you really get almost worse damage that side on the very eye wall than you could if you went right through the eye. I can speak from experience. My parents experienced that in 2004 during Hurricane Charlie back home in Southwest Florida, where they never saw the eye. It was a super small hurricane to begin with. They stayed in the eastern eye wall the entire time and just really took a beating. The only good news they had was it was such a small storm that it was about an hour and it was done. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of good news for this one, because this is a very large hurricane. This is going to be a couple of hours worth of hurricane force winds, maybe as much as 4 to 6 hours worth of hurricane force winds in some areas. And even those 100+ mile per hour winds, probably going to be at least an hour, maybe 2 hours of even that. So this isn't just a short duration event and it's done. I know I've tried to compare this to a tornado in respects to how you should prepare, but please don't think it's like a tornado in that it's there and gone and things are all quote unquote kind of back to normal. That is not the case whatsoever. That things will definitely stay very bad for a very long period of time across southwest Louisiana. So be prepared. Those of you that have stayed, hopefully you've already thought about these ideas, but that's why I've said to take those snacks. That's why I suggested the snacks and water and whatnot if you're going to that safe location in your home, because you're going to be there for a while. This isn't just going to be a short event. You're going to be there for quite some time. And again, those of you that are still watching, no matter where you are in Southwest Louisiana, some of you not really seeing a whole lot of rain at all. Vernon, Beauregard, and Allen parishes, I really don't see much showing up on the radar here whatsoever yet, but we know it's coming. Even those of you farther north, the storm will be a little weaker once it moves inland, yes, but please don't be fooled into thinking that it's a rosy picture for you, because it's definitely not. It is not going to be an easy night tonight. Things will be a little later for you guys farther north, but it's still coming, and it's still going to be a very bad situation. And let's pull that radar down a little bit more, and we'll see the eye. And I mentioned earlier that I thought the southern half of the eye wall probably was more just an effect of the radar, and I'm beginning to see more yellows and even some reds trying to show up on the southern half of that eye wall right there, and I think that's more indicative of it's getting closer to the radar so it can see it a little bit better. Remember, the radar is based about right here at the Lake Charles Regional Airport, and the beam has to go out, and because of the curvature of the Earth, as the beam goes out in a straight line, it gets higher up into the atmosphere due to the curvature. So by the time you get out here, the radar is looking some 5 to maybe even 10,000 feet above the ground. So potentially the southern half of the storm is looking nearly 2 miles into the sky, so it's not able to see the eye wall as much. Plus, to be honest, it has to go through a massive eye wall on the first side. So the radar beam just can't see that as well. So bottom line, I think as we get closer to landfall, that this is going to begin to show up more and be indicative of a very bad situation that is going to be continuing across the area. Let's do the measurement again on that. We're going to try and keep folks posted on that, because I know those of you, especially in Cameron, want to probably know just how far away is this hurricane located from Cameron. And again, there we go. To the center of the eye, 55 to nearly 60 miles or so is how far away that storm is located. So getting closer and closer, moving at about 15 miles per hour. So that's a little more than, say, maybe 3.5 hours from now, and we are at 9:30. So that's still pretty much on time, 12:30 to 1 o'clock. So we'll be watching that and keep continuing to track this throughout the night for you here across Southwest Louisiana. Again, just because we're not there at home in Southwest Louisiana does not mean that we're not going to track this for you. We're still at your service here to keep you posted as well as we can. And I realize many more of you are probably watching us from elsewhere. I certainly hope the majority of folks watching are from elsewhere around Southwest Louisiana, and we'll try to keep you guys updated as much as possible, because I know you're wanting to see how things are progressing in your home area. So bottom line, again, it's going to be a very, very long night for all of us tracking what is Hurricane Laura as it will be approaching the coastline and looking like that landfall sometime, say, between 12:30 to 1 a.m. Again, we'll try to narrow that down a little bit closer when we get within a couple of hours of landfall, but it's going to happen likely just after midnight. Somewhere along the Cameron Parish coastline is where we're going to see a landfall. Cameron itself right here, and it's certainly making pretty close to a beeline for Cameron. This one may end up being just a hair, just a little bit east of Rita's landfall position. So there's not a whole lot to read into that other than just where the textbooks will say it made landfall. Cynthia?
Okay, I got to put the spectacles on.
Yeah.
I can't see too much, but I thought this was wonderful. Governor John Bell Edwards, we're reading tweets from him. Governor John Bell Edwards is saying to all of us, much of our state is in the path of Hurricane Laura tonight. Whether you evacuated or are at home, you need to stay off the roads. This is a time for all of us to be praying for the best while we're prepared for the worst. God bless you and your families. Be safe tonight. That's from Governor John Bell Edwards, a tweet. Okay, I think we've got Matt Houston. Matt Houston has been with us reporting on the ground in Southwest Louisiana, and I think he's at L'Auberge de Lac right now. Matt?
Yeah, guys, it is starting to feel a bit more like a hurricane now. In fact, you can see the wind blowing through my shirt here, and the water behind me starting to develop some white caps across the Calcasieu River as those waves begin to break up against the banks. If I look across the way, I can see a pretty consistent but light rain. It's been raining for the last hour or so, but it looks worse than it actually is because the wind is blowing so hard, as you can see, and that's really the telltale sign that Hurricane Laura is making its way inland toward Calcasieu Parish, up along the river where we're stationed right now in between the port of Lake Charles and Interstate 210. Other than that, it's been fairly quiet this evening, but it's just gotten progressively darker, windier, and more wet over this period of time. And you can see some of the factory lights behind me, perhaps. And if I look on the opposite direction outside the view of the camera right now, you'd see the smokestacks flaring, and when the flames shoot up in the sky, right now, those flares are almost parallel with the ground beneath them, blowing straight across. And that indicates just how fast and hard the wind is blowing, that those flames are blowing directly across. That's perhaps the best indication we have of what the wind actually looks like, because it is so dark behind us right now. But we've been keeping our eye on that for the last hour or so, and all of a sudden those flames start to kind of fall down and down and down, and then right now they are parallel with the ground beneath them. So the wind blowing straight across and up as Hurricane Laura moves north across the coast and into the Lake Charles area. The wind is not terrible from where we are right now, but that's largely because we are in a parking garage overlooking the Calcasieu River. If we were to go down the ramp, perhaps to where the elements are a little more open and accessible to us, we would find that it is quite windy, and I probably would have to fasten this hat a little bit tighter than it already is. That is the view right now. Earlier today, we saw some rain between 1 and 2:30, and it was pretty hard and pretty sideways. That was a sort of primer for what we are expecting to get in just the next few hours. Again, the worst of it still to come, probably a long ways away, a few hours away, but we have seen our fair share of wet weather already. We are staying dry in here. We'll remain in this parking garage throughout the evening, keeping our eye on things. We expect that we will have some damage to report on tomorrow because, as you've heard all night, we're expecting this one to be a sort of an all-timer as far as storm surge and wind is concerned. There's even some talk about maybe it being one of the strongest hurricanes to ever make landfall in Louisiana. So something to keep our eyes on, and we're doing that for you here from the L'Auberge Casino parking garage. As things develop, we'll keep you posted. For now, I'm Matt Houston. Guys, back to you in the studio.
All right, that was Matt Houston reporting from L'Auberge, and things are still quiet, relatively speaking.
Yeah, exactly, Cynthia. We just saw that Skycam view there. The Skycam beginning to shake. That's indicating that we're seeing some of those strong winds looking out across there. Not really poor visibility, so that means that the rain that Matt was describing was fairly light out there. We're not really seeing much in the way of heavy and intense rain across southwest Louisiana right now, but definitely going to be watching those heavier bands working their way through, and unfortunately that's going to bring in heavier rain as well as those stronger winds. We were looking at those velocities just a little bit ago, and you could see just offshore of Cameron, even right there along the Cameron coastline, winds gusting to 70 miles per hour. So that's hurricane force out there, and with that, those heavier bands, it will bring those winds down to the surface. So that's something that we're continually going to have to watch out there.
Let me ask you this, Jacob. You know, you're going to have people who are watching this and saying, well, it's not really that bad.
Right.
You know, very little rain, the wind isn't kicking up, and maybe we dodged a bullet. What do you say to people about that?
Yeah, even though it's not raining at your house right now, don't let your guard down. This storm is still working its way inland, and the worst impacts are yet to come. Right now, if you're along the Cameron Parish coastline, I know we talked to some people earlier. I think it was the sheriff or the mayor down in Johnson or in the Cameron Parish, and they was talking about people staying in Johnson Bayou as well as down towards Holly Beach, and those people are going to begin to feel those effects right now. You can see some of the wind beginning to work its way in there as well. And the wind's only coming as well as the heavier rain. We've been talking about the storm surge potential, but the rain is just now really beginning to go. We saw earlier today when we were at the station that first round of rain moving through, which caused some trouble over in the Sulphur, power outages and trees down. There's only going to be more of that coming. As we look at the radar, you can see the heavy rain bands now pushing into Lake Charles, and that's really going to be continuing as we head over the next couple of hours. And this is all working its way off towards the north. The northwest movement at 15 miles per hour with Hurricane Laura. You can see those heavier rain bands. You can see those dark oranges as well as those reds. That's indicating very heavy rain across portions of Cameron Parish. And this is where we're going to be watching for those tropical storm force gusts. And now as we get closer to the center of circulation, and we're going to be tracking those hurricane force winds out there. You can see Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton's driving the radar. You can see that eye, and right there in those eye walls, you see those dark oranges as well as those yellows. That is indicating some of the strongest winds. That's where we're looking at those 150 plus mile per hour winds. And from Cameron right now, 53.8 miles, so that's just under 3.5 hours or so away from landfall. And this could be right there in Cameron or a little bit further to the east, but either way, Cameron as well as over towards Grand Chenier and Holly Beach and Johnson Bayou, with the expansion of this eye, the eye is around 30 miles wide. It's going to be covering a vast area, and it's going to take a little bit of time for this eye to actually move through portions of our viewing area. So as Wade was mentioning earlier, we were talking about maybe an hour to hour and a half, maybe 2 hours within this eye, and you can't get complacent. If this eye does move over, yes, the winds will kind of subside, the heavy rain will definitely as well, but as quick as it could come to an end, we're going to be tracking this moving back into our region. So if you make it through the northern eye wall where we're seeing 150 mile per hour winds, well, you might get an hour and a half to 2 hours worth of break, but on that southern end, those winds kick right back up to 150. The eye wall, definitely the most dangerous part of this storm, and we're going to continue to see it moving off towards the north as well. Continuing to look at our radar, you can see that eye wall about 53 miles away from Cameron Parish right now, and as we were talking about, a landfall around midnight to just after around the 1 o'clock time frame, and it's only going to go down. The conditions are only going to deteriorate as we go throughout the next couple of hours. We talked about evacuations, and really we're continuing to see those worst conditions continuing to happen.
All right, Jacob, we're watching and waiting. I've got Mayor Nick Hunter, Lake Charles Mayor Nick Hunter, on the line with us now. Mayor, thanks for being with us. How's the family? How's everybody doing?
Well, thank you for asking, Cynthia. The family's out of town. They're safe. I miss them dearly, but the most important thing is they're safe.
Great. Well, I know you've got those two beautiful kids out of harm's way, but you're hunkering down in Lake Charles. What are you seeing there?
Well, as I look outside right now, I definitely see the wind picking up. We've had some bands of rain, and it's definitely deteriorating.
Now, for those people who decided to ride out the storm, do you have any words for them? Because there are some of them who are still at home in Southwest Louisiana. They're listening to us right now. What words of advice would you give to them right now?
Well, at this moment, if you're in Lake Charles, it is really not safe to be out and about. If you have not already evacuated, that window has really closed at this moment, and you need to hunker down. You need to stay away from windows, and unfortunately, as much as it pains me to say it, there is going to be a period of time for several hours where law enforcement and public safety and our fire department will not be able to respond to you.
Are we there? Are we at that point in time yet?
I believe we are, Cynthia. I mean, I wish I had OEP standing next to me to make that call. But I'll tell you, when I walk outside and I see the wind, I absolutely do not believe it's safe to be out on the roads right now.
How do you feel about the city and the parish's efforts to get people out of our community yesterday as far as evacuations?
Well, Cynthia, not only yesterday, but today, this morning as well. And I am so proud of the coordination and the teamwork of local agencies, the City of Lake Charles, the police jury, the sheriff's office, and our state counterparts. We have worked like a well-oiled machine to get people out of Lake Charles and out of Calcasieu Parish. We've given so many options for people. It also pains me to say that, unfortunately, I think there are quite a few that for whatever reason, chose not to take those options.
I know yesterday when we were covering the story as people were boarding those buses, at that time they expressed that they didn't really know where they were going to. Are y'all able to say what shelters that we sent our citizens to?
According to the information I received, the majority of those people actually went to hotel rooms. The state was using congregate shelters as a last resort, and so hotel rooms was a priority, and those were going to be used up before a congregate shelter was established.
That's wonderful. So we were taking the COVID-19 situation into consideration.
Absolutely. Both the state and locals are very cognizant that COVID-19 still exists.
What is going to happen after the storm passes? How is the city of Lake Charles going to help get things back together again? We've been through this before with Rita. What do we have planned? Do we have a game plan in mind?
Well, the top priority is human life and making sure that if there are individuals that need help, as soon as it is humanly possible for our public safety to get out and get them help, they're going to do that. So search and rescue is going to be our number one priority. I absolutely believe mid to late tomorrow we are going to see a massive search and rescue operation, because we do believe there's a lot of people still in Lake Charles. And we have been through these before. You see the greatest aspects of the character of people in Southwest Louisiana in a natural disaster, because we help each other. I don't care what your creed is. We are all brothers and sisters, and we're going to reach out and help each other. However, the recovery from this event is going to be similar to Rita or greater. And so we're going to need not only local help and local support, we're going to need state and federal help and support. And according to what I am hearing from our counterparts on a state and federal level, they are going to have our back. And certainly I'm optimistic, and I hope that that is the case.
All right, Mayor Nick Hunter, it's obviously going to be a long road ahead of us, but we're all in this together, and I'm sure we're going to pull through Southwest Louisiana style.
Amen. Thank you, Cynthia.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And now we're going to go to Sheriff Tony Mancuso. I think Jillian has the sheriff with her there in Calcasieu Parish.
Here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office, and the conditions are starting to deteriorate tonight. The winds are definitely starting to pick up. Sheriff Tony Mancuso here with me. You actually have a wind gauge in your office, right?
We do, and it's running around 15 to 20 miles an hour right now. So it is picking up. But just an hour or so ago, it was only 8 miles an hour, 6 miles an hour. We were thinking, good Lord. It's pretty calm around here. It's been kind of quiet, but it's starting to pick up now. Obviously, we can tell the difference.
There was definitely an eerie calm before all this started to pick up.
There really was. It was. We actually talked about that and said, what is the deal? We expected more earlier and just to begin earlier, and we walked outside and it was really almost calm, and we thought, oh well, here's the the end before the start.
Yeah,
so
the calm before the storm for sure. And one thing, I think now that people are seeing these winds pick up, they're feeling it in their homes right now. Now they're getting worried. If they stayed behind, if they didn't evacuate, now they're getting a little nervous. I've had people reach out to me on Facebook tonight asking, my mother is home alone. Who can she call when she needs to be rescued?
Well, she can certainly call, but there is no place to bring anybody. There's no more shelters. There's no places. We did not open any shelters in Calcasieu Parish because there's none that are safe. There's no place that we could bring them in here in Calcasieu Parish. Everything we did was in North Louisiana, so that window of opportunity is gone. And all they can do is call, give us their address, and as soon as this passes and it's over with, then certainly we will go and try to check on them and make sure they're okay, and see if we can make sure that there's really no place here to bring them.
Yeah, and they were saying that y'all have gotten a lot of those calls already tonight asking, come pick me up.
We have, and you know what? That's why we stress and stress and stress that there's going to be a point where there's no turning back. We cannot do anything for you, and all we can do is sit back and pray with them, because that's what we're going to do tonight. We're at a point where we can't go backwards. We can't turn back time. This is what it's going to be now. It's just going to get worse and worse now as the night goes on. So we're going to just have to make do with what we have now.
kind of a wait and see situation. So overnight, you're going to be here riding out the storm along with your deputies. We're going to be here as well. And then kind of waiting for that storm surge to subside a bit until you can actually get out on the roads to help people.
Well, we have two problems. Once the storm passes, then we have to navigate through the mess that I anticipate we're going to have. And I say that, I can only go from my past experiences through Rita. And I know that, down power lines, down trees, debris in the road. I can't tell you how many flat tires we had. So there's going to be things and challenges that we're going to have to, and obstacles that we're going to have to deal with as the day goes along tomorrow. That's why I said, normally a sheriff's deputy is in a major incident, and I'm talking about a shooting, an armed robbery, a burglary in progress. We're going to get to you within 30 seconds to just a couple of minutes. That may take 30 minutes to hours, depending on, it's not because we're not trying, we just may not be able to get to you because of high water. Whatever the circumstances may be, we may not be able to get to you. So, we gave you that information. We told you this was going to happen. And look, I promise you, it breaks my heart. We want to get to them, but there is a point now that we can't turn back and go past. We're just going to have to wait now and until we can safely get to you and fix the problem. And I can't give you a time frame on that when that's going to take place. But I've said it before, that's what you pay us to do. That is our job. But also, you have to be realistic that, we gave people plenty of time and plenty of opportunity to do what they could for their personal safety. Now they're just going to have to wait on us, and we're going to get to you as soon as we can, but I don't know what that time frame is.
Now, something had been said all week in those OEP meetings, the briefings that you did all week, was that this mandatory evacuation was not just to say this thing is going to be strong, there's going to be damage, you could be hurt or in danger, but we cannot get to you.
Yes. Said it over and over and explained to the public that, we're not going to come force you out of your home. We're just not going to do that. That's not what our intent is. Our intent is to feed you information, and you do what you think is best for you and your family. If you think you can ride it out and you can survive it, and you have the means and the resources and the home that can sustain it, then okay, you'll be okay. But if you're expecting us, we can't provide that service for you, and that is a point where we're at right now. Now, I'm not saying we can't go out there and check on you right now, but we have nowhere to bring you. We have no place that we feel is safe to bring you right now in this moment.
So on the flip side of things, I know a lot of people might be watching who have already evacuated our area, who did heed that warning and did get out of the area. For those people who might be wondering after the damage is done, after Laura passes through, when will they be able to come back? What's that time frame look like, and are there any regulations or rules like in storms past?
We did away with the checkpoints, and you had to have certain credentials to get in. We feel like as long as the roads are passable, you're going to have the same problems we are. You can't just move a tree, and we have crews from all resources, from Department of Public Safety, Transportation, DOTD, from our public works, from all of our municipalities, from the fire departments, the sheriff's departments. We're going to be out there trying to clear these roads too, so we can navigate through. I just ask that you use extreme caution, slow your speeds down, watch what's in the roadway, because we want you to come back because you help us clean up. We get that. It's going to be a benefit to us to get you here. You're more eyes and ears to protect people's property and your neighbors. But I would have, and look, I don't have a time frame. I don't know when the winds are going to be calm enough. I know that I'm gonna guesstimate 1 or 2 o'clock. We're going to be navigating through this. So hopefully sometime tomorrow. I feel like Friday, hopefully people could come in. Again, you're not going to get stopped. It's just a matter of you might get stopped just because the high water on the interstate between here and Beaumont, or between here and, I can't answer those questions. I can't control Mother Nature and how high the water is going to be, or how many trees are going to be in the roadway. So I don't know the answer to that, but as soon as you can, we want you back.
Well, Sheriff, you've been through this before. You've been through Hurricane Rita, Hurricane Ike, no-named storms that have done severe damage in our area. This might be the last time we're talking to you until Laura makes actual landfall here in a few hours. So do you have a single piece of advice to give the viewers?
Well, we want your prayers. You know what? We don't have a choice. We have to stay here, just like you have to stay here. Our job requires us to be here, and we're ready for that challenge. I'm telling you, there's not a single deputy sheriff or police officer or fireman or healthcare worker that did not understand this when we signed up for this. We got it. And we're up for the challenge. We know what the task is ahead of us. And look, today is nothing compared to the next several days that we're going to have to deal with. So, say your prayers for us. Say your prayers for each other. Let's be neighborly. Let's make sure we take care of one another, because I can tell you there's not going to be a time more than tomorrow and the next few days that we don't need each other. COVID, it's been around. I'm going to tell you, we threw COVID out the window 2 days ago and said, you know what, we can't worry about that right now. We're going to have to deal with the problems that we have. We're going to have to house our people together and protect our people together. So, we'll have to deal with that in a couple weeks, and I'm sure we will. But for right now, in this moment, we need each other to take care of each other and just say our prayers and hope for the best. And I think, I'm a positive thinking person. I really am. I believe in the best of everybody. And so we'll get through this. There's no question in my mind we will get through this, but it doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
All right, thank you so much, Sheriff Tony Mancuso. Again, we're going to be here all night writing out this storm and bringing you the very latest here from the county.
And back here, thanks a lot there for the update, Jillian Corder, and of course Sheriff Tony Mancuso there in the Lake Charles area. You can notice it was a little breezy there behind them. You could see the kind of wind whipping at times. The new advisory is out from the National Hurricane Center. Not a lot changed here as expected, and still hurricane obviously, but the wind, it is interesting. The air pressure went up just a little. It's not much, but at least it's a sign that the strengthening process stopped. That's the only good news I'm here to tell you. So we'll take a closer view of that. You can see the air pressure is now up to 939 millibars, but the wind speed did not change. Still 150 mile per hour wind, still moving north-northwest at around 15. Again, that is not too far off of our coastline, and it will continue to move closer and closer to southwest Louisiana. Take a view here of the radar and show you what's going on as far as the rain is concerned. And I want to zoom in here, and we'll show you the eye, because again, been trying to keep you updated on just how far off the coastline the center is located. Now about 50 miles or so. Want to show you, I was working here while Jillian was talking to the sheriff. Want to show you the wind speeds. Pulled up this map here of the wind speeds across the area, and you'll notice at the Lake Charles Regional Airport reporting 32 mile per hour sustained winds already, and a northeasterly wind that's gusting to 45. Also, I see New Iberia over on the right side of the screen with a wind gust to 43 miles per hour. DeQuincy reporting 28 mile per hour gusts. Now, Sulphur does not appear to be reporting any wind gusts, and Chenault looks like it has went offline, as has Jennings. I tried to load the Jennings airport there, but it has not reported. I've already gotten a couple of reports. I have a friend that lives in the Carless area, and he was already without power. Kind of interesting to already hear power going out this early, but it definitely was a little breezy. You could see that there, as I said, in the live picture we showed you a moment ago from Jillian Corder there on the lakefront. So winds 45 mile per hour gusts, that's enough to cause tree limbs to fall in a few places, and that's all it takes to knock power down in some areas. If you get one tree limb that falls across a power line, it can take out power, at least in maybe just a localized neighborhood or on a street somewhere for sure. So I suspect we will begin to hear more and more of that happening in some areas. I will tell you, I've actually got a little security camera at my house, so I've kind of been spying on myself, I suppose, and looking, and it's a way that I'll know what the power has done at my location as well. We'll see how long that is going to last, but and even on some of our live views, we'll be able to see maybe the city lights in Lake Charles. It'll be interesting to see as we begin to see less and less light visible in some of those shots. That's certainly going to be possible. possible, and even especially like this DOTD traffic cam, that's of the I-10 bridge. That's looking toward Westlake. That's the Isle of Capri there on the left side of your screen. And of course, you can still see some of the flares from some of the industry going on across the river as well. And definitely a little breezy. I see the camera kind of rocking a little bit up there. And remember, those are mounted on solid metal poles well above the ground level too. But interesting to see them shaking about so much. Definitely a breezy one out there for sure. So certainly those winds are only going to get worse with time. And I will say the map I was showing you a moment ago with the wind speeds, those usually only update on the hour. But since there is weather going on with significant wind, anytime one of these stations reports a significant wind gust, normally they'll update, and we do get that data when it comes down. But unfortunately, I can't control how often those update. That's an automated issue. But that data will continue to update. You can see the wind difference though, and you'll notice over in places like Patterson and New Iberia, that wind is more purely out of an easterly direction versus, look at the Lake Charles and Sulphur vicinity. Those are more of a northeasterly wind. Now, as the hurricane comes inland, that northeasterly wind will likely begin to veer a little bit more easterly. And of course, some of that's going to depend on precisely where the eye ends up going. But bottom line, a northeasterly wind in Lake Charles is good, because that means water that's in Lake Charles, we're talking the body of water, will get pushed down the Calcasieu River. Now, it's fighting the tide motion, which is trying to push it inland, but at least they're not working together to push water farther inland. Now, that will likely change as the storm moves inland. And again, just remember, the wind is not the primary driver in that. It's the hurricane itself that is located offshore that's going to push all of that water up all of the area bodies of water. So I still expect water levels to continue to rise over the coming hours, and definitely going to get worse and worse. Already definitely experiencing that, I think, in the Cameron vicinity, and for sure those of you farther north, maybe along the Mermentau River system. I don't want to exclude you guys. There are places like Jennings to Lake Arthur. You guys too will end up seeing the water levels rising with time. It's going to come up the Mermentau River through Lake Arthur, the body of water we're talking about, and eventually on up the Mermentau River, or at least potentially. The potential is there for that. I know there's a lock on the Mermentau River, but I just don't think that's going to be enough to stop the water from, because it's probably going to get pushed above it. And I know some people think that the saltwater barrier in Lake Charles is a barrier for water, and please don't think that. It doesn't stop the water from going. It's the water can still go through that. It does not prevent flooding. It's not designed to do that. So there's a look at that. I'm going to switch this back over to the radar. We're actually working on some stuff here off camera to try and get maybe some access to a couple of other graphics. But there's a look at the radar, and you can see that, and I will do that again, Jacob, as I see what you're asking for, and I'll talk about this at the same time, or at least attempt to. Let's see, there we go. Jacob's trying to access our weather computers at the station there at KPLC, because we're trying to get to our sky cams, because we want to maybe be able to turn them and look at them. You are good to go, Jacob. Try it one more time. Because we want to be able to maybe turn those cameras around to be able to show you precisely what's going on. Now, I will caution when we try that, it is dark. The cameras sometimes don't do well in the nighttime trying to see what's going on, but we'll give it our best shot and show you what's going on. And victory number one, we've gained access to the system. That means the internet's playing nice with us, at least tonight. So we're fortunate in that regard. Now, of course, that's all good until we have power issues in that vicinity, but that may happen at some point, and we will continue to try and pull that up. And if you want to work on the Skycam issue there, you can try to see what you can to figure out there, and we'll keep you posted. But once again, there's the radar. Rain beginning to move farther and farther north. I'm going to zoom in a bit on this, and you can see some of the lighter rain now beginning to move into places like southern Beauregard, southern Allen, beginning to see some lighter rain moving in. That's going to continue lifting north with time. A little bit more moderate rain along the I-10 corridor now, but notice at the bottom of the screen, I'm going to pull this up so you can see it. There's even heavier rain now beginning to move across portions of Cameron Parish. That's why the Lake Charles Regional was reporting that 45-mile-per-hour gust. Those rain bands are beginning to get a little heavier rain, and it's pushing those stronger winds down to the surface. And that's some pretty nasty looking red colors on the map there just south of Lake Arthur. I realize that part of Cameron Parish is a very limited population, but those of you down on the southeastern shore of the body of water, Lake Arthur, definitely really beginning to feel some gusty winds, I suspect. And of course, as we move farther south yet, move just off the coastline, and you can see the eye getting closer and closer to making landfall, which at this point I think is going to be somewhere in the vicinity of the town of Cameron is likely where that landfall is going to happen sometime. Probably just after midnight is when that's going to happen. And right now, if you were in Cameron, and once again we talked to Danny Laverne, OEP director there in Cameron earlier, who was telling us there were a few people that stayed, unfortunately, in places in Cameron Parish. But at the moment, it would be more of probably an easterly wind in Cameron, maybe a little northeasterly. But with time, that will become more easterly, and I think your guy's going to go through the eye, that issue I described earlier with experiencing calm. And you know, if you were outside, it will literally go from nearly whatever it is, 150 miles per hour to almost nothing, and then stay relatively calm for however long the duration of the eye passage takes. But once again, I want to stress the fear of getting out in that is real, especially if you're on the very edge. That means your time in the eye would be much, much more limited. So that's the radar view. Once again, we're tracking that, and there's at least the good news that it hasn't gotten any stronger. Okay. I don't have good news to say it's gotten weaker, but at least it's not getting stronger.
Well, keep that in mind. We're not saying that things have gotten better.
Right.
They're just not getting any
I'm
worse.
trying to find one positive here,
Yeah,
and that's it.
Okay. We were talking earlier about power outages.
Mm-hmm.
You said somebody's already reporting
Yeah, in
that.
Carlos, yeah.
Right, in
Somebody that has an
Carlos.
automated system, they got an alert saying it was offline.
Well, we're going to talk to someone from Entergy. Ashley Joseph has someone on who's going to fill us in. As a matter of fact, there are 1,100 power outages already being reported in Calcasieu Parish. So Ashley's going to talk to a spokesperson from Entergy.
All right, we have Melanie Stewart. She's the Vice President of Customer Service with Entergy. And Melanie, thank you for joining us.
Glad to be joining y'all this evening.
Thank you. Kind of tell us, we've just gotten the latest update, 1,100 without power around Calcasieu. Kind of talk to me about what's Entergy's game plan right now.
So our game plan right now is we are monitoring the storm from our control center, and we are trying to restore customers from a remote location as they go out. There will be a time in the near future where the storm winds and everything reach a point where we aren't going to be able to restore any till we can get out there in the morning. But we have 6,200 restoration workers across South Louisiana ready to respond first thing in the morning as soon as that storm passes through.
Gotcha. And I know we were talking about this being a monster of a storm and getting those help from our neighbors. Kind of tell me the crews that are coming to assist Louisiana throughout this storm. Kind of tell me how far, where is the furthest crew traveling from?
So we have crews from as far as the Carolinas and extending throughout South and Central United States. And we have line workers, we have vegetation workers, we also have damage assessment scouts, workers that work on the large transmission lines and in substations. So every aspect of our business, we have people that are here to help.
Gotcha. Now, I want to talk a little bit about restoration times. We talked a little bit about this a few minutes ago prior. Hurricane Rita, we saw restoration times that lasted up until 2 weeks. What are we expecting with Hurricane Laura here?
Well, it's really hard to predict restoration times, but what we do know is that we have had some pretty large storms, and we have had restoration times that can last up to a couple of weeks. But immediately following the storm, what we do is we go out and we start assessing damage, and we start putting critical infrastructure back online. So immediately following the storm, we will be out there getting our hospitals, our communication systems, our fire and police department, all of that critical infrastructure back online so that we can ensure the health and safety of the community. At that point, we'll also begin assessing damage, and we'll start to restore power to those customers or those lines that have the least amount of damage and the highest number of customers. So you will see lights going back on immediately following the storm, but it is going to take a while, and we won't be able to provide really solid estimates until we get those damage assessments completed.
And Melanie, you mentioned something that I think stands out, especially in the year of 2020, hospitals, COVID. COVID has been a big talker all this year prior to Hurricane Laura and prior to the hurricane season. Kind of talk to me about the work that went into, making sure that the hospitals are prepared enough to handle a storm like this.
Well, we prior to a storm, we reach out to most of our critical customers and we make sure that they know our plan. Most of the hospitals, I think it's a requirement, have dual feeds and backup generation. So most of them are in a position to where if they do lose energy power, they still have lights, but we know that that generator power is not something that they want to stay on very long. So we try and put at least one feed back to that hospital so that they have their generator as well as an energy feed. So that's really, really important. And in addition to other things, so for example, there may be pump stations, sewer lift stations, different things, again, that are critical to the health and safety of the community, and that's what we're going to be focused on out the gate tomorrow.
Sure. One final question, Melanie. I know we talked about this a little bit earlier. The efforts, the upgrades that have been made since Hurricane Rita to try to get a location like Southwest Louisiana, or an area rather like Southwest Louisiana, ready for hurricane season. You guys have made some upgrades within these past few years. Kind of talk to me about some of the areas that might not have been able to see those upgrades in terms of maybe heavy duty power lines. Are there still any areas around Southwest Louisiana that still have those older style wooden power lines that might
There is a mix of concrete, steel, and wood poles that are out there. Any new construction that's been out there or maintenance that we've done, we do rebuild that to extreme wind load standards. So let me give you an example. When we're rebuilding a transmission line, it's built with steel, it's built with concrete, and it's built to withstand 140 mile an hour winds. We do flood studies so that we build our substations, we elevate them so that when the tidal surge comes in, that equipment is still above water. Now, with any system as large as ours, with as many components as we have, there are going to be pockets where we have not been able to do those upgrades, and we will probably understand that better once the storm comes through. But right now, a lot of our system has been upgraded, but we are going to still see some damages.
Gotcha. Well, Melanie, I thank you for taking the time out to assist us and to do this interview. But right now, we're gonna let you go. But we're definitely gonna keep your phone number handy so that we can touch base with you and get some updates on what those outages look like across Southwest Louisiana, because we know they're going to increase as the time progresses.
Yep, thank you, Ashley. Y'all stay safe, and we'll be talking to y'all again soon.
Thank you. Right now, we're going to turn our coverage back over to Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton.
Yeah, I'll give a quick update here. I told you I'm not going to bug you with staying on these forever, but I do want to give a quick update. There is a tornado warning that now includes Calcasieu Parish River. These are going to continue to come throughout the night tonight. I expect this. This is to be expected with these heavier rain bands. You get these little spin-ups that happen inside these storms, but here's the radar view right now, and you can see the area. It starts actually in the very eastern portions of Cameron Parish, where I was telling you a minute ago. Places just south of Lake Arthur where the rain's the heaviest. That's likely where there could be a tornado in that, and that moves northwest and does include the southwest corner of Jeff Davis Parish. The southeast corner of Calcasieu Parish is included in this tornado warning. Once again, at this point, I think we're getting close enough that those of you especially close to the Calcasieu Cameron Parish line or south, and that would include all of Vermilion Parish too. If you're watching us there, that's not our viewing area, but if you're watching us in Vermilion, you need to be in the safe place, and please stay there. Don't be venturing out at this point. It's just not worth your safety. Remember, there could be these tornadoes at any point, especially when the rain is heaviest. So if you hear heavy rain falling, you need to get inside for sure, and I would encourage you to stay in kind of a safe spot. And certainly some very gusty winds possible out of any of those particular rain bands themselves. So bottom line, we'll call up our other weather system. This is actually ours at the studio there at KPLC. We can remote access into that as well. And what you're looking at there are the wind speeds. It's a little harder to see, I know, on the screen because it's a little smaller, but you can see the idea where the purple and those yellow colors show up. That's the radar indicating 80+ mile-per-hour winds. Now, I will preface that by saying that's at the radar beam height, but that's close to the Lake Charles Regional Airport radar. So, again, it's not likely to be very far off from what's actually hitting the ground. Jacob, you might try the other side, too, the blue side over there, and see what those values say as well in that area, because I suspect those are probably off the scale as well on the high end of things. Yeah, 60, 70+ mile-per-hour winds. There's nearly 80 mile-per-hour winds, and those get pushed down. It may not be at the ground level that strong the entire time, but when it's raining very heavily, that strong wind gets pushed to the ground. So bottom line, tornado warning is in effect, northeast Cameron Parish, southeast portions of Calcasieu Parish. Lindsay Thompson joins us now, and I know you have a phone interview. We'll let you get that in as well. Don't want to hold folks up.
All right, I'm here with, I have Brian Beam on the phone, Calcasieu Parish Administrator. And Brian, first thing I'm just going to ask you is, I'm going to ask you about some of the cleanup, the aftermath after the storm. Once the storm has passed, what are the parish's plans for some of the cleanup efforts?
But the first thing we have to do, and working alongside the Corps of Engineers and others, is clear the roads based on damage, which will be very extensive. And so that's the first order of business, and that our public works crews and others will be doing that as soon as it's safe to travel the roads. But that takes a good while.
And what are the parish's plans for working with FEMA to provide water and food and supplies to the community afterward? Because I know a lot of people are going to be in need of that afterward.
Yeah, now, just very quickly, that comes later. After roads are cleared, there's a search and rescue. There's a lot of things that have to happen where we can even assess where the need is. At the point where that comes in later, it's called mass care and emergency assistance. We do work with FEMA, who brings in a lot of nonprofit agencies and others to help set up stations. That's just a little bit later, though, once we have a better idea of the extent of the damage. And so those would have to be announced at that time. It's too early to know ahead of when and where that would be.
Mm-hmm. And I know you were here for Rita and saw the damages then that happened there. So do you think the recovery this time around will be tougher and maybe take longer than Rita, or what is your comparison to that?
Short answer, don't know for sure. It sort of feels like a ballpark to Rita, although it will go through faster. One difference in Rita, we had 50 years of tree growth. So that was very extensive damage. Now, it will be bad now, but there aren't quite as many trees, and they're at least as big, and maybe we're hopeful that means it's a little less damage, but I would say they may be comparable, and that's just my best guess at this point.
Yeah. And so for what is your number one piece of advice as people are able to come back and survey the damage left behind? What is your number one tip or advice that you'd give to them?
Well, the first one is don't rush back. Wait till it's safe. And then you can check your house, and then you may need to leave again because power outages will likely be very long. And so be patient, expect to not stay long, and probably have to head back out for a period of time and until power can be restored. And I know people don't want to hear that, but it's very unsafe to come in too quick while things are still in recovery mode.
All right, and can you just give us a little bit of an update of what you're seeing right now outside, the conditions?
Sure. I'm actually looking out the window of our 901 Lakeshore building where our emergency operations center is, and quite literally in the last 3 minutes, the winds have picked up. I think the first band of tropical winds are hitting downtown Lake Charles as we speak, so it's only going to intensify. We understand from the Weather Service, National Weather Service, landfall will probably be near 1 a.m. this morning, which means winds will pick up long before that.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I just want to thank you so much for taking time to speak with us, and you stay safe out there, okay?
Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate
All right.
it.
Now I'm going to toss it back to Wade.
All right, thanks a lot, Lindsay, and we're good. There's a look at the wind speeds. We're looking at our tower cam, our sky cams from what we normally show you on TV. There's Lake Charles, northeast 32, now 48. Westlake 43 mile per hour wind gust, and out of an east to northeasterly direction. The South Lake Charles Skycam, I will admit that camera is shielded somewhat because of the building, so please don't think that, things are good in South Lake Charles, because it's not. Jennings, 30-plus mile-per-hour wind gust at times, so all of these numbers are going to continue to fluctuate rapidly as the hurricane gets closer and closer to landfall, and it's that wind there. When you're over 40-mile-per-hour winds, that's enough to knock tree limbs down, and that's when you begin to talk about those power outages, and of course it'll only get worse when the winds go even higher up to hurricane force. That's when you talk about whole trees that can be brought down. That's when you really deal with the even more significant wind or power outages. There's Jennings now, 30-plus mile-per-hour winds, and that camera does shake a lot even on a quote-unquote calm day, so it's going to be interesting to see how that one fares up there as the winds increase, I think. So we're going to keep an eye on those, and we'll keep you posted, continue to show those as well over the rest of the night. As long as we have the ability to show those to you, we will do it, because I know it gives you kind of an eye as to what it looks like outside, at least in those specific locations. There's the radar again. We're still tracking a tornado warning that's in effect for the southeast portions of Calcasieu Parish. And again, please remember, there's going to be more of these, and I know it's beginning to rain fairly heavily. You could actually see it on the sky cams that rain was falling. So just use caution. Please, if you're along I-10 or points south, I think it's safe to say you need to be in your safe place now and just stay there. You may not have to get to that safe room that I mentioned just yet, but at least plan on staying inside. I know the temptation is there to want to go outside and look. Trust me, I'm a weather nerd and would want to go out and look at it too, but it's just not the safest thing to do. If you must do it, please do it in short amounts of time and don't do it for very long. Don't stay out there for too long, because things are just going to continue to get worse and worse. And Jacob's doing another measurement because we're trying to keep you posted on that as well, and we'll continue to measure that. Looks like now about 45 miles or so from Cameron to where the center of the eye is located, so getting closer and closer. Cinnamon Cornell joins us now again.
Yes, Wade, thank you so much. So we're on the phone now with the mayor of Sulphur, Mr. Mike Danahay. Now, Mike, just to start off, tell me, what are you seeing right now? Where are you at? Just any of those details.
Oh, sure. I personally here at City Hall, we decided to shelter here. I have various essential personnel that are housing at other facilities across the city. That's kind of where we're at right now with this.
Now, we've gotten a lot of questions on social media about what it's looking like in Sulphur. Do you have any view of outside right now? Do you see the wind picking up?
Yes, we actually just came in from outside. The wind has picked up. The rain has increased somewhat. And so we're just kind of watching it and see what happens. Like I say, we're kind of just hunkering down and waiting to see the outcome of this storm. Yeah.
Now, heading into this storm, what did the preparations look like?
Oh, gosh, we started prepping with this for a couple of weeks ago. When those storms started approaching the Gulf, we started doing some things here. We put our emergency plans in place, activated those plans, started making preparation for our first responders and our public works people to be able to respond to this catastrophic crisis.
Now, in regards to any evacuations, did you happen to see any of your residents evacuating, and if so, what did that look like?
Yes, it was. I think it was a much slower evacuation than we would normally have. As the storm intensity increased, we started to see people starting to evacuate. So they were evacuating over a period of a couple, 2 or 3 days now, whereas I think before they would have been evacuating all at once. And so we did see much more people start to leave today, just as well as the reports started coming in at the intensity of the storm.
Now we're coming into those very pivotal hours before landfall. Are there any plans in place for any water rescue efforts?
We do have a hot water vehicle that we can use for that purpose. Certainly we hope that we don't have to, but if we do, we are prepared for that.
Yes, sir. And as of right now, are there any reports of any high water or just any standstill water in the area?
Not as of yet. It's still early, so we are prepared for that. And if we have to, we will react to that.
Now, we've been speaking a lot about Hurricane Rita and what we've learned from that hurricane back in 2005. What can you say that you learned from that experience that going forward into this hurricane applies?
Well, for me, I happened to be on the police jury at the time that Rita came through, so I got to see it firsthand, and so that was very beneficial coming into this event. A little bit different being in leadership role that I am, that we're having to make decisions on an hourly basis sometimes of how to prepare for this, and it's always shifting. Every storm has its own identity, and so we have to be prepared for whatever it brings to us. And so we do have great assets here, and it's been wonderful to work with the executive policy group to be able to prepare for this and know what other entities are doing, governmental entities, as well as industrial entities too. So it's been very helpful in going into this and preparing for this storm.
Yes, sir. And for any residents that chose to stay in Sulphur, for anyone that's listening right now, what do you want to say to your residents?
I just say that if you're here, please be aware that this is a major storm and that basic services will be spotty at times, and that please be patient as we move through this.
Yes, sir. And I know that there's a lot of unknowns right now as we prepare for Hurricane Laura's landfall, but just going forward, what is that process going to look like in regards to recovery efforts?
Well, we have our personnel ready to go. First thing that we'll do is go out and start clearing routes so that people can come back in. That's one of the things we'll do. We'll make sure that basic services people are taken care of in the community, and so those are the things that we're going to look to do right away.
And Mr. Danahay, we've been talking a lot about shelters. Now, are there any shelters available in Sulphur? And if so, are those at capacity at this point?
No, we do not. We've worked with the parish and the state as far as sheltering people, but we do not physically have shelters here in Sulphur.
Okay. And sir, is there anything else that we didn't touch on that you think is important for people listening in to know at this point?
Well, I will tell you this: we've been overwhelmed with people who have reached out to us and wanted to support us and help us in any way, and we're very appreciative of that. And like I say, I hope that the citizens are just as patient going through this, and we'll make it through. It's inevitable, and we'll deal with it.
Yes, sir, definitely. Well, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Danahay. I appreciate it. Y'all stay safe, and if there's any updates, please just let us know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, I'm going to toss it back to meteorologist Jacob Durham.
Yeah, continuing to track the center of Laura, just around 45 to 48 miles off the coastline of southwest Louisiana, just south of Lake Cameron Parish, that is, right there along the coastline. You can see some of those heavy feeder bands, though, beginning to work their way in all the way up through the I-10 corridor. We just got an alert on my phone that I-10 is now shut down in both directions. So if you're thought about leaving, even at this late hour after we told you to evacuate earlier, definitely not the time to do so, as I-10 is now shut down, which you might expect, especially as some of these stronger winds are working their way through the region right now. We're seeing some of those gusts upwards on the sky cams of 45 miles per hour, which is tropical storm force, and these will continue to increase as we head throughout the rest of this evening, and especially reaching more of the hurricane force, especially along the coastline. We pulled up some of those velocities a little bit ago, and they were approaching 90 miles per hour along the coastline. Now, that's not necessarily meaning that they're actually reaching the ground, but with that heavy rain, that is very probable, especially with it being as close it is to our radar site there in downtown Lake Charles, or at the airport, regional airport that is, but you can still see plenty of heavy rain to go as we go throughout the next couple of hours. And we're going to continue to track some of these heavier rain bands moving through Lake Charles right now into Jennings, getting some reports of some very heavy rainfall now as well, and that's only going to deteriorate as in terms of our conditions as we head throughout the rest of this evening and into the overnight hours. So right now is when you just want to get inside if you're still in Lake Charles or the surrounding area, and just hunker down in that safe place in the middle part of your house, as Wade was mentioning earlier, that you want to go ahead and treat this like a large tornado warning, and go ahead and bring in plenty of snacks, go ahead and bring in plenty of drinks as well, and then also go ahead and bring in like a bicycle helmet or a mattress. One, the mattress you can sleep on, and two, the bicycle helmet will allow you to stay protected in case any flying debris. But we've also been telling you to bring a hammer as well as maybe a crowbar. That way, if you have to kind of nudge yourself out, for instance, if something happens, then you can get out of the place that you're at. But this is going to continue to deteriorate our conditions. You can see Jennings, a very heavy rain band beginning to move through, as well as downtown Lake Charles, back down to portions of Cameron Parish. We were looking at some of those cameras earlier, which we don't have now in Cameron, but it was showing that water level surge beginning to rise right there along Highway 82 in downtown Cameron. And that's where you can see some of that traveling issues beginning. And as we continue to see that strong southeasterly flow pushing up into the Gulf, we're going to continue to expect to see that. We'll kind of zoom in, slide up just a little bit. You can now see some of those lighter rain bands pushing up into the Oakdale vicinity, back down towards DeRidder, as well as Longville, Ragley, right along Highway 171 there, over towards Basile. Seeing some of that light to moderate rain, and while we might not be getting much in the way of wind, it could still be gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. So tropical storm force conditions are going to begin to rise as we head over the next couple hours. Right now, currently 10:30 p.m. out there. We'll slide a little bit further to the north. Fort Polk, you can see for the most part you are dry. I'm going to step off screen just a little bit and find some of these wind speeds out there that we can take a look at, and we're going to see what we're experiencing across southwest Louisiana. So as
while you pull that up, Jacob, I've actually just got a friend of mine, Jason Tarver, that give me this link. This is a camera that he has. He actually has two cameras at his home. He's in the Moss Bluff area, and that's a live stream of his home. That's of the Moss Bluff area, and you can see looks like some rain is falling there for sure. But I don't see a ton of wind showing up just yet. It's breezy. I see a little bush there at the bottom of the camera that's at the top right of the screen, but certainly not too bad just yet there. But remember, Moss Bluff's a little farther removed from those stronger rain bands. So I just had that up and wanted to share that. Thanks, Jason Tarver, for sending me that link.
Yeah, absolutely. We love getting those live links and actually that ground truth of what we're seeing across the region, as we are, as you know, evacuated over to WAFB over here in Baton Rouge. But here's a look at some of those current wind speeds out there. We're looking at some gusts there towards Lake Charles. 45 miles per hour is what it's showing sustained right now. Gusts to 61, so definitely reaching that strong tropical storm force winds as well. Back over towards Abbeville, a little bit weaker, but in some of these deeper tropical rain bands that I mentioned was moving across Lake Charles, that's where we're seeing those stronger wind speeds. And they are out of the northeasterly direction, at least right now in Lake Charles. You can see 25 for Chenal, 26 over there towards the Sulphur region. So things are going to continue to worsen as we head throughout the rest of this evening. So go ahead, and if you are still in Lake Charles or that surrounding areas, as I mentioned, go ahead and begin to hunker down, because things are going to be on the decrease in terms of the overall overall weather. But here's a look at some of that footage out there as well. You can see some of the rain bands beginning to move through. Not really windy. Not sure exactly where that is, but that was some of those heavier rain bands beginning to move through portions of Lake Charles. Here's the latest advisory on Laura as of the 10 o'clock advisory. Right now moving towards the north-northwest at around here. And here's a look at back down towards South Lake Charles on our sky cams. This is back from our KPLC 7 studio. Right now not too windy there in South Lake Charles, but that's because it's kind of shielded by the building. Jennings, no easterly winds around 21 miles per hour. Let's see what it looks like as it comes back to Lake Charles, because I think it's going to be a little bit stronger. There it is, northeasterly winds around 28 miles per hour. It looks like the power has...
The camera has had an issue because it's definitely
Okay.
moved. I'm going to see if I can, but look at Westlake.
Yeah, Westlake right now 59 miles per hour, so that does provide ground truth that we are seeing tropical storm force winds, very strong winds there into Lake Charles. South Lake Charles right now kind of gusting upwards of 32 miles per hour, but this is just the truth that things are getting worse. We mentioned, you know, you might not see a lot of rain earlier this afternoon, but things are going to go downhill after we reach sunset, and here it is. Jennings right now into Lake Charles. You can see northeasterly winds around 28 miles per hour, but still it's shielded by the building, as Wade mentioned earlier, but right there it is. What Westlake is not shielded by, as it's on the Isle of Capri, gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour at times. That temperature is sitting at 76 degrees, but you can see the rainfall falling as well, and this is just the start. We're going to expect to see stronger winds beginning to move through the region as we head into the overnight hours, and as I mentioned, right here is the latest advisory on Laura, the 10 o'clock north-northwesterly movement around 15 miles per hour, so it was sitting around 45 miles offshore the last time we checked, which would mean that it's going to be making landfall in the next 3 hours. So with it being around 10:37, we can expect somewhere around the 12:30 to 1 o'clock to 1:30 time frame, just depending on if it slows down just a little bit. Here's the latest look. A very symmetrical storm, very strong outflow with this. Tall cloud tops, that's meaning a very healthy system with strong winds. As you can see, 150 miles per hour. The good news, pressure came up 2 millibars, but that's still not going to really change the overall intensity of the storm. And with us being still on the eastern side to right in the direct path of the eye, we're going to continue to see that water continue to surge up the coast, and that's going to cause water level rises, as we were mentioning earlier out there. We'll go ahead and pull the radar back up one more time and kind of look at what we're experiencing across southwest Louisiana right now. Some of that heavier rain bands, as I mentioned, beginning to move through downtown Lake Charles. We looked at those sky cams, 37 miles per hour. It looks like some power flashes potentially there in the Jennings sky cam. It was off towards our right. It looks like some of that power did go off towards the left-hand side of that screen. Right now, Lake Charles, 48 miles per hour winds. You can see those rain bands feeding through the region. So, as I mentioned, if you're here, go ahead and get indoors. I expect power loss to begin to happen as we head through the rest of this evening as these winds continue to intensify. We've talked to several officials and people of importance in Lake Charles, and they're all saying that you need to stay safe if you're in there now. No need to go outside and check this out. I mean, both me and Wade, we're both weather nerds, as you could expect, because we do like things like this, but this is not something you want to play around with. 47 mile per hour winds there once again in Lake Charles. You can see the camera shaking. 49 there in Lake Charles, 47 in Westlake, gusting to 50 and even 60 at times. So definitely things going down here pretty quickly. And if we look at the radar one more time, you can definitely see those stronger bands moving through Lake Charles. That's what's causing those issues out there with those wind speeds gusting upwards of, say, 50 to 60 miles per hour. And as that eye approaches the Cameron coastline, you can only expect those hurricane force winds to begin to move onshore. As I mentioned, we were looking a little bit earlier, around 70 to 90 mile per hour winds already there, and that's outside the eye wall. The eye wall, though, is quickly approaching. I'll do a quick little track on this. We'll stop it here and look exactly how far the leading edge of the eye wall is from the Cameron coastline. It's not far at all. Here's a look at it, about 8 miles offshore. So if you're in Cameron, Grand Chenier, Holly Beach, over towards Johnson Bayou, you can go ahead and expect these conditions to go down very quickly. We're going to begin to see some of those very strong winds. Look at all these tornado warnings that are out. I know a lot of this happens with these tropical systems. They're very quick spin-ups, but pretty much all along the Cameron coastline, there is a chance for some spin-ups inside these embedded inside of these storm cells out there, and we're going to continue to watch those come ashore as we head over the next couple hours, moving off towards the westerly direction as they continue to wrap around the center of Laura. But even up here into Lake Charles, back towards Welsh, towards Kaplan, we could even see some tornado warnings out of this as well. These very strong cells beginning to move through. That's what's causing some of those very strong winds in downtown Jennings as well as Lake Charles. There it is, 47 mile per hour winds there in Lake Charles. Westlake still sitting around 50 miles per hour, gusting higher upwards of 60 at times. You can see that rain continuing to pelt the camera out there, and this is what's going to be around for the rest of this evening. South Lake Charles Skycam a little bit shielded by the building there, but still 15-mile-per-hour winds, even that camera beginning to shake, so that's indicative of those strong winds. There it is, Jennings easterly direction around 61 miles per hour. I mentioned heavy rainfall moving through the region, and it looked like we had a couple. There's 64 now into Lake Charles, so that's some of the higher wind gusts we've been seeing, and these are all associated with that feeder band moving through Lake Charles as well as Jennings.
Yeah, and I want to add the issue of, again, what I've stressed numerous times. Please think about that safe spot in your home. And now that the wind speeds are beginning to increase across the area, especially more where I'm afraid we have more population that's experiencing this, please think about that safe room in your home. I had a friend of mine even saying, hey, remind folks about that again, of one, an interior room of your home, bathroom, closet, something like that, preferably without windows, but the smaller room would be better, even if it has a window, but of course without would be much better. Take the mattress with you into that room. Take an extension cord and leave it plugged in, of course, and leave your phone plugged into that to keep it charged for absolutely as long as possible. Of course, if you don't have power anymore, that's a moot point, but please do that. And you know, one thing that just dawned on me I should have added to that list is a flashlight. I know phones come with flashlights in them nowadays, but remember that burns your battery. So if you have an old-fashioned flashlight, probably a good idea to take that with you as well. Definitely take some snacks, water, some sort of snacks with you, because you're going to be in there for a while. So you want to stay hydrated. You want to have energy as you're in there. If you have a bicycle helmet, remember you can wear that too, especially when things get really bad. That will add another layer of protection to you as far as what the weather is doing. Now, the other thing, a hammer, crowbar, take it with you in there. Hopefully you don't need it, but the reason I'm telling you to do that, in case the winds get so bad that it destroys or even just damages the home you're in or whatever building you're in, if you have that hammer or crowbar, it may give you another extra layer of protection because you can use it to help get yourself out. And there's some, is that live or is that, that's a video from a little earlier this evening of, that's in the Lake Charles vicinity, and you can see the heavier rain that was ongoing as well. So again, that radar or that hammer or crowbar, definitely a good idea to have in there. If you don't have one, think of anything you may have around your home that might be, you know, say maybe 2 foot long or so. That's a relatively good object you could use to help pry things. Most umbrellas are not going to be strong enough for something like that. Maybe a cane, a golf club, if something you might be willing to part with one golf club or something like that. Anything that could help you be able to get out. But most importantly, keep the phone charged. And I will also add to if you have an actual radio, FM radio, not an app to listen to a radio station, but an actual FM radio. Remember, we're also simulcasting our coverage as long as our signal and their signal stays up on all the Town Square Media group over there. That's Gator 99.5, my friends over at 107 Jams, 92.9 and 92.1 FM. Our signal is going to be on there. Of course, minus a picture since it's radio. That's theater of the mind over there. But certainly it'll give you another layer of being able to listen to us.
Yeah, and speaking of that, as you were talking about keeping that cell phone charged, if we do go off air or if we do go off of, say, the radio, keep that phone charged because you can download the KPLC 7 weather app, and we're going to be streaming no matter what. So if you do lose the TV service as well as the power, you can always watch us on the KPLC 7 weather app. You can also watch us on Facebook. We're going to continue to be streaming on all of those services, so that's another reason to keep that phone charged and keep it at a full percentage. That way you can get aware of the updates of this storm as it continues to move through.
Yeah, absolutely. And one other thing I'll kind of add here, since we're talking to those of you that are still in Southwest Louisiana that have decided to ride this out. Remember that even if the cell networks have a big problem, they go down, unless the network is totally dead, usually text messages will go through, even if you cannot make a phone call. And of course, if we're getting to that extreme, you're probably not able to watch our stream either, because the 4G or 5G now would probably be down as well. But a text message will usually go through no matter what, as long as there is some signal there. So what my point is there, make sure you know somebody that's outside of Southwest Louisiana and let them know how you are. Try to stay in touch with them at least maybe every hour, every 30 minutes. You know, if it's maybe your parents or a relative, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, or even friend, maybe somebody even you're not so friendly with, let somebody know outside of Southwest Louisiana how you are. And by all means, if you get into a situation you need help, let them know, and hopefully they can try to relay help. But remember, help's not going to be coming, Jacob, for a while, because those crews are not going to be able to get out until the winds drop back below tropical storm force winds. They're not going to send firefighters or EMS out and put them in danger. So remember, you're not going to be able to call 911 and say, I need rescuing now. That's just not going to happen. That's why we've urged you to get out ahead of time.
Yeah, and that could be late tomorrow. That could be as late as, say, lunchtime or a little bit after, because we're going to still see plenty of strong winds, even as this center of circulation moves off towards the north. It may be in Shreveport by tomorrow evening around 7 o'clock, but we're still going to be seeing wind gusts probably still approaching the 30-mile-per-hour range, but we can definitely go ahead and expect to continue to see at least tropical storm force winds through the lunchtime hour, maybe even into the early afternoon, especially for those areas to the north, especially north of I-10. Now, areas further to the south, it'll be a little bit earlier in the morning, but still, we're going to be able to see. It's going to be a while before those rescue crews can get out. I know we spoke to someone a little bit earlier about it, and they said, as Wade mentioned, below tropical storm force, which is below 40-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we're going to have to continue to watch, because right now, Lake Charles points south. You're seeing those winds well over 40 miles per hour, and that means if you are in need of rescuing across areas south towards, say, southern Calcasieu, Jeff Davis, as well as Cameron Parish, we're not really going to be able to give that help to you, because winds, as I mentioned, above 40 miles per hour. So if you do live in farther areas to the north, you may have at least a little bit of time before those stronger gusty winds begin to arrive, but you can see now they're approaching north of Lake Charles. We'll kind of take a quick look here and see right there, and we're going to continue to track those heavier rain bands beginning further to the north out there. Go ahead and get this off just real quick, but thank you, Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton. He's going to be sliding further to the north now. You can see north of I-10 where some of those heavier rain bands are moving through, but also we have these tornado warnings for Cameron Parish. I know that we've been talking about, we're going to probably see a lot of these coming forward into the next couple of hours with these bands as we continue to track at least some of those showers and storms moving through the region. Tornado warning for Cameron until 11:15. That's for that area that he just outlined. Anywhere in that general vicinity. This is moving off towards the north and the west, and really a quick spin up. These aren't like our typical storms that we track where we can definitely say, hey, there's a tornado here. These are very quick spin ups, and they move off very quickly off towards the north and the west as they wrap around the center of circulation. Here is a look at the center that is now probably around 40 miles south of south of the Cameron Parish coastline. So Cameron, you're about to get in the outer edge of that eye wall. That's probably sitting around 5 miles offshore. There it is, 38 miles offshore. So it's probably right around 2.5 hours from making landfall. It's moving off towards the north-northwest at 15 miles per hour. So go ahead and prepare for the next couple of hours, probably the next, say, 4 to 6 hours along the Cameron coastline of seeing those very dangerous conditions out there, and slowly beginning to move off towards the north as we head over time. But here in downtown Lake Charles, as well as the Jennings region, you can see some of those stronger winds. Looking at some of our sky cams out there back looking at our region, and we're seeing some of those gustier winds. Right there it is. Northeasterly winds there in the South Lake Charles region, around 33 miles per hour. But I will caution, it is still shielded by the Golden Nugget out there. And here looking across Jennings right now, 43 miles per hour with those raindrops on the lenses as some of those heavy tropical downpours begin to make their way through the region out there. And here is Lake Charles, at least a little bit calmer now. Still winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. We're not really seeing that heavy rain that we were earlier. There it is in Westlake. You can see that humidity value sitting right there at 100%, so very tropical. Winds gusting to 53 miles per hour there, and we saw gusts upwards of 64 miles per hour earlier. So that's just indicative of what these tropical rain bands, we might not get sustained winds sitting at 64 at the moment. But as this center of circulation does begin to approach from the south, this is something that we're going to continue to be watching as well, sliding up a little bit further to the north. You can see some of those heavier bands beginning to make it towards the Kinder region, back over towards Maryville and DeRidder, seeing those outer rain bands beginning to move through. So expect those winds to begin to pick up as well, around 20 to 30 miles per hour. And as you head further to the south, we'll get into those 40-mile-per-hour winds, probably around the Kinder region, but downtown Lake Charles, back over towards Welsh, Crowley, in the heart of some of these heavier rain bands, and those are where we're beginning to see those gusts upwards of, say, 64 to 65 miles per hour. So we're approaching hurricane strength, and as you slide a little bit further to the south, probably in South Lake Charles, right along the Cameron coastline, we're beginning to see some of those hurricane force winds working their way up. We took a look at the velocities just a little bit ago, and some of those velocities along the Cameron coastline within this little particular band was sitting at around 70 to 90 miles per hour. So definitely something we're going to continue to track. And those heavier winds upwards of 150 or more, that is beginning to make its way towards the Cameron coastline. And you can see those outer rain, or the outer edge of that eye wall, beginning to make its way very close to the Cameron Parish coastline, probably about 5 miles or less. So I would expect conditions to very rapidly deteriorate, especially along, say, Johnson Bayou, Holly Beach, into Cameron, over towards Grand Chenier, as we head over the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes as this begins to make its way on shore. But even if this eye begins to move over your area, we've talked about it before, we don't want you to go out there and take pictures, because you never know how long this eye is going to last. You could be right on the very edge of this eye, and you could just get a brief, 5-10 minute break from the 150-mile-per-hour winds before the back edge begins to slam into your region. So this is something that we're going to have to watch. If you go through the whole eye, it's around 20 miles to 30 miles wide. So this is something that we're going to have to watch, because that could mean that you get 2 hours worth of break in terms of these intense conditions. But I remember Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton was saying earlier this afternoon that they got on the back edge of, they really never got in the full eye of Rita whenever it was moving through, and those winds kept pounding them, and that's going to be the most intense part of this storm. So this is something to take seriously. This is where those hurricane force winds really begin to move onshore. If we can take those sky cams back up, we'll see if we're looking at some of those stronger winds once again. Westlake looking at the easterly direction around 21 miles per hour. Back over towards South Lake Charles, it looked like there was a flash there as well, maybe some lightning, maybe a power flash. We'll get back around to that. Northeasterly winds there in South Lake Charles around 21. Gusting now into Jennings upwards of, say, 33 miles per hour, but it was gusting upwards of 60 not too long ago. Now it's back up to around 40 miles per hour. There it is, a look across Lake Charles, gusting to 50 miles per hour now. So very strong tropical force, storm force winds making their way through the region. There it is, Westlake. Probably just looks like all the power is still on across Lake Charles.
Yeah, so far, we may see these little flashes occasionally. Sometimes it's lightning, sometimes it may be some tree limbs that may get kind of caught in some of the power lines. But as long as it doesn't blow a transformer, though, that one you'll know. That one is a very prolific, very kind of bluish green, a light illumination in the sky. And of course, if you're nearby one of those, it sounds very prolific to hear that explosion sound, and I'm sure it may be a little disconcerting to hear that tonight with what's going on. It's kind of shocking to hear one anytime. I've heard those myself when that happens, but I remember seeing those in Rita. It was about this time during Rita is when we started seeing those in Lake Charles. So I think it's only a matter of time before we'll begin to see those power transformers have issues, and maybe some interesting illumination in the sky due to those transformers.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be interesting if we had some of those cameras back down in Cameron to see how Cameron is faring, because they're really beginning to enter some of the worst part of this storm, and we could definitely go ahead and expect very strong hurricane, maybe Category 4 strength winds beginning to move through, especially towards Cameron. You can look at the radar, you can see those darker reds. That's indicating very strong thunderstorms right around the center of circulation. And as we were tracking it back when we were back in Lake Charles around this afternoon, we noted the lightning around the center of circulation, and I'm sure there's lightning around some of these storms as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's quite a bit. Again, I think that some of the flashes we saw, I've been looking at another app that I have on my phone that shows that, and certainly can see some lightning definitely showing up. And I will admit, at some point, we may even lose this radar. This is at the Lake Charles Regional Airport. It's at the National Weather Service office, but there is no one there. So if there's any problems with this that's more than computer related, they're not going to be able to get this back up and running. So at some point, we may even end up losing the Lake Charles radar. Thankfully, there is still Fort Polk to the north, and if worse comes to worse, we have Houston as well as the Slidell radars, but those are going to be much farther away, so it's going to be a little harder to make out a lot, but they'll still be able to see the eye, so we'll still be able to track that, and we'll give you as much information as absolutely possible throughout the rest of the night. We're approaching the 11 o'clock hour now, and we'll have an update from the Hurricane Center, maybe momentarily. It may be in there now. If not, it should be very soon. Again, it's not going to change the forecast at all, but they do update the position and wind speed and air pressure every hour now from the National Hurricane Center. And
yeah, the 11 o'clock advisory just came in. The pressure back down a millibar, but really that's not going to mean much, especially with it being close to landfall within the next 2 hours or so. Still moving off towards the north-northwest at 15. Winds sustained at 150 miles per hour. And if we were talking about it being a Category 5, but you should definitely treat this as such because you're going to see gusts well above 150, probably 180 to maybe even 190 in some of the stronger squalls. So go ahead and treat this as a Category 5. 7 miles per hour difference is not going to make a difference. No. You're not going to be able to feel that. You're just going to know that it's very windy and it's causing catastrophic damage out there.
Yeah, and they always go back after the fact and reanalyze hurricanes in the off season. That's some of the things that they do at the National Hurricane Center. They'll go back and reanalyze this and see if maybe there was some data that would pinpoint that they might have missed in real time, and that sometimes influences the history books and whatnot. And they do that with every storm, and usually everyone gets some slight adjustments here and there as they'll get new data in. And of course, there'll also be an extensive storm survey done on this after the fact. That way we'll know precisely storm surge was X amount, wind speeds this amount, how far inland the surge got. And I will say, I was reading their discussion a little earlier from the Hurricane Center, and they were stressing maybe even up to 40 miles inland with a surge in some places. That would be either along the Mermentau River system, including up by Unepake, or up the Calcasieu River system. And of course, that surge along the Calcasieu could go as far inland as southern Beauregard, southern Allen. We're not just talking Calcasieu now. That's going to be limited to folks right along the river. It's not going to be way away from the river. But if you're close to the river and are susceptible to flooding by a couple of feet of rise of water, keep in mind, even those of you in southern Beauregard, southern Allen could see that happen. We haven't focused on that as much, but it is an issue. But overall, it's more of an issue farther south for sure.
Right, exactly. And when we showed that storm surge graphic earlier this afternoon, it showed all the way up to the Topsy region, seeing some of that storm surge of, say, 9 to 13 feet. Now, it might not be that high as it gets that far, but with all the rain as well as the backlogging of these winds, as we continue to see that strong southeasterly flow, that's something we're going to continue to be watching. And really, it's going to be pushing all that water back on shore. If you caught our live stream a little bit earlier, we were showing you the Cameron Parish view right there along Highway 82, just east of downtown Cameron, right there at the gas station as well as the motel. And we were seeing some very strong some winds bringing some of that water on shore. Here's a look across Lake Charles right now, back into Westlake right now, 36 mile per hour winds, 31 now, 45. You can see some of those rain curtains beginning to make their way through. Good news is, looks like all that power is still on, but we were talking about it earlier in terms of as these more hurricane force winds begin to make their way through the region, that's when we'll begin to watch for some of those power issues to begin. And if you're living in Cameron right now, it's probably the time you're beginning to see potentially some of those power outages. Once again, there's a look across Lake Charles, looking back across the town hall. You can definitely see those strong winds right now, 38 miles per hour, 32 there in Westlake, but that driving rain still coming in as well. So definitely something very strong out there. Here's a look at the storm surge warning.
Yeah, this is actually, they've issued an extreme wind warning. This is something they do when we have landfalling tropical systems because of the eye wall. They used to call this an eye wall warning. Now we've gone to an extreme wind warning, but this is in effect for everywhere where you can see the purple coloration. Now, for those of you that may be listening to this, I will try to preface that, and I guess I should add we need to try to be descriptive with that in case someone is not able to physically see us. That's all of Cameron, all of Calcasieu Parish, southern Beauregard, southwestern Allen, and about the southern and southwestern 3/4 of Jeff Davis Parish are under an extreme wind warning. What this means, and I'll read this from the Weather Service in case you're wondering, basically extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Laura are moving onshore, and this there will likely be, again, major wind damage anywhere in that area. So the issue that's going to mean we're probably not going to see many more individual tornado warnings in that area, because this is just going to basically encompass that idea unless they can absolutely pinpoint something. But again, that whole line or whole storm itself, the strongest winds are kind of pinwheeling out away from the storm, but that's where the strongest winds are definitely going to reside. Let's take a look at the Skycam again across the area, and we'll kind of show you those of what's going on. And it's good to still see lights shining across the area, still see plenty of lights. The wind is definitely howling, though, at the Westlake Skycam location for sure. That was lightning, I believe, there for sure. And even there at the South Lake Charles, that's the 210 bridge. You can see there in the distance. You can even see the lights, those new lights they put up on the bridge. Nice to have those because it helps us to see where the bridge is even at night like this. Jennings, definitely not as windy as it was earlier, but you can see some of those raindrops definitely hitting the camera lens. And there we're back to Lake Charles, now northeast at 45 miles per hour. Definitely very windy conditions out there. Northeast at 40 to 45. There's now 50 again at the Westlake camera location. So definitely a very, very windy night, and it's only going to get worse, folks. Please remember, it's just going to get worse. There's one of the DOTD cameras that they have that's on the I-10 bridge. You can still see a vehicle moving across the bridge at least, and definitely windy there as well. So and there may be some vehicles. I know we've listed it as closed, but they may allow a few things across, or at least emergency vehicles, public officials and whatnot. But when we're talking the winds being 40, 50 miles per hour, it's beginning to get unsafe to be on especially an elevated bridge like this, especially in a high profile vehicle, because, you know, if you're in something like a van or even bigger, like a semi, you have a ton of a surface area that's exposed to the wind. That's another reason they've kind of closed the roads, because it's just not safe to be in that situation, to be honest. So please stay off the roads. As I've said, please stay in your safe location. Stay there for the duration until we'll give you an all clear. And although I think you'll probably know when it's all clear, but we will tell you when it's safer to be outside. But even when it does clear up, when the sun comes up, remember that it's going to be a very different world you're going to be going out into. There's going to be all kinds of damage that's going to be out there. So please be mindful of what you walk out into or step onto later on tonight and really tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and along with that, going out to tomorrow morning, you're going to still see high water out there. It's not going to go away anytime soon. We're still going to see pretty strong winds all the way through early on our Thursday morning out of the south, so that's going to continue to push that water inland. There might be a time where at least some of the water recedes as we get kind of back on that western side of the storm, the more, say, southern side, as that wind does begin to wrap back around it. But until that happens, we're going to be dealing with that catastrophic storm surge potential as well. Looking to see where that is exactly, but you can see the camera shaking. Very heavy rain out there. It looks I-10 at the Calcasieu River is where that particular camera is, but you can see still very gusty winds out there as well.
That's looking toward the east. Okay. Yeah, toward the very right of your screen would be the lake itself, at least from what I can tell. That's got to be what we're looking at. If the camera's at the river, those poles have two cameras that they put up. One faces one direction, one faces the other. So that's what we're looking at. And toward the back there, where the street lights kind of curve to the right, that would be the overpass for Lakeshore Drive and toward Ryan Street, meaning our station wouldn't be very far off the screen over there, probably about where the DOTD logo is where our tower would even be. It would be right over there off the edge of the screen. So interesting to see. Good to see lights still shining. Absolutely. At least, and it's definitely breezy. Those cameras are shaking for sure across much of southwest Louisiana, and again, those are only going to get worse with time. So we're going to continue to track this for you, and we'll continue to watch it throughout the night. I'm going to step over and change this back to the regular radar since we got the wind warning out. We may get another one of those later on tonight as it moves farther inland, but you can definitely see those rain bands are in there for sure. The rain there. I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah, and definitely, as Wade was mentioned, those rain bands in there up towards DeQuincy as well as Kinder, back over towards Eunice as well. This is where those tropical storm force, those sustained tropical storm force winds are going to begin to make their way into the region out there, and you're going to continue to see that as well. You can see the Lake Charles radar, some of that eye wall beginning to make its way very, very close to Cameron Parish. You're probably beginning to feel those impacts right now as we are continuing to see plenty of strong winds, and I think Cynthia Arsenault is going to pitch us over it. She's got some news for us.
All right, we're here into the stretch of this. Things still not quite to the point that they're going to get, but there's going to be massive deterioration.
It's going to get worse, for sure.
And we don't want people to let their guard down. We know a lot of people are thinking, well, we've heard from a lot of people in Lake Charles, Sulphur area. I talked to John Bridges. We talked to Julie Mesh, our operations manager, and they were expressing that, well, it's still kind of quiet. But this is not to let your guard down.
No, not at all. Yeah, things are definitely going to get worse with time as we go through the night tonight. This is just the beginning, I'm afraid. So, yeah, much worse. Please remember that it's just going to get worse with time. And
all right, we're going to go to Matt Houston now. I think he's at L'Auberge. Matt.
Guys, we're starting to see some of the familiar telltales of a hurricane. Treetops starting to bend and move just a little bit, headed in this direction. And over behind me, large sheets of rain moving across the Calcasieu River one by one, almost like drawing curtains across the plants that are behind me, obscuring the view. In fact, one of these plants behind me, I could just barely see the lights off in the distance from the flaring that's going on right now. And we've told you all night long that those flames that shoot up into the sky, normally straight up and down, now they're parallel with the ground, just an indication of how windy things are. One thing we do want to point out is photographer Rick Porche pointed out just a moment ago to me that the bright blue lights that are flashing way down the river further north, those belong to transformers that are blowing and failing at the moment, which is probably an indication that some of you have lost power at the moment. I'm not too sure on that, but I would imagine the folks back at the studio can clarify. But we have seen those eerie blue flashes of light, transformers failing. I want to point out also on the other side of me here, there's a little beach. It's a volleyball court at the L'Auberge Casino where folks are normally enjoying some time. Of course, nobody out there at the moment. When we got here today, it was pretty clear that things were fine, but right now it looks a lot different, and water is slowly starting to creep up into the sand toward the nets that are posted there. Probably hard to see from where the cameras are right now, but the water certainly moving up closer and closer into that court that looks a bit like a beach would. We're also seeing lots of white caps as the waves really crash up against the banks and draw water from one end of the river to the other as Hurricane Laura moves through. And it's an eerie sight right now, and certainly as things have gotten worse, the storm has intensified to a degree, and it's becoming more and more wet up here in this parking garage where we are. Rain is kind of bleeding in through these slits that I'm standing in front of, except on the other side of the parking garage, I'm getting wet from something that's happened about 40 feet away from me right now. So the wind is blowing strong. You can probably see some drops of water falling from the floor above us right now. Behind me, it's very wet in this garage, and it's interesting to watch the rain on the ground where it's collected into puddles swirl around as the wind whips around in every single direction. And so it's kind of fascinating to watch that go on, and a good indication of what the wind is doing at the moment. There's no clear direction. It's lots of rotation, which you would come to expect from a strong storm like this one, but wind definitely blowing. I haven't heard or seen anything crash or break at the moment. It's probably not hard enough right now to do so. I'm looking down at some of the cargo about the size of a boxcar beneath me, where lots of these trucks and ships would normally be loading their gear into the port of Lake Charles. There's one bright ship in the distance right now with all of its lights lit up, and that's kind of lighting this side of the Calcasieu River and allowing us to see what's going on. And at the moment, all you can really see is rain and the trees bending in the wind. So it's a very interesting thing to watch at the moment. It's calmer now than it was about an hour ago, but you would imagine that that will pick up. And of course, as I'm talking right now, the wind is starting to blow further into our direction. We're going to keep an eye on things right now and keep you posted on what this looks like. We're not leaving this garage for the moment, but we're kind of waiting out and seeing what we can see, and we imagine there will be some damage tomorrow to find. But right now, it's just watching Mother Nature do its work, and reeds on the banks bend in the power of Hurricane Laura. We'll send it back to you in the station now, guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Matt, for that report. And as you can see, the winds are kind of kicking up a little bit. You're seeing the water, a little bit of activity along the water there. Matt Houston reporting from LaBerge. Normally a situation where people would be enjoying the evening and enjoying the nighttime air. Hopefully those people are hunkered down who got rooms at LaBerge, Golden Nugget, the various places in Lake Charles, and they are settled. I know the administration over at both those places, both those locations, are going to try their best to make sure that all of the people who are housed in those rooms are pretty much safe. And what are we looking at right here?
That was one of the DOTD cameras. That's at I-10 and I-210, and I can't decide. I think that's the Sulphur side. I think we're looking west toward Westlake. Based on that's where I think that's looking. That's the on-ramp right in front of us in the foreground of the picture is the on-ramp from I-10 west to go back to 210 is where we're looking. So,
but we're definitely starting to see the activity picking up as far as the wind and the rain.
We just got a report of 6,100 people without power with Entergy services in Calcasieu Parish. So and those numbers are just going to continue.
So those power outages will definitely be going up. You know, it's a little after 11 o'clock, so what? How many more hours before landfall?
We're 11. I think we got about 2 more hours or so before it makes landfall, which means things are going to continue to get worse at the coast. Jacob and I were both looking at a tweet from a fellow storm chaser, and it kind of looks like the water level in Cameron is significantly higher. Yeah, see if you can see if you can get that on there, because I know they had that up on there earlier somewhere. So,
yeah, we had that downtown shot
That's the one
of Cameron.
We had a still shot of a comparison of what it looked like just at sunset versus now, and you could see the water level is significantly higher up some of those utility poles.
And for those people who are watching us this late at night, of course, you know, one of the variables that definitely comes into play during Hurricane Laura that was different from Hurricane Rita, we also have to take into consideration COVID-19, and we're in the middle of a pandemic. That's why you see us here with our mask on and everybody taking precautions. That was one of the things that officials had to account for as they were preparing to get people on those buses and getting people to safe shelter. And I think they're handling it differently this time by getting a lot of people, they blocked rooms, and they were trying to get people in rooms so that you wouldn't have that massive influx of people to shelters, because we do have to take that into consideration and be safe from COVID-19 as well as from Hurricane Laura.
Definitely so, and that's something it's been a challenge for sure. I know for many of the local officials. Once again, there's the radar, the heavier rain definitely approaching the Calcasieu Cameron Parish line. I see another band. We'll slide over here and kind of move the radar up just a little bit. You can see even up into southern portions of Jeff Davis Parish now some very heavy rain likely falling between Jennings and Lake Arthur. And again, rain is a problem, yes, that it could cause some flooding itself, but it's the wind. That heavy rain will push down the wind from higher up. So definitely a problem that is going to be felt. I'm sure those of you between Jennings and Lake Arthur are probably feeling some pretty good wind gusts. And anytime those winds pick up like that, it could get very windy and it could take out power fairly quickly. So keep that in mind. And I'm going to effort a phone call with a friend of mine here in just a moment that's in Lake Charles, and we'll see what the conditions are like there. I know they're getting worse for sure. And
we'll be hearing from your friend while you're talking about that. One of the things that we have to reiterate, and you touched on this before, you don't want people to be with a false sense of security when the eye actually comes over and they're tempted to perhaps go out and see what's going on, because things can change quite rapidly. Where they have that little calm, but before you know it can go from one point to the other just like that.
Yeah, and there you can see the eye right there. And if you were in the middle of it, you'd have a window of time, but it's really not worth going out, because you don't know what you're going to be stepping out into, to be honest. You don't know what debris may be right outside the door, so just don't do it. I know the temptation is there to want to, but trust me, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it to go and do it. You're not going to see a whole lot anyway, because it is the middle of the night. If this was during the day, the weather nerd in me would really want to do it, because it would be. But even
then, you should.
It wouldn't be safe. But trust me, it would be more interesting during the day, because you could go from rain, storms, horrible weather, to the sun could even shine, to right back to catastrophic winds within a short amount of time. But
when this landfall happens, how many hours are we expected to have just a pounding of hurricane Laura?
The eye itself's about 25 miles wide, so it's going to take over an hour for the eye to pass over, and the hurricane force winds between 75 to 80 miles kind of around the storm, more on the east side or right side of the track, but it's definitely there. So, roughly that's at least a 5-hour window or so, just a quick little bit of math at 15 miles per hour. So that's going to move north. So I would say 4 to 6 hours with hurricane force winds.
And what happens to the people further up north as you get into Shreveport and Arkansas and those types of places?
It's definitely going to weaken when it gets that far north, but it's still probably going to be either a very low-end hurricane, maybe even a tropical storm once it gets to Shreveport. If it's a tropical storm, it's still going to be very strong, just below hurricane strength.
And you still can get a lot of damage, and God forbid, you can even have injuries and fatalities.
And you can get those tornadoes, and that's when they become even more prevalent up there, because it becomes more, the tornado can do more of the damage than the actual storm. But yeah, that all is very goes farther inland. People think that it's a coast event only, and it's not. Tropical systems do go farther inland and do cause damage way inland too in some cases. Each one of those is different, but they can produce catastrophic flooding in some areas way inland from rain, not from storm surge, obviously.
Are hurricanes becoming stronger?
You can't argue with the fact that there's been 2 Category 5 hurricanes we had one, Michael, this one very close. They're certainly getting stronger for sure. Now, whether or not that's because we're getting stronger or because we just didn't know what storms did more than 75 years ago and we had good technology. We ran a Heart of Louisiana story a couple of weeks ago about that hurricane that hit the New Orleans area during the War of 1812. Obviously, they said even in that story that was worse than Katrina, but we have no real data of it. We don't know that the winds were this, storm surge was that, and even storms even in the mid 1800s. There's been many hurricanes that have made landfall that they don't know the full extent, because the weather network just wasn't there. The population wasn't there. So, but yeah, I mean, if you just look at the numbers, for sure, we're seeing more stronger storms, but we are in a cycle of increased storms anyway, and have been for a long time. So, you can debate what's causing that. It's a whole host of things for sure, but it's definitely happening. The Gulf very warm, and the Gulf has a history of producing storms like this. This isn't uncommon, even in previous times in the past. Storms traditionally blow up quickly, not just in recent time. Camille is a good example to go back more in time, and a storm even go back way to the 1900s, the 1900 hurricane that hit Galveston. So, storms happen. So.
Yeah, we actually got some video from actually a hurricane tracker. This is on my Twitter account. I know it's hard to see, but this is what we're going to be looking at here in terms of our Twitter. Pull that up just real quick. Over there you can see that it is you can see as you look at that, that is Cameron Parish, just east. That's on Highway 82, just east of downtown Cameron. That's earlier today. But check out that storm surge. I know it's very hard to see. This was actually captured from a lightning strike. But you can see that storm surge where some of those signs are, it's as high as that now. So what that means is that these storm surges are increasing. We're seeing water level rises pretty significantly out there, and we're going to continue to track that for you as well. That's what we've been considering our main concern pretty much this whole time. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the radar real quick, and I'll put this in a loop. And you can see the very strong eye wall beginning to make impacts into Cameron Parish right there. Very heavy rain, very heavy winds, gusting to 150 and sustained at 150 at times, especially right there in the center of that eye. And then as we go into the next couple hours, this is going to be making landfall probably within, say, the next half hour to an hour as it approaches Cameron. We'll go ahead and do a quick track on this, and I'll show you just how far it is offshore from Cameron Parish right now. This is getting kind of down to the crunch time. You can see still right now around 30 miles from the coastline. So that's still moving at 15 miles per hour. That's still 2 hours away. So we're looking at a 130 type landfall, maybe a little bit sooner with that leading edge of that eye wall. But we're going to continue to track this as it does move in. Those strong Category 4 winds beginning to move their way in. Go ahead and clear this. And Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton has one of his friends back in downtown Lake Charles that he's going to have on for a call.
I do, and I have, and you have my mic on, Greg, now too, and this one. And we're getting ready, and I've got Buddy Russ from Gator 99.5. Russ, can you hear me?
I hear you just fine.
Awesome, and I've got the mic up here next to the phone. So, Russ, I know you're in South Lake Charles, just south of McNeese Street there. Can you tell us what you're experiencing?
Well, I tell you, Wade, I'm riding out with my parents, and I've never experienced, of course, I've experienced Ike and Gustav. I stayed around for that, which obviously nowhere near what we're about to experience tonight. Just the gusts that we're having here now, it's something I've never heard. The power of the wind that is blowing through these big old oak trees is something just unreal. So we're seeing a lot of wind. It's definitely been picking up over the last 20 or 30 minutes. We had gone live on our Gator Facebook page to try to show some of our listeners exactly what's happening back at home. And even in the middle of it, I caught a gust, and I was like, I just stopped, and I went, this is the most amazing thing. It's powerful. So if you are debating whether you wish you wouldn't have left, and you did leave, you made a great decision, because it's just going to get worse from here.
Yeah.
The rain is kind of on and off. When it does rain, it's like a good strong summer shower, and then kind of suddenly stops, and then here comes the wind again.
And power still on where you're at? Have you seen power flashes?
So we have power stuff on. We haven't seen a dip just yet or anything like that. My dad got a notification that it seemed like there was some power out near Preon Lake Road, but we haven't even had a little bit of a dip in our electricity as of yet.
Very good. How much lightning? Have you seen much lightning or no?
We heard. I haven't seen any lightning per se. A little bit of thunder when the wind started picking up, which kind of shocked me because it was definitely a good couple of claps of thunder. But other than that, we haven't heard or seen anything else. And I've been standing by the front door. Wade Hampton said, "Don't go outside," and I totally went outside a few times, but haven't seen any lightning as of yet.
Well, good deal. Appreciate the info, and keep in touch. Send me text if you notice anything worse. We'll get you back on and talk to you again, Russ.
Absolutely. I appreciate everything you guys are doing with KPLC and us all working together.
Appreciate it, and thank you guys for putting us on your air as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Everybody stay safe.
All right. Thanks, Russ. And I'm going to turn things over now to Teresa Schmidt, and you're going to take a phone call as well, I believe.
And I'm trying not to breathe on Wade because we need him. Not that I'm sick or anything. I have Mary Ann Tierney, who is the FEMA team leader, who is from Philadelphia, but she's already on the ground in Lake Charles. Mary Ann, tell me, and she's at our Calcasieu OEP. Tell me exactly, what your plan is and how it's going over there at OEP.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. We are here at the OEP. We're with GOSEP and Calcasieu EOC, and we're here monitoring the situation with them and discussing what their post-storm needs might be, and then working with the team in Baton Rouge to make sure that those resources will be ready to arrive after the storm.
Okay, well, and now I know that you know that one of the most difficult things about going through something like this is that all of us who are away from our homes, we're desperate when after this storm passes, we're just desperate to find out, what happened to our house, whether it's still standing and how much damage there is. What advice would you give to people as far as, what they should do first?
Yeah, that's a great question. First thing is to be safe. So it's important that you follow the directions of local officials after the storm. And if it's not safe to re-enter your area, you should not do that. When you are able to safely re-enter, you should make an effort to document damage by taking pictures and also contacting your claims adjuster so you can begin the insurance process.
Well, and I know that so often people are so anxious to get back and see what has happened. I think maybe to some extent they think that, there's a tremendous deadline, over their heads with respect to getting assistance. Tell me what kind of FEMA assistance is available and what people are going to have to do to get it.
Currently, President Trump has declared an emergency for several parishes within Louisiana that is making available reimbursement for parish government emergency response efforts. Currently, individual assistance, which would provide help to people, to individuals, has not been activated. And so at this time, there is no FEMA assistance available for individuals. However, post-storm, we will be working with GOSEP to conduct assessments and then process I imagine a request for a major disaster declaration.
Okay, so there's a big distinction. A lot of what you're doing right now, or what the reason an emergency has been declared, is in part so that our local governments can get reimbursement for the money they're spending now. Is that right? What are some of the things they're spending money on right now that they wouldn't normally?
Well, so, for example, the National Guard, police and fire overtime related to the storm response effort, sandbagging, evacuation, and sheltering are examples of the things local governments, like the parishes, will be able to seek reimbursement for.
Okay, so once again, just to wrap up, what do you think are some of the services that FEMA will be able to provide the public, and what do they need to do to apply or whatever? Who should they go through?
Well, right now, as I mentioned, that has not been declared by the president, and the president is going to make that decision. So what I would encourage people to do right now is, number one, to stay safe. We are about to begin the worst part of the storm, and it's really critical that wherever you are, that you are hunkered down and that you're in a safe location. And you should not leave that location until the storm passes so that you can remain safe. And then once the storm passes, it's important that you be safe when you leave so that you're not encountering additional hazards. So, for example, if there is a roadway that is flooded, you should not drive through that flooded roadway. It's important that you turn around your vehicle and do not drive through a flooded roadway. You should not go near electrical wires that are down because they may be live. And you should also be careful around trees that may have been damaged in the storm and may fall at any moment. So it's important that you be aware of your surroundings and avoid any hazards like the ones that I mentioned so that you can continue to stay safe.
Okay, Marianne, well, listen, thank you so much for your help. We'll be talking to you in the days, weeks, and probably months ahead. We're going to go ahead and turn it over to our Jillian Corder, who is still in Lake Charles.
Again, still here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office where the conditions are continuing to deteriorate. I know you keep hearing those terms, but that's exactly what it feels like out here. We started shooting today around 3, 4 o'clock, looking at the conditions and seeing what it looked like in Lake Charles, and significantly every hour on the hour there's something new. Right now, this misting of sheets of rain. I don't know if you can see this at all. And big gust of winds too that you can see for sure. If you can see that at all. We're going to wipe off our camera lens real quick because being out here is certainly getting wet for sure. But sheets of rain are coming down, large gusts of wind. It's actually kind of beat up the plants here in the front of the sheriff's office. I'm actually going to walk just over here, I want to show you something. These are the storm doors here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. They've already closed one of these storm doors tonight. There's only one door left to open for people to be able to get in and out, and soon they will be closing those. The sheriff tells me that as soon as those doors start to rattle, they're going to go ahead and close in those storm doors. That means our crew are going to be inside. So they're going to close these storm doors pretty shortly because already you can hear the wind just howling through those storm doors right now, and the storm doors are already starting to rattle pretty heavily. Sorry about that. Again, rain out here is pretty bad. Let's take a look over here. Brady, if you can point the camera. Just look at those sheets of rain coming down. Again, this is a live look of what's happening right now in Lake Charles at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. And this is just a small snapshot of what it looks like all over the parish right now. You can see the wind coming off of this bus. This is a transport vehicle. If we have to leave the sheriff's office at any point, you can see this white vehicle right here, and you can just see the wind coming off of that. Beside it is their tactical response unit. That's that large black vehicle you see right there. It's outfitted with just about everything. It's got lights on top. Lots of people can fit inside it to be able to help rescue people. And there's a battering ram on the front end of it as well in case they need to break through anything. They have chainsaws in many of their vehicles. They're ready to try to, as soon as this storm passes, when this is all over with and they're trying to get back through, they are going to try to clean up the debris as soon as they can so they can actually get to people in their homes, get to some of those people who might need help. Again, this is just one of their units. They also have high water vehicles and things of that nature in case they need to rescue anyone from the storm surge. But again, the conditions quickly deteriorating out here. The winds really picking up. The rain just coming down in absolute sheets. And soon we will be inside for the night for the duration of the storm behind a storm door that's going to be closing pretty shortly here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. The sheriff and his deputies right now, I don't know if you could tell, but the parking lot is full. That's how many first responders are here in this building right now. The sheriff and many of those deputies right now are trying to get some rest. They're unable to get out right now and actually help people in this storm if they were to call and need some help. There are some people that are out able to do that, but many of these deputies are trying to get as much rest as possible because they know as soon as the storm is over, they know they're going to be needed. They know that there's going to be some rescues involved, so they're trying to get as much rest as possible inside. So yes, pretty soon we'll be back in. The storm doors will come down, and we will be inside for the duration of Laura. And again, I know Wade just talked about it a second ago. We're talking about hurricane force winds for upwards of 4 hours at least here in the area, and the wind really is picking up big. You can certainly see it around here. This is not something you want to be out in at all. So pretty soon we're going to be making our way back inside for the evening, but we will keep you posted here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. Back to you guys.
We're back here. Thanks a lot, Jillian, for that report from there at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. I will say I got some information from a friend of mine, went to Moss Bluff for a while, law enforcement official, so don't think that it's safe to do that. He had to go up there for a little while and said there was a lot of wind, some tree limbs down on 171, and that the power was out on Broad Street from the Lake Charles Police Department all the way to Highway 14. And also in front of the 210 overpass all the way out to near Chenault. So power was out in that vicinity. So again, that's probably that chunk of power that we mentioned a minute ago that was over 6,100 in Calcasieu Parish without power. And there's a live look from our sky cams back in Lake Charles. The South Lake Charles, we were watching it while Jillian was talking, and you could definitely see what looked like some power went out on the right side of the picture, which would be toward the Sulphur Westlake vicinity and maybe even some of the industry. There's downtown looking back to the east, and definitely looks like power is okay there in that vicinity, but it is definitely very windy. Winds not as extreme as earlier, but remember, the wind is never a static thing in tropical systems. You go from very extreme, back down, back up, but the overall trend is usually with time, as you progress with a landfalling tropical system, it does gradually get worse. Now 42 miles per hour in Jennings. So again, things definitely continuing to go downhill, and those winds will only get worse with time. as we go through the rest of the night. There's a look at the radar, and you can see the rain, and we're getting closer and closer to that landfall. Officially now, Jacob's got it measured about 26 miles or so off the coast of Cameron as far as the storm surge, or as far as the center of this eye is concerned. So I'd say that's about an hour and a half from now. We're at 11:30, so that still fits our timing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. And some of those stronger winds definitely go ahead and coming ashore there in Cameron. You can see they're right on the outer edge of that eye wall. That's where you can expect to see some of those winds going ahead and approaching 150 miles per hour as that storm is still Category 4 storm. We'll go ahead and pull up the latest advisory on this as of the 11 o'clock one. Still sitting at 938 millibars worth of our pressure, and that wind sitting at 150 miles per hour. You can see, I'll go ahead and drag this to where kind of the exact timing there. You can see very close, a lot of convection. A very large storm is what we're tracking here as it does approach southwest Louisiana. You can see that well-defined eye beginning to move almost onshore to Cameron Parish, as we talked about just a minute ago, about 26 miles. So still looking for a landfall right around 1 o'clock in the morning. So definitely very scary times out there. Here's a look at those winds. We talked about some of those power outages. This is the reason why. Right now looking 47 mile per hour winds there in Lake Charles. 64 is our gust. So we're sustained at tropical storm force right now, gusting not quite to hurricane strength, but we're getting pretty close to that. And I expect as we continue to see that center of circulation working its way inland, those hurricane force winds definitely going to be approaching. You can even see inland now, Fort Polk gusting to 23 miles per hour. DeQuincy still around 24, but 47 there in Chenault, sustained still around 32 in Sulphur. The only real reading I'm seeing staying very steady right now in that tropical storm force winds is there in Lake Charles, but these winds still out of the northeasterly direction according to these, and that's something that's key right now. That's why the water really hasn't risen in downtown Lake Charles right now.
Yeah, I had somebody on Facebook message me on the work page, Wade Hampton KPLC, saying that where they live, they had not noticed a significant rise in water levels yet. So that's a good sign, but please don't make the assumption that that means it's not going to happen. It still is very likely to happen, and sometimes this can be delayed until the storm passes by. The worst of the weather may be beginning to taper off, but the surge can still come up. So please don't be fooled into some false sense of security by that, because yes, the northeasterly winds are definitely helping us in that regard. Now, it doesn't prevent it. I explained this earlier, but remember, the Gulf is being pushed toward the coast because of the hurricane offshore, but the winds are kind of counteracting that a little. But the overall trend, the water is definitely going up in places. It's a slow rise for now, but at some point it could become a very rapid rise. So those of you that may be near water and are thinking that you kind of dodged that bullet, if you will, don't be fooled into that. It could rise very rapidly.
Yeah, we took a look at that Cameron Parish picture a while ago, how quickly it rose there in Cameron Parish from nothing to the water-covered roadways, several feet deep, impassable there. And that's because we're seeing those southerly winds right along the coast. But as this center does begin to track off towards the north, these winds are going to be shifting more out of the southerly direction. So that could push that water well inland. Here is a look at that picture. Yeah, there it goes. You can see it actually kind of nothing there earlier this afternoon at daylight, but then by the time we reach the evening hours, very heavy rain, and it actually was caught by a lightning strike out there. That's how we got this view, as one of the people that are still there tracking the storm put a camera there. The power did go out, but that lightning strike allowed to illuminate what we're seeing out there, and you can see several feet of water. You can see where that white sign is. Well, that water is above that white sign because we can't see that anymore. So that's several feet above ground level.
Definitely so. And of course, that is a remote camera. There's no one there.
Right.
So don't feel like someone's being in danger to get this. There are a lot of storm chasers in Southwest Louisiana tonight that are getting lots of data. I was watching off camera another one that was driving up Nelson Road that was down near Women and Children's Hospital heading north. Now, unfortunately, I cannot show that to you on television because it is not for broadcast purposes. Those folks restrict those sometimes for obvious reasons. They make a living doing that, but definitely interesting to see that the power was still functioning where he was driving a few minutes ago. Traffic lights were on, street lights were on, at least on Nelson Road. Again, that was about 10 minutes or so ago when we were looking at that. So good news there. We even saw the what's called Doppler Doppler on wheels on our drive over here to Baton Rouge. We saw the Doppler on wheels from one of the universities. I'm not sure which one it was because it wasn't able to see it very well, and I was driving, and even then Jacob was watching it too, and couldn't really tell which university it was, but it was there for sure.
Yeah, I definitely know. I heard OU was in town.
It was probably them.
Yeah, it was probably them. Reed Timmer, I was watching some of his feed as well. Not sure where he was, couldn't quite make it out, but it wasn't that bad. But I know he was in downtown Lake Charles near one of the parking garages earlier. So that is at least good news that we're not tracking a whole lot of at least storm surge in downtown Lake Charles at the moment. But as we mentioned, it can be delayed, and it very likely will be delayed as we head into the overnight hours, as these winds, you can see, still out of the northeasterly direction. Check that out now. Lake Charles, 72 miles per hour. That's gusting upwards of almost hurricane force. We're not quite there yet, but pretty much right there in Lake Charles. And you can see even over towards Jennings now, gusting up to 52 miles per hour. Chenault there at 45. So things going downhill rapidly, and that's going to be continuing. If we had the Cameron Parish wind speed, my bet would be that we're seeing well over 100 mile per hour winds there.
I would say it's a good bet that the winds are near 100, probably gusting over 100. Unfortunately, that data does not exist in our system anymore. That station went offline a long time ago, but not because of the storm. It was offline because of construction going on down in Cameron Parish. But yeah, those winds are going to continue to increase, and I know we're not technically covering the Baton Rouge vicinity, but you can see those over on the right side of the screen. That you can see even Gonzales showing a 30 mile per hour wind, and even in Baton Rouge, that's just up the road from us here, 30 mile per hour winds as far as the wind is concerned there in the Baton Rouge vicinity. And there you can see the radar one more time across the area. That eye wall is really beginning to scrape the Cameron Parish coastline, and we're going to move the radar over and try to zoom in on here. We'll play with the function here a bit. There we go. And you can see the eye wall itself definitely beginning to run right along the Cameron Parish coast from Cameron all the way over toward Grand Chenier. You can see that's going to be catastrophic wind now coming across the coastline. And we have WAFB reporter Matt Houston. He is at L'Auberge. And Matt, we'll send it to you for another report from Lake Charles. And of course, this is a big team effort that we have, the KPLC 7 Storm Team, and we also are here at WAFB, which is in Baton Rouge, our sister station. And this is Jay Grimes. He's the chief meteorologist for WAFB. And Jay, thanks for coming down and talking to us. And tell us what you've been seeing, because you've not been as busy as we have been, I think, and probably been able to look at some off-camera data.
No, that's a fair statement, and particularly when you think about the fact that you guys are also looking at what's coming to your own home. It's easier to be at a distance and watching and reporting here. And, you know, one of the things that folks here in Baton Rouge are trying to get a handle on is how devastating this storm is going to be. I mean, a lot of people seem to think they have an idea of what Rita was like. And the old timers think all the way back to Audrey, and I know you guys have covered this. But now we're talking about a storm that's going to make landfall with winds 30, 35 miles per hour higher than what occurred during Rita. And if you look at the sort of the engineering, that wind speed difference is roughly equivalent to a doubling of the damage potential, and that's just mind-boggling. And so everyone in the Baton Rouge area, everyone in our viewing area is sending their prayers out to you folks and the folks in southwestern Louisiana, because we get it. We know what you're dealing with. We're looking at here what will be probably the second strongest hurricane to ever hit Louisiana, not just southwest Louisiana.
Yeah.
This is truly a historic event for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were talking about the wind, and the surge probably too is going to be up there on the scale of even worse than Rita.
Even if they're off by 10%,
right?
We're talking about a surge that effectively is going to be 1 to 2 stories high. And one of the things I tell, especially as we speak to kids, is to give them a perspective of what water weighs. If you were to take your home refrigerator, lay it on its side, and fill it with water, it would weigh almost 2 tons. Now think about that box on the ground, and then stack, thousands of them. So, a lot of folks kind of think, well, water doesn't have all that much energy. Oh, the water will do more damage than the wind.
And that's where the wave action really acts like a wrecking ball.
On top of that surge. And the other thing is, as flat as it is over here, it is even flatter on your side of the state. And so now we're talking about inundation that's going to reach the interstate. Potentially the whole city of Lake Charles taking on water. It's not something that we can get a perspective on from the hurricane standpoint, but we do have a sense of the water from our 2016 flood event. So we kind of get the idea there, but we didn't have the wind with the water.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting to see how it's interesting to see the power still up at least, so we're able to get the visuals from some of our sky cams at least, but I know that's going to come to an end soon. It's just a matter of time. No
question about that. And I think at this point now the question is, what is the recovery time after the event? The damage potential here is really a no-brainer. So how long before first do you get back in, and then when you get back in, how long to recover?
And what are we going to find when we get there too?
Absolutely,
I'm myself a homeowner, and I know many of you that are watching that may be evacuated. I know the same thing. I've had several friends. What am I going to come back to? And my answer is, I don't know.
We really don't know.
There's no way to know that because there's just too many variables.
You can't look at Rita and say that's what we'll be coming back to. It's most likely to be much, much worse.
Yeah, just because a building survived Rita does not mean it's going to survive this storm.
Right, exactly.
Nor does the reverse mean true, because a building didn't, if something was nearby doesn't mean things are going to be worse either. So there's just too many variables with that individual thing. But
well, let me tell you from a standpoint of all the people in the Baton Rouge and the WAFB viewing area, we all are sending our prayers, our best wishes to you. For those of you that in the fringe areas that decided not to evacuate, hunker down and ride it out. It will be over soon. But for those of you that have left town and are trying to figure out what you're going to do, don't force your way back in too quickly. It's going to be a while before that water gets out, because even after the storm goes through there, we're still going to have winds that are going to support or delay the ability for that water to drain.
Yeah, I know one spot in Sulphur for sure where Bayou Den crosses I-10 is going to be impassable, I'm afraid, for at least through much of the day tomorrow. And there's our sky cams now. You can see there, Jay, and looks like power has gone out across a significant portion of Lake Charles now. At least the cameras are still up. That's a good sign, but I see less city lights available. That's the 210 bridge, what little few lights you can still see on it. And Jennings still looks good, but of course Jennings a little farther removed from that storm. As we come back to Lake Charles, looking east from downtown, we have lights, but notice the wind gusting to 45 to 50. And there's the West Lake. There were definitely lights visible on the right side of that earlier.
And that could be maybe potentially because of the heavy rainfall coming through. Because I know, obviously, we still saw that the lights were on in downtown Lake Charles, but they're towards maybe the lakefront, towards the Civic Center. Those lights now potentially out.
Definitely so. Well, we appreciate, Jay. Thank you for letting us come and take over one of your weather computers and coming and taking over the newsroom, and everyone at the WAFB family.
Well, it's more than our pleasure and our deepest sympathies to everyone that lives over in that part of the state.
This is where being a part of a great company like Gray Television comes in handy. We can come and use resources from other stations, and we're going to have more resources. You'll see other faces that you may not recognize from some folks in the coming days, I'm sure, from our Gray team. But Jay, Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Good luck to you and your families.
All right, thank you. And we're going to turn things over to reporter Lindsay Thompson. She's going to come in, and I believe you have an update on Allen Parish, correct?
Yeah, on the phone with Allen Parish Sheriff Doug Abear. Now, Sheriff, could you just tell us a little bit about the conditions that you're seeing and how it's kind of going over in Allen?
We're just now starting to get some strengthening winds. It's definitely starting to deteriorate now. In fact, we're in the process of pulling our guys in off the road here in the next few minutes and get ready to hunker down and wait this thing out. Get ready to take off in force in the morning and see what we got.
And so, speaking of in the morning, what kind of recovery and rescue are y'all expecting after the storm has passed? Because we're hearing a lot of predictions that it might be even worse than Hurricane Rita. So, could you give me a little idea of what y'all may see in the morning?
Well, luckily for us, our rivers are down a good bit, which that wouldn't affect us right off. I fully expect to have power loss here in the next few hour or two. We have, of course, we work extremely well with the fire departments. We have National Guard staged and ready to go. And I have double patrol units and everybody else. And as soon as the moment that weather permits, we're going to strike off in all four corners and try to start getting the folks and assess what needs and what damages we have.
And if you could give a piece of advice to anyone that has stayed tonight, that has chosen to not evacuate, what's your number one piece of advice that you'd give to them?
Right now?
Right now, yes.
Right now would be to move into those safe parts of your house, much as you would for a tornado, as they say, bathrooms, stairwells, those sort of things that are typically built a little stronger. Stay away from windows if you don't have them boarded up. And realize that in the morning that we will try to get to it as fast as we can. We very well may have to cut our way in. We'll see what kind of flooding we have, but I think our biggest concern and biggest hurdle will be in the morning will be down trees over roadways. Hopefully we don't have trees on homes and those sort of things, and realize we're going to be out without power for a while probably.
And do you have any estimation of when y'all will be able to start rescues up again, or are y'all just kind of playing it by ear?
Yeah, look, that's entirely up to the storm. The second that I'd say the winds start getting back underneath 40 miles an hour, when it's safe for us to get out there, there's no sense, it doesn't do anybody any good to send a unit out there that can't respond, and now we have two people to save. So the second we'll be out early in the morning. We've got crews ready to go. I've got crews ready all during the night, and we're monitoring. As soon as it starts to light up, we'll be saddling up and taking off.
All right, I just want to thank you so much for taking time to talk to us today, and y'all stay safe out there, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, and now I'm going to pass it back to Wade.
All right.
Or pass it back to Cynthia.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to update you guys on the power outages because those are steadily climbing. In Calcasieu Parish, we went from 14,000 to 18,000 to 24,000 households without power. And we did that in a half an hour's time.
Yeah.
So you can see it's going up greatly.
It definitely is.
From 14,000 to 18,000 to 24,000 just within a half an hour. Entergy customers without power. In Cameron Parish, we've got 1,084 households without power. In Jeff Davis Parish, it went from 461 to 1,930 customers without power. So it is climbing.
It is climbing for sure. And if you have power, it's only a matter of time before you won't. I will say, my house still has power. I have a little security camera I'm watching for the moment. But again, I know it's only a matter of time. I can't see much anywhere, or else I might try to show it to you on TV. But
we don't know how
it's
long
so
that's
dark.
going to last.
Yeah.
But we can see the power outages. They're climbing steadily, going up quite quickly. I think we're going to toss it down to Matt Houston and check in with him at L'Auberge and see how things are going. Matt?
I'm looking at a light pole just over the balcony here that we're overlooking by the Calcasieu River, and that light really is starting to swing back and forth in these strong winds. In fact, just got an alert on my phone about 20 minutes ago. I'll read it to you from the National Weather Service. An extreme wind warning is in effect for this area for the immediate danger of life-threatening winds till 1 a.m. Central Time. Take cover now in an interior room or a sturdy building away from windows. Protect your head from flying debris. Do not go out in the calm of the hurricane eye. Winds will quickly become dangerous again. So that gives you some idea about the severity of things. And again, we're still not really in the thick of it yet. I mean, this is still some of these kind of outer bands really slapping Lake Charles at the moment. But you can tell Hurricane Laura is here and well on its way to really wreaking what we expect will be some havoc over the next couple of hours. The rain coming down quickly and hard, also blowing like sheets across the Calcasieu River. Watching gusts blow that and obscure the view of the plants from behind us. The last time we saw you, we told you we saw some transformers go out north of where we are. Behind me, it was a little brighter a while ago because we just saw another set of transformers blow, and the lights clearly went out. So obviously power outages are an issue in the area and will continue to be probably throughout the remainder of the evening into tomorrow, which you've heard all day long on KPLC. That's going to be a problem. Widespread power outages because of all of this wind, and then you throw on the wet weather on top of it, and it just becomes a mess. Earlier today, we watched Energy. They'd hired out some tree trimmers from the Houston area to come by and cut off loose branches that were even a couple of feet away from their lines, just trying to prolong the electricity as long as we possibly could. But a storm of this power, obviously, tree trimming is no match for. So that's going to be something to keep our eyes on throughout the remainder of the evening. We'll also have a look for you at the wind and water levels, something we're paying special attention to because we've watched really since 3 o'clock this afternoon. The storm surge pushed just a little bit higher toward the banks right now, where reeds are just bowing to the wind at the moment. But so far, no severe flooding that we can see. But again, there's still a lot of night left. For now, I'm Matt Houston. I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Matt, for that report. Once again, we're going to let people know that things are kind of deteriorating as far as the electricity situation.
They are.
Lots and lots of power outages in Calcasieu Parish. It's gone up to 24,000 people without power in Calcasieu Parish from Entergy customers. Cameron Parish, the same thing. The numbers going up. Cameron Parish, 1,084 households without power. Jeff Davis Parish went up from 461 to 1,930 people without power. And Wade, you're still hanging in there. Huh?
I am, and here's the reason for those power outages, Cynthia. Look at the wind speeds. The Lake Charles Regional now gusting to 71, sustained at 52 miles per hour. And Matt Houston there in the report. We can't hear it here. To give you a little perspective, that's the one thing we can't hear when we're talking to those folks out live in the field. But I know he told you that the flares that he could see in the background were blowing almost horizontal. That's because of the strong wind. So just a little perspective on the wind.
All right, I think we've got some new information about the hurricane hunters. We've got some video there.
Yeah.
As we're tracking Hurricane Laura, the video of the hurricane hunters going out.
Absolutely, yeah. This looks like it's the NOAA plane that was out there earlier today. You can see that's obviously in the eye wall, or inside the eye itself, rather, and very interesting to see. This is what we were talking about earlier. If you were in the eye, you would be able to look up and see the sun shining there, just like that right there. I haven't seen this video, so in full disclosure. So, but that's what the inside of an eye looks like from the Hurricane Hunter planes. And of course, I know it looks like the props aren't moving, but of course that's a video thing from videos playing at the same rate of speed that the propellers are moving. And there's the eye wall. That's how quick you go from sunshine back to strong winds. And trust me, that P3 is getting really buffeted right there with some very strong winds. And,
I would imagine people are going to start hearing, you know, a lot of those sounds.
Absolutely. Here's the new update, Cynthia, on the information. This is as of midnight across the area, and you can see winds currently of 150 miles per hour still. The air pressure still at 938 millibars, and officially that point where the center is at is 40 miles south of Lake Charles, moving north-northwest at 15. So 15:30, you're talking 2.5 hours.
So
from
she's
now.
right on our doorstep.
It's getting
now.
closer. It is getting much closer, which means it's basically near the coastline of Cameron Parish. If you're going to pull up the radar there real quick, you can, and there we go. And we'll take a quick peek at the radar itself and show you that eye that is getting much, much closer to a landfall over the Cameron Parish coastline. And it's pretty much right on time. We are at 12 o'clock. It is officially midnight. It is officially Thursday, August the 27th now, which will be the official landfall date for Hurricane Laura. Okay, well, it doesn't want to let Jacob do it, but you know what? It will let me do it, maybe. There we go. We'll see. There we go. You can see the eye. Jacob's going to zoom in there. And Cameron, the coastline from Holly Beach to Cameron to Grand Chenier, just really getting rocked by the northern portion of the eye wall of this storm. And if anyone I'm going to say was, because again, we're going to hope that everyone got out of Cameron. I know there were some folks that stayed, but only about 5, maybe 6 miles left of devastating eye wall to go before that will move offshore.
What are they feeling or hearing right now on the Cameron coast?
Cameron right now experiencing the strongest winds with this, meaning likely sustained winds 120 to 140, maybe near 150. Usually that extreme number is limited, but we'll go with at least 120 to 140 winds are occurring right at the coast from Johnson Bayou all the way over to Grand Chenier, and gusts even higher than that are occurring right now at the coastline. Now, the only good news, the wind is more easterly at this moment for Cameron. It's northeasterly at Johnson Bayou and Holly Beach, and it is possible that we may escape the devastating storm surge at Holly Beach and Points West. Maybe, because once this storm moves inland, it's still going to turn around the winds on the backside. So there still will be a kind of a surge on that side, but it's possible we have missed the worst storm surge right at Holly Beach, Points West, though we will have to wait and see. And I think that's part of the reason why maybe we haven't seen the devastating surge being visible farther up the Calcasieu River yet. We might have gotten lucky that this is making landfall right where it's at and limiting that. But unfortunately, what's good for one is bad for another location, Cynthia.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
If it could possibly be a little bit better as far as that storm surge there, does that mean we're out of the woods as far as whatever kind of storm surge we may get?
I can't say that yet. We're just going to have to wait and see. But I will tell you where the surge is really bad is likely Grand Chenier down all the way, that's North Island, down like Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, and then you cross over that kind of faint black line. That's the Parish line. You go to Pecan Island, Forked Island. Those folks are definitely seeing probably the worst storm surge that coastline has seen, probably ever, at least in our lifetime for sure. So definitely some very strong winds. Jacob's got our weather computer pulled up, and you can see the velocity. That's the radar's estimation of wind, and that area just southwest of Cameron, the radar is indicating velocity, meaning winds, of 158 miles per hour.
I even got some gusts in there. I can't tell you exactly. It was in that stretch where it was 160 to 170.
Right.
So this is a very serious situation. If I know we've got some reports of people staying in Johnson Bayou and near the Holly Beach vicinity. I hope y'all are hunkered down and you have the KPLC weather app and you can see us right now, because this is a dire situation. This is, as you mentioned, Cynthia, very, very strong winds right now, and this is Category 5 winds right now, and with that heavy rain that we're seeing coming down with the eye wall, this is more than likely reaching the ground. At least one, say 30 to 140.
I don't even know how to describe what winds like that would feel like, because Wade, I know you remember when we were at St. Patrick Hospital in the wee hours of the morning for Rita, and some of us every now and then would
walk out,
brave the weather downstairs and go down 5 floors and try to open the doors of Christus St. Patrick, and you remember the power of the winds, and you just couldn't withstand it.
No, not at all. Yeah.
And it sounded like demons talking.
It did.
I always tell people when they ask me, what does that sound like? 120, 130 mile an hour winds. It sounds like demons.
It's just incredibly loud. Those of you that have stayed, especially in Cameron, and will experience that in Calcasieu probably in another hour or two, you may end up feeling and hearing your ears pop during this, because remember, a hurricane is an area of extreme low pressure. This is what happens when you go on a plane. As you climb up into the atmosphere on a plane, you get lower air pressure, and that's what causes your ears to pop. You will likely experience that because this is a strong enough hurricane. The air pressure is low enough. The other thing, I think you remember this, Cynthia, you may end up hearing, those of you that I've told you to go to your bathroom, you may end up hearing your sink gurgling, or the toilet may flush on its own. Please don't be freaked out. There's not something in there doing that. It's the wind. The reason why, this is very simple physics. Every house with plumbing, you have a pipe that goes up through the roof, and it's the ventilation. It's what causes the plumbing to work. It has to have ventilation to work. Well, as the wind blows across the top of that pipe, we'll use this phone as the top of the pipe, as the wind blows across the top of the pipe, it causes a siphoning effect. Just like if you were siphoning water or gasoline with a hose, same thing. It just pulls the water out, and that's what could cause the toilet to quote-unquote flush on its own, or this gurgling. I remember the gurgling sink happening because we had one behind us at Christus, and you could hear that noise. So those of you that may be kind of in your safe place in that bathroom or closet, don't be shocked that you may hear that kind of sound happening now or maybe a little later tonight, depending on where you are. It would be when the winds are the worst, and I do remember that at Christus happening.
What are people feeling in Lake Charles right now?
Well, right now in Lake Charles, Jacob, I'll let you, if you'll step over and if you'll do either one, or we can pull up the Skycam, either one, whichever you want to do. Skycam might be the easiest first. We'll show folks there, but it's getting worse for sure. The winds are definitely beginning to pick up across the area. We're going to show you our Skycams, and we'll kind of answer our question of whether or not how much power is still up, because at some point some of those cameras may end up going dark as well. I think you're going to have to log back in because we switched to midnight. The server stops playing, I believe. So, but definitely some winds. I'm going to come over here. We'll do it this way with the weather computer here. But bottom line, there's the current wind speeds from some of the official reporting stations. You can see still, and these don't update instantaneously. They do update if there's a change in the weather. And there we go. There's our Skycam now. The Westlake reporting northeasterly, still at 40 plus miles per hour. South Lake Charles northeast 20 to 40. So we're not too extreme yet, as you can see, but I still see a few lights going on there. There's Jennings. We're at more of an easterly wind, 30 to nearly 40 mile per hour winds. Still some good light there in downtown Jennings. Next up will be Lake Charles. At least there's still lights on there in the heart of downtown. You can see the old Calcasieu Parish Courthouse there in the very foreground. Northeasterly, down northeast at 55 at the Westlake Skycam. So definitely very windy out there. And I'm not sure, the camera may have froze because I didn't see an image. The image looked kind of still on the Westlake one. So we'll see when it comes back around if it looks any different. Though those cameras, if any of those sites take a power surge, it could cause the cameras to go offline. And whether or not they come back, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. It'll depend on power.
We're not even sure we're on the air.
Okay. And it is possible that we may not. We're on the app, though, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. If someone's out there listening, and we'll check it here too. But we're on there. If someone's watching on TV, just let us know for sure. Okay, we're still on Facebook for sure, and we're still on the app, we believe, as well. So Jacob's going to check on his weather app and make sure. But it's quite possible, you know, we're going to take power hits at the television station. And, of course, no one is there to change things. If something goes wrong, we can't fix it. We'll kind of know, I think, because we would lose this feed of the cameras. So
yeah, and this is why we tell you to download the KPLC 7 weather app, because as he mentioned, we might be off air, but right now I can pull it right up, and with a 4-second ad right there, I popped it right up, and you can still be able to follow us and know exactly what's going on in downtown Lake Charles, because these winds are, you know, as you can see, we're seeing those 45 to 55 mile per hour winds right there, and those are that's probably pretty close to sustained winds. So that's probably looking at that's definitely tropical storm force winds across pretty much all of southwest Louisiana. Maybe not quite far to the north. Right there is a 55 mile per hour gust lifting in Westlake, but still that image, I'm pretty sure that camera would be shaking right now with
it's frozen. The camera is frozen, and I'm not sure it could have taken a power hit possibly, or it's not sure. It's we're dealing with a lot of technology. We're doing it remotely, so that just adds a whole nother level to that. The weather data seems to be changing, so I'm not at the moment. We'll go with it is correct, but the image itself may not be current, and definitely not seeing any motion on that. But we may have to log in and take that one out of the rotation here momentarily, because I think the weather data may fool us, and it looks like all the lights have gone out at the South Lake Charles, meaning we cannot see the 210 bridge anymore, and nothing else is going to be visible either. I'm just getting a text message now from my friend Buddy Russ from Gator 99.5. He's there as one of the afternoon DJ. Said just had their first power dip where he lives, so he still has power as well. He's off of just south of McNeese Street there near the baseball field. Said winds are becoming more steady now with bigger gusts, and rain is still light though, so it's really another just more of a wind issue as well. And a former colleague of ours, Adam Hooper, just texted me again, Cynthia, and he said that he is still watching and listening to us on the app as well. So good to hear that as well. Thank you. It is great to hear that information. And I'm here. Just got a text from my friend Troy Traha. He's in Lake Arthur, and said they're still seeing us even on the Roku app. So it's nice to hear that we're on all of these platforms still. Thank you, Troy. And Troy, send me a text and tell me how things are where you live. Cynthia, I believe you've got some info as well.
Some information once again from Entergy customers without power. Energy customers in Calcasieu, 28,000.
This is just the beginning of people losing power, and it's kind of a testament to how fast we're losing power, because it wasn't too long ago that we were seeing, a much significant lower number in terms of the overall people without power. But as these stronger storms continue to work their way into our region, this is what we're going to be tracking, especially along the Cameron Parish line right now into downtown Cameron Parish. Seeing very, very strong winds out there as it is in the eye of the storm. As we're looking right there, the eye wall, the worst of the weather beginning to move through that area right this minute. And it's not going to be too long before you might get a little bit of a break if you're still in Cameron and you're watching us. But I want to stress that this little eye wall here, this could shift a little bit left or right as it moves up. So even if things get a little bit calmer, it's not going to be a guarantee that you're going to see those calm conditions for a while. Now, if you do actually see some of those, you actually go through the whole eye wall, it could be calm for, say, an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours.
All right, and Jacob, look how quickly the electricity situation deteriorated. I just gave you those numbers, but this is how quickly it happened. In 30 minutes, Entergy customers went from 14,290 to 18,807 to 24,000 to 26,000 to 28,000 without power. all of that within 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That's how fast it's happening.
Exactly, Cynthia, that's exactly right. And this is not even the strongest part of the storm. We're just seeing those tropical storm force winds really being sustained here into southwest Louisiana. So this is something that we're going to continue to be tracking for you as well. Here's a look at some of those stronger winds as well. They're beginning to make their way into Cameron Parish right now. If you live in Holly Beach or down towards Johnson Bayou, we're seeing those winds. We just showed you the velocity not too long ago. It was at 162 miles per hour, and with these very heavy rain bands, not out of the question at all to see this actually at the ground. And here's a look back at our Lake Charles Skycam.
Yeah, and I'm going to give this a try. I've actually got control of the camera, and we're going to see if we can actually pan this around live and just see what we see here real quick. So we'll give this a whirl and see if I can control this, and you'll kind of watch this live with me on camera. And there's not a lot of delay. Good to know. We'll kind of scan around. There's 62, 65 now. That's the strongest I've seen all night tonight, at least from our Skycam locations. You can see we're looking basically right up Lakeshore Drive. That's the 901 building. That's where some of our parish officials are at right now. And you can see our tower blinking, so those with interest on the KPLC front, our tower is still blinking there, so good news. There's no power issues, at least at the station. Of course, we kind of know that already since we're able to log onto these computers. It at least tells us there's power there. We'll kind of continue scanning around going on. There's the old Calcasieu Marine Building or Capital One Tower, whichever one you want to call it. You can see it. There's still power there. We'll kind of continue scanning on around, and you can kind of see that. Greg, could you take down the lower third for a second, please? Looking across now, we're looking across the lake, and you can see what's going on there. You can see the Civic Center parking lot still has power. We'll continue on around. We'll look toward the southwest. We'll be able to see the lights of the casino there in the distance, and there we go. You can kind of see that, and my phone is really blowing up with text messages from a bunch of people. That's what you get when you tell people to text you. But you can see the lights in the distance. Of course, the park there at the Civic Center still with lights as well. We'll continue on around. You'll be able to see the First Federal Bank, and looking down Shell Beach Drive. Lights are on in that vicinity as well. So that is good news. I just saw a flash there as well. I'm not sure if that was a power flash. That was either that was probably a transformer blowing, or maybe a tree limb in the mix on a power line, but definitely a power flash.
There's another one.
There it goes again. And you're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah, we're going to continue seeing those. We'll continue panning the camera around just a little bit more, and that's about as far around as we can go. The courthouse would be just to the left off the camera view here. But that's kind of a quick tour, and I haven't been paying as much attention to the wind speeds while we've been moving, but I know they're still up very high. I haven't seen the extreme winds that we saw. We'll come back around to the right here, which would be looking. There's looking toward the south. That's down Shell Beach Drive. We'll look across to the west toward Westlake itself, and you can see it's very dark toward the Westlake area. I don't see a whole lot of lights in that vicinity, so definitely looks like power's out.
Yeah. Oh, if you'll pan just a little bit back towards the left there, looking kind of like at the lake itself, doesn't look like a whole lot of water, at least from what I can tell, is at least coming over.
It's not in the parking lot,
which is good news. That's great news. But I don't want to downplay the storm surge threat that we're saying, because we've talked about how it could be a little bit of a lag in the system. Right now, we got those northerly directions of those winds, so that's going to keep water driving further to the south. But as that storm does begin to approach southwest Louisiana, our winds are going to shift a little bit more out of the easterly and southeasterly direction, and that's when we're going to have to watch for those water level rises. Hopefully, we can keep that northeasterly breeze for the whole, for at least much of the duration of this storm, and that's going to hopefully mitigate a lot of our surge threat, but especially down into Cameron Parish, we're seeing quite a bit of a surge out there with some of those near the Cameron Parish on Highway 82.
But even with that, would you still have a severe flooding situation, even if the storm surge is mitigated somewhat?
If the storm surge is mitigated, yeah, of course, it's not going to be hopefully as bad. But we're still dealing with a lot of rain forecasted in this area too. We're looking at another, 5 to 10 inches with maybe higher amounts there. Localized amounts could be closer to 20 inches. So the good news is at least that we've been a little bit drier than what we typically have been. I was talking to Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton on the way over here. It was kind of dry going towards Baton Rouge as well. So that's at least a positive thing. But yes, we're still going to be looking at a flooding threat across much of southwest Louisiana, especially areas south of I-10.
All right, we're going to check in with Jillian Carter in Calcasieu Parish right now and see what she's got for us. Jillian?
All right, guys, we're going to walk back outside. They actually had the storm doors shut for us, but they said we can go back outside for one last live shot to give you a look at what we're dealing with out here. Again, that sheets of rain that I was telling you about earlier, it's even worse right now. And it's just a mist that's happening everywhere. If you're not getting hit by rain, we're wiping off our lens again, because the minute you walk out here, it completely covers our camera with water. You can't walk out here with getting soaked right off the bat. So again, sheets of rain happening out there along with huge gusts of wind. Hopefully you can kind of see what we're looking at out there as we continue to wipe off that lens to kind of give you a look, just a feel for what's happening. All of your senses are alerted immediately when you're out here. You feel completely drenched the minute you walk out here. You can hear this howling sound of the wind creeping through little spots. When the doors are closed and we're inside, you can just hear this whistle constantly of the wind. And then you can hear the sheets of rain just passing by, completely drenching everything in its path right now and swirling up around you. I know that's why a lot of these tornado warnings and watches keep popping off, because you can actually see all this rain swirling up all around you. Hard to really see a whole lot out here. It's a parking lot full of trucks that we're able to see in at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office, but just by the look of these poor plants, they're really getting a number done on them. Again, this is what we're dealing with out here, is these strong blankets of rain coming down pretty hard. Flagpole, clearly no flag on this flagpole over here. I'm not sure if you can actually see it or not, but it's starting to just bend. If you look at the top, it's just ever so slightly leaning, that wind really hitting it. And the sheriff pointed out earlier today, just by the gust of winds we were getting around the 6-7 o'clock hour, that the utility poles were already starting to really bend a little bit, sway in the wind, and that's exactly what we're seeing here tonight. And again, things are really picking up. You can tell this thing is very close. We know it's coming our direction. For sure, you can feel it, and not just standing out here like we are, but for all of you across this area, across southwest Louisiana right now, I know exactly what you're going through, because even indoors you can hear this passing by, and it's scary. And it's scary to know that we're still 2 hours or so away from the worst of it here, at least in Lake Charles, or where we're at in Calcasieu Parish. So it's very telling of what's to come, for sure. Heavy winds, big gusts of winds for sure. I know, Wade, you were talking about those wind speeds and really powerful gusts, and that is what we're dealing with out here in Calcasieu Parish. I know there can't be anybody on the road. I really hope there's not someone trying to go out right now and look and see what's happening, because this is not the time or place. You need to get to your safe place. You need to treat this, like Wade said earlier, you need to treat this like a tornado warning or watch. You need to get to your safe place, away from windows and doors, high and dry, somewhere in a centermost part of your home. If that's a bathroom usually, where it's got no windows and you can shut those doors, that's where you really need to be in all this. We haven't seen any debris. We're very fortunate that right now we haven't seen any debris where we are at. Now, some limbs of some of these smaller trees are already starting to really get torn up and shredded a bit. Again, this is just a preview of what could be to come with this storm, because this is not the worst of it yet. Things are going to continue to pound southwest Louisiana, and again, a scary sound out here as well. That howling of the winds is really intense, especially if the rain and the wind pick up every once in a while. This will be our sorry guys, things really starting to pick up. This will be our last opportunity probably to be outside tonight to show you what's going on, at least here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. I know Matt Houston is over at L'Auberge Casino and might be able to be out there a little bit longer where he's at. But where we're at right now, they are going to be closing these storm doors tonight and not reopening them until at least the wind dies down some. So we're going to be having to ride this thing out indoors. Now we can probably bring you the latest from inside. We hope to be able to do that. As long as we have a signal, we'll keep bringing you what we're seeing here in Lake Charles. But again, this is what we're dealing with. This is the scene in Lake Charles right now. I know that our sky cams can show you probably a pretty good picture, if they're still up and running, a good picture of downtown areas and what this is looking like. But here where we are, some really intense rain and wind happening as well. And just again to say about who's here in the building. Someone was asking who all is here in the building earlier. The sheriff is here along with pretty much all of his deputies. If you've seen this completely packed parking lot, these are deputies, these are law enforcement officers who are ready to go out as soon as the storm has passed by. As soon as they can safely get out, they're going to get out there and try to help, try to make pathways through the debris so people can get back to their homes as quickly as possible, and so that they can get to people to help those in need as quickly as possible. Again, everyone right now, they are attempting to try to rest as much as possible, because the work really begins for them as soon as this thing passes over. So for now, this is what we're dealing with here. Heavy winds and rain, and we'll keep you posted on the conditions here as best we can. But again, we might be stuck inside for the rest of the night because of the high winds that are coming through right now, really rattling those doors to the sheriff's office. For now, I'll throw it back to you guys.
A lot, Jillian Corder, for the information there from the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. And Jillian, it's time. Go inside. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, go inside and stay there. I know the officials are going to order you anyway, because they're going to shut the shutters on the building and stay in their safe situation as well. But we appreciate the reports. It was great seeing that. It was good still to see lights on, which I know they have generator power anyway, but you could really see the power of that wind and those gusts. What I was talking about, that you go from where it's windy and then it gets really windy and then it backs off and then it picks up again. So you go back and forth on that wind for sure.
And definitely tropical storm force winds are being felt across the I-10 corridor and points southward, even north really now. But there's sustained winds now, gusting even higher, close to hurricane force winds. I know we had a 71 mile per hour reading there at the Lake Charles airport, but check out Cameron now. We're now beginning to get inside the eye of Laura, which, so I'm guarantee you, wind's still pretty breezy there, but the worst is now at least north of Cameron at the moment. But we still have to go through the whole eye and then back into the southern portion of the eye wall, which is going to be bringing more gusty winds once again as well. But so Cameron, you might get a little bit of a break for maybe say, an hour and a half, maybe, if it stays on the current track that it is. If you go through the whole eye wall, we were doing the measurements earlier, and it was around 20 miles, and it's moving off towards the northwest at 15 miles per hour. So that gives you an hour, if you are inside that eye wall, to at least have some calmer conditions.
Yeah, you're not gonna be hearing the howling wind. Those, if anyone is in Cameron, over to near Creole. In fact, let's slide over here and kind of zoom in a little bit closer on the map, and there you can see the edge of the eye wall is now right along Highway 27 over to near Creole. You can see there, that's probably right where the edge of the wind. So if you're watching, if anyone is in Creole, there near South Cameron High School, things are going to drastically improve very soon. Things will let up as far as the wind is concerned, but where things are improving, things are getting worse for others. And the areas of Sweet Lake, the Grand Lake area, Deatonville, over to south of Hackberry, are all in the very northern the northern eye wall of this storm now. So things are going to be just catastrophic. That's the Gibbstown Bridge, of course, there where it says Gibbstown on the map, and then that's the parish line, and very heavy rain falling at the Lake Charles Regional Airport as well, we'll take a quick look here and show you the wind speeds from the official reporting stations, and you can see those winds too are very, very strong in that vicinity. And I've been getting a bunch of messages now. I got one from my good friend Troy Traha in the Lake Arthur area. I'd asked him what the winds were because he told us he could still see us on the app. He said at least 50 to 60 sustained and probably gust up to near 80. And that Lake Arthur has no power. Lake Arthur is without power, he was telling me. And but he said thankfully they, of course, have a generator, so they're able to still watch us. And we're probably going to effort getting my friend Russ Conrad on the phone again, because it sounds like things are getting pretty intense there in South Lake Charles, where he is located. He just sent me a picture here of looks like an oak tree, a limb is down off of an oak tree. It's not the entire tree, so at least there's some good news there. But so he texted me and said winds are becoming more steady now with bigger gusts, but definitely things are getting worse, and they're going to continue to get worse. Those are the official reporting stations.